I know this is because the University of Kentucky or Nebraska, the New World Disorder. So it's basically this, you did that 2-volume set for and so New World Disorder, he ran by it and they listened to it. Because his book, Intelligence in the State, I guess it didn't sell well enough for their business model. So he published it.
All right, gents.
Hey, I'll tell him that.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everybody had a great night after Dr. Citino's opening keynote. I'm Jeremy Collins, the Senior Director of Programs at the museum's Jenny Craig Institute for the Study of War and Democracy, and it'll be my pleasure to serve as the MC throughout today and tomorrow. Though there is no theme specifically for this conference, you will find that many of our sessions are tied in together and do focus on the last 12 months of the war. And I think Rob did a great job of setting us up for that. And this first panel will certainly carry that theme, unofficial theme, through. It will focus on the conventional means of warfare that America and her allies tried to achieve victory in the Pacific through. On the panel, we have 3 experts of the Asia-Pacific theater. And it's my pleasure to briefly introduce them now. John Kuhn, who is sitting in the middle, is professor of military history at the U.S. Army Command and General Staff College. He served in the U.S. Navy for 23 years and retired with the rank of commander. He's the author of many books, including his latest, Strategy and Crisis, The War in the Pacific. To John's left is James Scott, who many of you are familiar with, having come to the conference and or traveled with us overseas. He is the author of many books, 3 of which are on World War II, The War Below, Target Tokyo, and Black Snow. And chairing this session is my friend John Parshall. John is the leading expert on the Imperial Japanese Navy, at least English-speaking expert. He is the author of Shattered Sword, on the Battle of Midway, and on a forthcoming and much anticipated book on the war in 1942. So without further ado, here's our chair, John Parshall.
Well, good morning, everyone, and good morning to our online audience as well. We wanted to kick off proceedings this morning with a discussion around what I think is one of the most fascinating and also terrible portions of the Second World War, with the capture of the Marianas Islands in August of 1944. The United States had achieved one of the core tenets of its war strategy in the Pacific, namely grabbing a chunk of real estate that was proximate enough to the Japanese home islands that we could begin the process of either blockading them into submission or bombing them into ruin, preparatory to a potential invasion. And it was hoped, of course, that these 2 operations, which we might think of today as being sort of shaping the battlefield, might be sufficient in their own rights to come to the capitulation of the Japanese Empire, but it was obviously not known. And so to discuss those with me, of course, John Kuhn, who's the only naval aviator at the Army Staff College and a longtime friend, and then my co-historian, James Scott, who's been with me on several trips in the Pacific. And John, you're first up. I have my mighty stopwatch of doom, so we will kick things off.
Thank you, John.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that. Let's see if we can make this work. Oh, okay, they can see it down in front? Okay, all right. So thank you for coming this morning. Good morning. We'll get right to it because he's got me on the stopwatch, so I got to move out smartly here. I picked this picture because it kind of captures sort of some of the nuance and the sort of some of the less than nuanced sort of end game in the World War II in the Asia Pacific region, the last year of the war. Let's see if I can make this advance.
There we go.
Before I start, I had a slide up there. It might appear later, and it's this idea that I work for the Army. So these are my personal opinions. They don't belong to the Department of the Army, the Department of the Navy, the Department of Defense, or the federal government, just to make sure we get that out there. All right, let's talk about Japanese culture, shall we? Japanese decision-making is really an alien thing to most Westerners. And for World War II, the Japanese decision-making piece was centered on this idea of kokutai. And if you're ever wondering what the Japanese goals become as the war sort of progressively worsens and Japan is faced with military defeats at almost at all points of the compass, it becomes this idea that they're going to preserve the kokutai. Well, what is the kokutai? Kokutai is the national spirit. It's embodied not just by the emperor and his family, but by the imperial relics and by the overall kami, or spirit of the Japanese people. The physical manifestations are the emperor and the imperial relics. And so the idea is we have to maintain the kokutai. So the Japanese admirals and the Japanese generals, this is their goal, is to prevent the kokutai from going away, and they're worried that the Allies' unconditional surrender and then later enumerated at Potsdam Declaration conditions will remove the kokutai from Japan, and that will destroy Japan spiritually and culturally. So, I mean, this is absolutely critical to understanding why they make the decisions they do, which seem to us in the West as intransigent. And that's what drives our goals for this. Well, here's the laydown. So at the top is the emperor, but the emperor rarely makes a decision. He's the head of the Supreme Council for the direction of the war. Not that many meetings by this council once the war begins in 1937 in China, but his main executive body for decision-making is the Supreme Military Council. Something that's fascinating about this slide is, does anybody see the prime minister here? Well, of course, Tojo is the war minister. He's the prime minister. But if the prime minister had been a civilian, he would not have fit into the strategic decision-making of the Supreme Council for the direction of the war. Also note the board of admirals, of marshals and admirals. These are the genro. So these are the great heroes from previous engagements, wars. They're not active duty anymore, but they're still a major collective voice. And so any decision-making about Japan accepting the Potsdam Declaration or accepting or beginning even negotiations is going to also have to go through them. So this is a form of consensus decision-making that's somewhat alien to us in the United States. And the emperor's piece of this is to either agree or disagree. And oftentimes the emperor won't do anything. He'll just kind of sit there, and people kind of have to guess whether or not they got a consensus on a decision. So the reason I'm going into detail about this is we're trying to get the Japanese to negotiate and trying to get the Japanese to come through the Soviets and say, hey, we're ready to talk, we're ready to surrender. But getting that decision from the Japanese just becomes more and more difficult as the last year of the war grinds on. And this is one of the reasons, not the only reason, but the decision-making machinery in Tokyo is part of that. Well, there's the Suzuki cabinet. This is going to be the cabinet that's in place at the end of the war. Admiral Suzuki is actually the second prime minister after Tojo resigns. After the defeat in the Marianas, Tojo is the prime minister, and he resigns. He's actually the second guy after that. There was an interim prime minister whose name I can't recall right now. And he's an admiral. Suzuki is an admiral. About half of this cabinet is leaning towards talking. The other half of the cabinet, particularly the war minister, General Anami, are against talking to the Allies. And again, it's sort of a one-man veto here. So anybody can sort of veto things. So how do you get to this? How do you get these guys to surrender? How do you get them to lay down their arms? Well, there's two ways. So now we're going to switch hats. Okay, we're going to go from Japanese decision-making, culture, difficulty, constraint, and we're going to go to this idea of American allied coalition strategy. And it really is a coalition strategy. It's agreed, at all these various conferences from Casablanca to Tehran to Yalta to Potsdam, that Japan is basically going to get the same deal as Germany, unconditional surrender. And the terms of that are enumerated in the Potsdam Declaration. It's not quite clear if the Allies are going to leave the emperor in charge. It's kind of fuzzy and vague in the language of the Potsdam Declaration, all right? And so the Japanese are kind of left wondering, well, will Kokutai survive if we accept the Potsdam Declaration? So there's two ways to do this. The first way is something called the Strangle Plan. That's the original way. Initially, right after World War I, Harry Yarnell with William Pye and H.H. Frost wrote an article or wrote a monograph that actually examined this, and they said the U.S. Navy, it was impractical for the United States Navy to conduct a blockade of Japan, should that become the case. By 1937, that was no longer impractical. By that point, Yarnell was pretty high up, so was Pye in the Navy, and the Strangle Plan essentially becomes the end state for War Plan Orange. We'll defeat the Japanese Navy, establish command of the sea, and then we'll bomb and blockade Japan into submission with economic warfare and starvation. The second way is the way we did it against the Germans. We're going to put boots on the ground in the enemy's capital city, all right? And the first way kind of underwrites the second way, all right? So the first way is a means to kind of get to that second way. It might end the war all on its own, blockade and bombing. There's still a lot of talk about this, and hopefully in questions we can explore it further. But General Marshall and the combined chiefs of staff generally believed that the war in Asia was going to end like the war in Europe ended, with boots on the ground in the Kanto Plain. Notice, the atomic bombs aren't part of the calculus. The first way underwrites the second way. So if you can get command of the sea and start bombing Japan and blockading Japan, you're going to set it up to make the invasion easier. Now, everything in war is simple, but the simplest things are difficult. So again, it's it'll make it easier. But we're talking about making a very, very difficult set of invasions. First in Kyushu, and then in the Kanto Plain. Those invasions will still be incredibly difficult. Nobody underestimated what those invasions might cost. So the means to do that first piece, once we have sort of general command of the sea in the Western Pacific, and this pretty much occurs after the Battle of Leyte Gulf, somewhere between the battles of the Philippine Sea and the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the United States Navy has sort of the naval equivalent of air superiority. They can kind of go and do whatever they want, all right? There's a little problem around Okinawa with kamikazes. They have to deal with that. It gives them a preview of how dangerous it's going to be once they get in close to Japan. But the main target in these last years of the war, the last 18 months of the years of the war, is Japanese economy. The naval means to do this are submarines, naval-delivered mines in the air with naval aviation, not just on carriers, but on land-based air, because the Navy is finally given the ability to use land-based air during the war, and then, of course, surface fires. And I'm going to go through this at light speed. So here are the numbers for the submarines. Now, these come from Admiral King's reports to the Secretary of the Navy. And GWT is gross weight tonnage. As you'll notice, the submarine campaign kind of gets a flat start, all right? The total tonnage there, is almost like a monthly tonnage total for the U-boat war, and some of the months for the U-boat war are in World War I. It's very underwhelming in 1942. 580,000 tons is not much when the Japanese have something between 7 and 8 million tons of shipping. But by 1943, the numbers begin to go up. We sort of all know why. It had to do with doctrine, it had to do with leadership, and it had to do with fixing broken torpedoes, all right? But once all those things come together, the numbers go way up. And by 1944, the U.S. submarine and Allied submarine force, because remember there's British and Dutch submarines involved as well, sink their greatest totals, okay? By the time we get to 1945, this goes down, all right? this goes down. Why so few in the last 8 months of the war? Why do they go down? One of the reasons, fewer targets, okay? Another reason is you're starting to sink more and more ships in the littoral areas, which are difficult for submarines with airplanes. Not just Navy airplanes, but Army airplanes and Marine airplanes. Okay? There's naval aviation doing some sinking there. The sinkings that had occurred in the island campaigns, but after the capture of the Philippines, the sinkings by airplanes, both Navy, Army, and Marine, go way, way up. All right, as you can see here. Total carrier-based sinkings for Japanese merchant shipping is pretty healthy. 16% sunk by just carrier-based air alone. Land-based aviation will throw in another 500. Surface is the worst. You know, you can sink ships with other ships. The United States doesn't develop a policy of raiders like the Germans do with these highly successful merchant ship raiders. And actually, the United States surface forces don't sink any more than the Japanese lost to accidents alone. It's a rather startling number there. But it shows you it's really the long-range platforms, submarines and air, that are sinking everything. Okay, so hypothesis or thesis, this is sort of my dry academic way of saying most of the maritime traffic that's being eliminated, that's key to the Japanese supply chains and infrastructure in the last year of the war, is being sunk by airplanes and mines. And we'll talk a little bit more about mines, but submarine-delivered mines, but mostly air-delivered mines, okay? So you're sinking a lot of things, and this is critical to sort of breaking Japan's economy. The numbers for this come from the Strategic Bombing Survey Far East. It was put together by guys like Paul Nitze and John Kenneth Galbraith. This is causing immense difficulties in Japan. And the Japanese know it. So all those guys that are in the Supreme Council for the direction of the war, they see things. However, they're ready to go all the way to 60 million men, women, and child. They're ready to die to the last man, woman, and child in Japan. So it's having an effect, but it's sort of like boiling the frog in water, right? The frog refuses to jump out of the water. So this is a very, very successful economic warfare campaign, but it does not bring resolution all on its own. We all know about the atomic bombs and their role. When I sort of thought about, the stuff that kind of got the Japanese to make the decision, it wasn't just the bombs. It was the bombs. It was the Soviets. It was the threat of using nuclear weapons in the invasion. It was the threat of using weapons of mass destruction like gas in the invasion. There's the Soviets. But I thought about it. I wonder how many ships, were destroyed when we dropped that bomb on Nagasaki. So at the very least, we were still strangling the Japanese economy. And it continued to strangle because we had destroyed those infrastructures and supply chains so effectively in the last year of the war. But this sort of miracle that occurs at the end of the war with the confluence of all of these sort of shocks eventually convinces the emperor that he's got one decision to make, and he makes it, and he accepts the Potsdam Declaration, although his advisors take over a week to write the imperial rescript to make sure the language is just right and doesn't include the word surrender. And I look forward to your questions. I know I kind of blew through the numbers there, but we can revisit those if you want during the question period. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did I run over?
That's all good.
Good morning. So, hope everybody is doing well, bright and early. Mm-hmm. We're queuing up the slides now. John, thank you for the excellent overview of the Japanese policy and, of course, the Navy's efforts to strangle the homeland. I'm going to jump in this morning and tackle the contribution of the Army Air Forces. And as you will see, the efforts of the Army and the Navy functioned really as a 1-2 punch to the Japanese in that last year of the war. For the Air Service, there were two components to that mission. The first was the aerial mining campaign known as Operation Starvation. And the second, there was the firebombing campaign that ultimately destroyed more than 170 square miles of Japan's cities. And these operations ran concurrently in 1945. Now to start, however, I want to back up to November 1944 when the Army Air Forces began its first bombing missions against the Japanese homeland from the Mariana Islands. Now, the capture of the Mariana Islands of Saipan, Tinian, and Guam in the summer of 1944 put Japan's major cities for the first time in range of American bombers. And we aren't just talking about any bombers. These were, of course, the brand new B-29 Super Fortresses, Boeing's aeronautical monster. With a tail that rose as high as a 3-story building, the Super Fortress boasted the largest propellers ever put on an airplane, with a sprawling 141-foot wingspan. That's 20 feet longer than the Wright brothers' first flight. These bombers had cost taxpayers a staggering $3.7 billion, making the B-29 the single most expensive weapon system of the war, costing almost twice as much, in fact, as the atomic bomb. Now, these early missions were commanded by Brigadier General Haywood Hansell, who had served as one of the principal architects of America's air war against Germany. Hansell had helped develop the concept of high-altitude daylight precision bombing, the strategy we used in Europe, which he viewed as morally superior to the firebombing of cities, like what the British were doing throughout the European campaign. The problem, as Hansell soon discovered, however, was that, unlike Germany, impenetrable clouds often blanketed the island nation of Japan, limiting visibility some months to as little as just 3 days. In addition, crews battled hellacious jet streams over the Japanese Empire that raged at speeds of up to 230 miles per hour and wrecked bombing accuracy. Hansell's early missions were designed to knock out Japan's aircraft industry in order to gain superiority of the air, but his post-strike photos revealed that his pilots were lucky to hit within 1,000 feet of the target, much less destroy it. By the end of 1944, despite having flown 8 missions against Tokyo and Nagoya, Hansell had failed to destroy a single factory. Japan's war machine still hummed. General Hap Arnold, who was commander of the Army Air Forces, fired Hansell in January of 1945, and he replaced him with Major General Curtis LeMay, who at the time was just 38 years old. LeMay was a pragmatist. He was also an engineer by training and a problem solver. And like Hansell, LeMay initially adhered to America's strategy of daylight, high-altitude precision bombing. And like his predecessor, he struggled with Japan's terrible cloud cover and its ferocious jet streams, which combined to stymie his attacks. As the days turned to weeks and America's bombing results failed to improve, LeMay sensed that the buzzards were circling. Something had to change, and fast. And with this in mind, LeMay made what proved to be one of the most consequential decisions of the war. He would abandon America's strategy of daylight, high-altitude precision bombing and instead firebomb Japanese cities at night. And for his first major raid, he set his sights on Tokyo. The March 9, 1945 raid devoured an astonishing 15.8 square miles of the enemy's capital, reducing the heart of Tokyo to an apocalyptic wasteland of smoldering ruins, interrupted only by the occasional brick chimney of a torched bathhouse or factory, like you can see here. The inferno claimed the lives of 105,000 men, women, and children. That sum is more than 4 times the number killed in the firebombing of Dresden, and more even than those who initially had died in the atomic attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The strike wounded more than 40,000 others and left 1 million people homeless. Literally 1 out of every 4 buildings in Tokyo vanished. The lack of any public backlash for that raid served as a green light for LeMay, who, anxious to capitalize on success before Japan adapted to these tactics, went on and ordered his bombers to immediately hit Nagoya, Osaka, Kobe, and Nagoya again. In 5 missions flown over a span of less than 10 days, LeMay's bombers scorched a staggering 32 square miles of 4 of Japan's largest cities. At about the same time, LeMay was ordered to participate in Operation Starvation, which was the Navy's efforts to mine the empire's waters. These efforts were designed to support the submarine blockade that John just talked about and further cut off imports of vital war materials. LeMay was initially reluctant to tackle this operation because he did not want to do anything that would distract from his strategic bombing, but he later acknowledged the operation's great success. Over more than 1,500 sorties, LeMay's B-29s planted more than 12,000 mines in the waters of Japan, China, and Korea. Those undersea weapons sank 294 ships and knocked another 137 out of the war. 239 other Japanese ships ended up in repair yards. That averaged out to 5 ships sunk or damaged every day from March to the end of the war. So you can see it had a real tremendous impact on the Japanese. With his mining operation underway, LeMay shifted his focus back to firebombing Japan's cities. The 32 square miles his bombers destroyed in March more than tripled by June. His bombers burned 102 square miles out of Tokyo, Osaka, Nagoya, Yokohama, Kobe, and Kawasaki. With Japan's 6 major industrial cities largely in ruins, American forces turned their attention to secondary and even tertiary-sized cities. The tempo of attacks likewise increased as more bombers and crews arrived each month in the Marianas. As a result, literally 1 out of every 3 Japanese people would personally experience these raids, and while 1 out of 5 would suffer the loss of property. Quote, air raids, as one post-war report concluded, brought the war home psychologically as well as physically to the Japanese people. So what was the impact like in Japan? Outside of a few industries like fish oil and sulfur, Japan had almost no material self-sufficiency, forced to import even its most basic food source, rice. The blockade only exacerbated those challenges, slashing vital imports of oil, rubber, metals, and food. Government scrap drives, which collected everything from temple bells to home hibachis, failed to keep up. The loss of oil, of course, proved to be one of the biggest calamities, forcing engineers to scrounge for substitutes, including a failed attempt to make gasoline from shale and sardines. But few such desperate measures helped. The loss of fuel, in fact, would in the end spark the creation of the nation's Kamikaze Corps, which made its first combat appearance during the Battle of Leyte Gulf in the Philippines. The impact of the blockade reverberated on the home front as well, where the average caloric intake in the last year of the war dropped down to about 1,600 calories. The infant mortality rate climbed, while new mothers often proved too malnourished to produce milk, forcing hospitals to bottle feed newborns radish and turnip juices, both rich in vitamin C. Older children suffered rickets, which is a disease sparked by prolonged vitamin D deficiency that causes soft and deformed bones. Added to the hunger and exhaustion was the nightly threat of bombings. Across Japan, more than 8.5 million people fled to the countryside. Roughly 1/4 of the nation's entire urban population fled. That inundation of people into the country's rural areas, of course, created added hardships and frictions. Quote, the food problems were the chief cause of this, one schoolmaster testified after the war. There simply wasn't enough for everyone. Those who chose to remain in the cities often suffered post-traumatic stress as the attacks continued. And an estimated 237,000 people ultimately settled in the scorched ruins of Tokyo, hoping that American bombers would not target those hard-hit areas again. Similar stories played out in other major cities like Osaka and Yokohama. And life in the ruins was hard as men, women, and children bedded down in shanties made from salvaged metal without electricity or water. Garbage and waste littered the air over which hung the smell of human excrement. Every day I burned scraps of wood taken from destroyed houses to cook my meals, writer and playwright Kafu Nagai wrote in his diary. Life in a defeated country. No water, no fire. One can fairly say that we have reached the extreme of misery. LeMay's campaign culminated on the morning of August 6th. The atomic attack on Hiroshima followed 73 hours later by the atomic attack on Nagasaki. Only then, with dozens of its cities in ruin, did the Japanese government finally surrender. In the 159 days from his strike on Tokyo until Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's intention to surrender, LeMay torched 66 Japanese cities for a total of 178 square miles. Tokyo suffered the worst. Over multiple attacks, airmen burned 56 square miles of the capital. To put that in perspective, that's almost 3 times the size of Manhattan Island. All told, America's bombing campaign against the Japanese homeland killed more than 330,000 people, injured nearly 500,000 others, and left 8.5 million people homeless. But truthfully, it was the combination of the air attacks and the sea blockade that crippled Japan's economy. Quote, Japan's economy, one post-war report concluded, was in large measure being destroyed twice over. Once by cutting off imports, and secondly, by the air attack. Thank you very much.
Nice job.
Cool.
It's a lot to try to pack in.
Photos, man.
Yeah.
All right. Well, as in my august position as chair, I get to kick off the first questions. And Actually, I wanted to ask you, John. You had the one slide there with the sort of the org chart of the empire, and you commented about how it was extremely militario-centric, if you will. How do we actually then get to the big six, where we have Suzuki, the prime minister, and also the foreign minister, Togo, are inserted into the process as well? Any comments on that?
Again, it's consensus decision making, and there's a key guy who's sort of the guy in the wings. It's the Marquis Kido,
Right.
And he's sort of the guy who translates the emperor's pleasure or displeasure. And of course, for the last year of the war, it's mostly displeasure. It's why Tojo has to resign. It's why his successor has to resign. And it's why Suzuki himself is also in danger. Suzuki had been very pro-war at the beginning of the war. But those six guys that you're talking, the war minister, the Navy minister, the chief of the Navy General Staff, the chief of the Army General Staff, the prime minister, convincing those guys, we get to the point where it's 5-1, all right? Now some of them are like agreeing to accept Potsdam under duress. But, the dynamic of the emperor agreeing here is absolutely constrained by the formality of the pro forma stuff that has to take place around the emperor. Whenever the emperor communicates, he's a god speaking. So that's why Kido has sort of got a channel for the emperor. And so during these last period of the war, it's particularly the last month, from early July until we get to August 8, 9, and 10. They're slowly coming over to the peace party side. But it's a very militarist organization. They don't want to be the ones that will be responsible for the posterity of Japan for eliminating the national kokutai. And so Anami is the last holdout. Right. And so the way to get to these guys is via military means. The fire bombings are what we would call at the Army Command and General Staff College enabling operations, okay? They can see the destruction. However, these guys are dead enders. I mean, they're hardcore. They've got thousands of gallons of aviation gasoline stored away in the mountains of Kyushu. They've got 7,000 aircraft ready to go for kamikaze operations. They have carefully conserved pilots to both be pathfinders, these are the guys that don't have to kill themselves, as well as to take off and go hit American ships. So they're not convinced that this is worth it. They actually try to kidnap the emperor and move him up to Nikko, to the command center at Nikko. They take one of the imperial relics. I think it's the sword. No, the sword gets dropped in a strait earlier. But it's one of the relics. They actually move one of the relics up to Nikko, and they think the emperor will follow it up there. And he goes, no, I'm staying here. And their argument is, they're firebombing your hometown, Hirohito. You could go up in smoke and flames. We need to protect you and put you in a cave up in Nikko in the Japanese Alps there.
Yeah, except that he recognizes, of course, that now places me directly under the Army's control. And
right, and he's got brothers, okay? So, and Rich Frank has gone into this, but Hirohito's also worried the complete structure of the state is going to collapse. Right. You can push the Japanese people only so far, and then you get anarchy. And then who's going to surrender? Right. Who's going to surrender those 1.9 million Japanese troops in China who really haven't been defeated yet? Who's going to, although the Soviets are going to do a lot of work on that's going to help. Yeah. But so what does it is the bombs. And it's not the first bomb, it's the second bomb. Right. The second bomb proves to the Japanese that not only the Americans can do a one-off with this horrible new weapon, which they don't know what it is, they just know it vaporizes cities, but it vaporizes. And so if you can vaporize cities, you can vaporize the beach defenses in Kyushu. Right. And that's what convinces Anami our military plan to force the Americans to have so many casualties, 500,000 casualties in Kyushu, millions of casualties in Honshu, it's bankrupt. Anami does not say, I agree to Potsdam. He just says, I agree to just not decide and go with but he never says yes. Right. He goes home and he prepares his suicide and kills himself.
Right. And good riddance.
And good riddance.
Good
Oh,
riddance.
yes. Yeah, he saved us the trouble, didn't he?
Yes, yes, he did. For James, I was wondering, LeMay was not enthusiastic about Operation Starvation to begin with.
Yeah.
Was there opposition to that operation on the Joint Chiefs, such that there had to be wrangling between the Joint Chiefs, or did Nimitz just basically walk in to LeMay's office virtually as theater commander and say, you're going to do this? How did that all work?
You know, when they set up the 20th Air Force, the caveat all along was, of course, when Hap Arnold really wanted his own independent air service, and of course, when the B-29 is about to come online, it's this revolutionary new bomber. He did not want it to be used as a tactical bomber. He was afraid that it would be absorbed by MacArthur or by Nimitz, and it would just be an auxiliary to either the Army or the Navy. He very much saw this as an independent warfighting platform to do exactly what LeMay did with it. And so in order to prevent that, having such dominant personalities in the Pacific, he came up with the idea to create the 20th Air Force. And he would actually run that Air Force himself out of Washington. And so he pitched that idea to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They greenlit that, so he technically was the commander of it, and then his subordinate, first Hansel, and then LeMay would be the ones to execute that operation. In order to sort of get the approval of the other Joint Chiefs for this sort of very unorthodox setup, he had to agree that when necessary, the B-29s would be diverted to help out. And so it wasn't just Operation Starvation. They also targeted a lot of airfields and things like that in advance of Okinawa and whatnot. And so, you know, LeMay periodically had to do that, and he did it begrudgingly. I think with Operation Starvation, however, he very much came around to the idea of realizing the value of it and later wrote in his memoir, hey, this actually turned out to be a really good thing. By this point, too, he's getting more and more bombers coming in, and so more and more air crews. So he's able actually just to designate one air wing and say, you guys alone are going to handle Operation Starvation, and I'm going to continue doing firebombing cities over here, particularly as the air war ramps up in June and July. And of course, at that time, the mining is still going on, the city busting is still going on. Quite frankly, he's really running out of targets, and so he almost has more crews and bombs and things like that than he can do. So instead of hitting one city with 500 or 1,000 bombers a night, he's then spreading them out, and he's going after 4 or 5 different cities at a time each night. And so, and of course, Japan's air defenses at that point are virtually nil. They've aggregated all of their fighters and anti-aircraft around a couple major cities, and now he's targeting secondary cities. They can't keep up. And so, quite frankly, he really, it all, I mean, it just becomes just this tidal wave of American air power that's washing over Japan at that point. So, so Operation Starvation, of course, was just one part of it.
Because it only took up, Starvation only consumed about like 5% of LeMay's overall sorties. Is that correct?
It's not a huge amount, no.
Yeah.
And the return on the investment is tremendous.
Yeah, big bang for the buck.
Immense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my follow-on question then was going to be to comment about, you know, what was the working relationship like between Nimitz and LeMay, but that sounds like it's basically
Actually, they got
moot.
along well.
Oh, did
yeah,
they?
no, I mean, Nimitz was a pretty low-key guy and easy to get along with, and LeMay didn't really, I mean, he didn't have any real tensions there with him, so.
All right. One thing, John, that you skated over for the sake of time, but I've always kind of wondered about, of course, there were actual surface operations against the Japanese mainland. You know, at one point in time, we sailed a battleship force up the coast and, you know, shelled the Kamaishi Ironworks or something like that. I've always thought to myself that the actual practical effect of those bombardments was relatively minor, and it was really more a PR stunt than anything else, a morale breaker for the Japanese. But do you have any comment on that?
Well, certainly the authors of the Strategic Bombing Survey for the Far East, they just looked at the numbers, and the numbers didn't seem significant to them.
Yeah.
I mean, you're getting so much bang for the buck in mining the littorals and just destroying, you know, that as an infrastructure. I mean, when cities, if you've been to Japan, it's one big mountain. And so it's not easy to move around. Anybody who's driven from Tokyo to Atsugi could tell you it's not easy to get around Japan, and even it was even harder back then. So you have to move things via the waterways. And so I agree with John. I think the battleships and surface bombardments, that was more of a PR stunt. It was sort of a demonstration, though. Hey, we can sail with impunity off your coasts and bombard your cities, you know. I mean, earlier in the war, you'd had some crazy submarine skippers, Fluky, you know, that left their submarines and blew up trains and stuff like that. And those were more, you know, it was more sort of high-profile, daring-do, you know, good for the home front, but and maybe good for the budget, you know, for the service. But in terms of practical effect, relatively minor. Relatively was from a risk assessment standpoint, probably a little risky. Maybe a little too risky. Because that's a big investment, a battleship, and it takes it's easy to sink a battleship with a mine. Just ask the Russians.
Right. Fair enough. I'd actually like to turn it over to the audience at this point and get some Q&A going. I'm sort of springing that on Jeremy. I see him pacing now. He's like, thanks, Partial. Appreciate you, brother.
It's too early. Thank you, John. Thank you, John, and thank you, James, for a wonderful start to our morning. We're going to start to your left, about halfway back.
Just to kind of build off of what John presented, was there actually like a surface naval strategy implemented besides the PR stunts and the submarine skippers to actually like station off of the harbors and start picking off the merchant ships or to shell harbor facilities? Or was it just straight PR stunts? There was no actual naval strategy to it?
Well, that's an area that I think is ripe for research. But part of what's going on here is there's a lot of sort of audibles being called, to use a football metaphor. There's it's a lot of operations, a lot of good ideas are coming up because now all of a sudden you've got all of these capabilities. But we forget about the impact of iceberg, of the invasion of Okinawa. I mean, the U.S. fleet is very much tied up by Okinawa. So people are thinking about doing this, but as long as you've got this unsolved problem with Ketsugo as a kamikaze campaign during iceberg, the fleet is really having difficulties. You've got so many damaged warships. Yeah, there are undamaged warships. You can send a battleship up there. The Navy hadn't really looked at using surface ships as sort of an economic component. Their idea of the blockade was that that they would go after, that they would do sort of an open, far or distant blockade and sort of cut the Japanese resources. I think they thought in the interwar period surface ships might play a bigger role in interdicting that. But when we get into the end game here, where we're really in the western Pacific, close to the Japanese islands, I don't think there was a lot of effort going into it. I mean, there were plans and operations underway. Because, quite frankly, the end of the war took everybody by surprise. It really did. I think the end of World War II in the Pacific was, the way it ended and the way it ended so quickly, I think it kind of surprised everybody. I don't think they thought it was going to go that way. I've called it a succession of things that leads to sort of a miracle. I have a brief on that I used to give. But it takes everybody by surprise. So there are plans, but I don't know how mature they are. You've only got about, after Okinawa's over, and most of the planning is going into the invasion, too. You have to remember, most of the naval planning is going into Olympic and Coronet. Olympic is for the invasion of Kyushu, and Coronet is the invasion of Honshu. And we might hear some more on this from Dennis John Greco later in the conference. Yep. So that's my take, but hey, it's open for research. Go for it. Yeah.
We're going to go in the back to your left, please.
Thank you, Jeremy. Gentlemen, thank you for a wonderful presentation. I was impressed with the staggering number of naval mines used in the process. What became of that legacy, and who dealt with those naval mines?
Yeah, so actually I'll jump in and I'll let you jump in too. One of the places that we go to on the Japan tour that the museum runs, we go down to Kure, to first the Kure Maritime Museum, and then right across the street there is a museum to the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Forces. And the bulk of the exhibits in there are talking about their post-war development of mine clearing capabilities. Because, of course, their harbors at this point were just absolutely festooned with mines. And to this day, the JMSDF is extremely proficient in mine clearing, and it all comes about as a result of their post-war experience developing that capability just to be able to clear their harbors out so that they could resume first intra-island commerce and then wider commerce as well.
Yeah, the only thing I'll add is actually during the war, they were so desperate to be able to break through there that they used suicide boats. just to be able to clear in order to keep commerce coming and going. So before the end of the war.
Yeah, it absolutely shut them down.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
All the way in the back to the far left with Connie.
A couple of years ago, Malcolm Gladwell wrote a quite popular book about this whole subject, so I'm curious what any of you guys think about his treatment of it. And if I remember correctly, he portrays Haywood Hansel as this somewhat noble but tragic figure, so I'm curious what you think of that interpretation of things.
I couldn't hear the question. What was it?
Hansel is a noble and tragic figure, but
Oh,
I don't know
gotcha.
who the author. Who's the author you were mentioning? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, Hansel is actually, I think, a very fascinating individual. He was a huge believer. He was a very gentle human being. He was a father. He had several children. He was a big Shakespeare lover. He wrote poetry. He was just a gentle soul, and I think the idea of burning cities and moving to total war was something that very much bothered him. And quite frankly, his firing by Hap Arnold, it was a huge blow that impacted him for the rest of his life. And if you go and you spend time looking at his papers, which are out at the Air Force Academy library there, you see as he's writing, because he spends a lot of his post-war career looking back and writing. He wrote several books on air power. He carried on extensive correspondence with others like Ira Eaker, he was friends with, other senior air leaders. And that resentment sort of stayed with him for the rest of his life. He never forgave Hap Arnold for that. Now, what's interesting, however, is LeMay, his successor, and had actually been his subordinate in the European theater.
Yeah.
In fact, if you go through LeMay's personnel file, you will find that it was Hansel that recommended him to be promoted to brigadier general. It was Hansel that had commendations done for him for his work, for LeMay's work in the European theater. But when LeMay takes over for him in Guam, LeMay actually outranks him at that point by a star. And Hansel never held that against LeMay. In fact, he was asked after the war who were some of the great leaders of the war, and he actually singled out Curtis LeMay for his campaign against Japan, and particularly sort of the firebombing, and being that it was LeMay's decision, he alone made it, and that he should be commended for that. Hansel did not, he kind of wavered if you look at his writings later on. I mean, sometimes he would say, yes, it worked, and other times he would say, I still think we could have won through high-altitude precision bombing. But the fact of the matter is, time was not on his side. The American public was not going to wait for years for us to figure this out and to be able to bomb Japan into submission that way. The pressure was on for us to hurry up and end this war. And had it not been Hansel or LeMay, it would have been somebody else that would have come in and taken that. But Hansel is I find him to be a very fascinating individual, just like I find LeMay to be that way as well.
I was just going to comment in the context of this 1942 book that I've been working on for a quarter of my lifetime. Sort of the mental image that you have in that year that I have is of a man on a ladder climbing down with one foot on one rung and the other is already sunk down. And in my mind, the 8th Air Force comes into that war with all these, I don't want to say highfalutin, but highfalutin ideals. We're not going to bomb women and kids. Bomber Command, of course, has already stepped down to the lower rung and no, we're bombing these cities flat. Fast forward, of course, to 1945, and we end the war in the fashion that we end the war. And the bottom line is that we can only be as moral as our bombing technology the day will allow us to be.
Yeah.
And given the meteorological conditions that pertain over Japan, precision bombing just isn't going to work, and we got to get this thing over with.
No, we would have been set up to continue a bombing campaign that would have gone on for years. I mean, and there's simply the domestic pressure to hurry up and end the war, particularly when Germany is out. I mean, one of the first questions that Truman gets asked at his first press conference in 1945 is, when are you going to bring horse racing back? Because during the war, it was a prohibition on it. I mean, the American public was ready. They wanted to buy cars again. They were tired of the rationing and stuff like that. So there was this huge domestic pressure to return.
Just get it over.
Yeah.
Next question is going to be to your right, about halfway back.
Had we not had the bomb, could the blockade and the bombing force Japan to surrender without an invasion?
I'll let you go first,
Yeah.
James. Yeah, and then I'll tag.
I think General Marshall had actually raised the question of, like, if we burned up Tokyo, 16 square miles, killed 105,000 people, and that did not bring them to the surrender table, why is this bomb going to be any different? And so, I mean, I think there were those concerns, and I think after the bombing of Hiroshima, There was, that was a very tense 48-hour period after that when we were looking for signals out of Japan as to what response this was going to have. As John noted earlier, it's the Nagasaki bomb that actually is what gets us over that threshold. And quite frankly, the smartest decision made was to drop that bomb immediately thereafter, because it communicated to the Japanese that, hey, we knew we only had 2 of them at that point, but they didn't know that. And if we can drop them 73 hours apart from one another, we could drop these things, every 3 days from here till the end of time. And they just knew at that point the game was up. So they were looking for some sort of face-saving way out. I mean, because at that point, you have to remember, Japan's economy is completely destroyed. Their society is unraveling. Their people are starving. They're having a huge exodus from the cities. There's not enough food, things like that. They're staring down a potential famine in 1946 because the rice crops are toast. I mean, they really know they can't hold out, and of course they're looking for some sort of way out. And so the atomic bomb gives them that ticket.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, this is one of the things that's documented really well in Rich Frank's Downfall, is the fact that the Japanese railway network is also incredibly important for internal food distribution, and the main trunk lines that run the length of Japan have a number of critical tunnels, and we were about to go after that. And the railway network was already sort of on the brink of collapse. If the railways go down, food distribution goes down, there's absolutely no way that Japan was going to come through the winter of 45, 46 without massive starvation. So, eventually blockade's going to work.
I mean, it was so bad that by early 45, they were actually taking shipments and saying, all right, instead of bringing in bauxite or rubber or other things like that, we're going to have to bring in food from elsewhere, because the Japanese simply, as John noted, it's 85% mountainous. Okay, they literally, and it's a heavily dense urban population. People were eating dandelions, they were eating acorns, they were eating snakes. You could not find a stray animal anywhere in a major city because it either starved or been eaten. So the food crisis was extreme in Japan at that point. And the Japanese lived a very meager diet at that time compared to the United States. They were not big consumers of protein, of eggs, meat, and things like that. Their diets were fish, bean paste, rice, and things like that. So they were used to a trimmer diet, and even then it was having huge health impacts on people in Japan.
Yeah, remember, they'd been at war since 1937.
Exactly.
And so there was this slow process of instituting controls, limitations, rationing that occurred, even before the war had begun in Europe. Yeah. They'd started to implement some of those measures. Yet the other thing here is, when you talk about, would a blockade and conventional bombing campaign have succeeded, without dropping the atomic bombs? Again, I think I've made the point that the key decision makers are those 6 guys. The Russian invasion, one of the holdouts there after June, after Potsdam, is the foreign minister. He's still holding out hope that the Soviets are going to broker a peace, even though the Soviets break off diplomatic relations. And so the Soviet invasion, August Storm with the 3 army groups, forecloses that. That occurs the night before, about 24 hours before Nagasaki happens. And so that actually provides a way out, because now there's military defeat in China, and you've had a couple of Japanese military generals in the Kwantung Army in Manchuria who've been defeated. Now that takes place as the whole acceptance of the Potsdam Declaration after the Nagasaki bomb is taking place, but there's ongoing war in Manchuria after the bomb. So World War II in Asia doesn't end with that second bomb on Nagasaki. It doesn't end for a couple weeks. There's operations in the Kurils, and again, I think John Craig will talk about some of this. Yeah. So that's also part of the problem, but if the real problem is, what if authority collapses in Japan? What if the military kidnaps Hirohito, as John mentioned? Who's going to order all those armies that are between Rangoon and Hokkaido to surrender? Yeah. And those armies are going to be critical in the post-war period to keep the peace. Part of the Phase 4 occupation force in Asia after the peace comes is the Japanese army. They turn around and police things until the Dutch, British, French can all come back. Yeah. So it's a really, so difficult problem. And I personally don't believe firebombing and the blockade would have done it. I think they would have made it worse, and you would have seen millions and millions, not just in Japan, but in China and Indochina, starve to death. It would have been a catastrophe of just immeasurable proportions, in my opinion.
Next question is going to be in the front row to your left, please.
I'd I'd like to take us back to the Hansel issue and LeMay. There's a historical precedent that when Cortez was taking over Mexico and they were fighting in Mexico City, the leader of Mexico was the religious leader. And he was hoping, they were praying and they were killing people, taking their hearts out and praying for relief. He had a very good military leader, but he wasn't leading. So Cortez, with very few men, some other Indians from other parts of the state, took over Mexico. The question is, I relate Hansel to the guy, the religious leader, because he was religiously, this idea of bombing and the bomber will get through is almost like a religious idea. I mean, they just build. And who do you want fighting for you? Do you want
Can you hold the mic up to your mouth? I'm sorry, I'm having problems hearing you. Thanks.
Do you really want a nice guy that, that believes in this almost religious theory? Or do you want somebody like Curtis May that's grounded in reality? Malcolm Gladwell wrote this pretty good book on error.
I'm sorry. Can we just answer that question? I just want to make sure that we've got time for other questions
Okay.
too. So.
Well, I just think that it's ridiculous that we would want a man like LeMay running.
Well, and I'll jump in on that real quick and say that was one of the biggest complaints about Hansel when Hap Arnold appointed him. Hansel and Arnold had a past history. Hansel had been his chief of staff at the creation of the 20th Air Force. In fact, it was Hansel that helped put in place some of the things that sort of paved the way for the creation of the 20th Air Force. Hansel had not been a super dynamic leader in Europe. When he comes back from Europe, he's actually passed over for promotion. A lot of people think his combat career is, at that point, is going to be over. They're stunned when Arnold elevates him to take command of the 21st Bomber Command. And it's really an issue at that point that comes down, I think, quite frankly, to loyalty. That was an incredibly difficult job to take over. Not only were you pioneering a new war, a new campaign there out of the Marianas, you were dealing with base development there, you were dealing with Japanese snipers, Japanese attacks, you were dealing with a troublesome new airplane. The B-29 was awesome, but its engines tended to catch on fire. You had crews that were inexperienced flying this new plane, so you had all of these factors, and quite frankly, Hansel was an academic. And I wrote a book about it as well, Black Snow, and in it I wrote that he was a planner, not a predator. And LeMay was a predator, and you needed a guy that was an operational combat commander, and that was Kurt LeMay.
We're going to get one last question in.
Thanks, as always. I've always regarded LeMay as the Ulysses Grant of World War II. That
he's the Sherman.
Yeah.
I use that analogy as well. He's the Sherman. He's
Yeah.
the city campaign, the burning campaign. Yep.
James, a question for you. Why do you think there was so little reaction to the firebombing of Tokyo, given that they had the reaction in Dresden? Do you think it was a racial component to that?
You know, so I'll tell you, I don't. And I know there's been a lot made out of War Without Mercy by John Dower, and it's a terrific book, but LeMay was never one that, he never viewed anything through the lens of race. He was a spreadsheet guy. He looked at numbers on a sheet. You know, how many people have you killed? How many cities have you burned? I mean, it was an analytical task for him. So race never really played any kind of component with LeMay. The American public, we were very concerned how the American public would react to this. In fact, the Air Force, right after that March 9th raid, was literally scouring editorial pages and looking at the congressional records to see if lawmakers were speaking out, what the press were saying, radio, things like that. Time magazine, however, pretty much put everybody's fears aside when they wrote, properly kindled, Japan's cities will burn like the autumn leaves. And that pretty much summed up how the American public viewed the firebombing campaign. You really got to get into war fatigue, exhaustion, how things are going at this point. People are tired of the war. They're ready for it to they're ready for it to end. You know, Europe's wrapping up. You're going to have a huge redeployment of troops. You know, either back to the States or back overseas. You know, there is a real effort to just sort of hurry up and get it over with. And I think that's probably the underlying thing more than anything else. also, I do think Pearl Harbor still remained. I mean, remember Pearl Harbor was without a doubt one of the most common expressions throughout. That and I shall return, probably two of the most common things. And that was a huge propaganda slogan. So,
Round of applause for our panel.
Thank you, gentlemen.
John, and James. They will all be out at the book signing retail station. And also during this 30-minute break, I'd recommend you go and check out our travel and conference table right outside the elevators so you can learn more about these great trips that John was trying to helpfully plug. We'll be back at 9:30 for our next session. Thank you. You good?
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other. And in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
The Allied cross-channel attack for the Battle of Normandy launched the liberation of Nazi-occupied Europe. It was codenamed Operation Overlord. This is World War II in two. I'm Mike Bell at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The Allies considered Nazi Germany the most dangerous of the Axis enemies. American commanders strongly believed, after wearing down Germany, a cross-channel attack would be necessary to liberate the oppressed people of Europe. At the Trident Conference in May 1943, both American and British leaders committed to a cross-channel attack the following year. Anxious for a second Allied front, Soviet leader Joseph Stalin pressed for a commander to be named. And in January 1944, U.S. General Dwight D. Eisenhower assumed supreme command of the headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force. Under Eisenhower were Allied land, air, and naval commands, each under a senior British officer. After being appointed, Eisenhower and his subordinates revised the preliminary plan for an amphibious assault on the Normandy coast, increasing the initial divisions from 3 to 5 and pushed for a 50-mile front. American divisions would land at beaches codenamed Utah and Omaha, the British at Sword and Gold, and the Canadians at Juneau. Codenamed Operation Neptune, the largest seaborne invasion of history was launched on D-Day, June 6, 1944. Paratroopers were dropped before the landings to protect the flanks and support the push from the beaches, while air attacks and fire from Navy ships would target German defenses. The Allied landings benefited from a dedicated air campaign and actions by the French resistance in the lead up to D-Day. An elaborate deception scheme also convinced the Germans that the Normandy attack was a diversion for a much larger invasion near Calais. Ultimately, the Allied force consisted of over 1,200 warships, including 7 battleships, over 4,000 landing craft and vessels, and 15,000 aircraft, with soldiers, sailors, and airmen from 15 Allied countries. Whether by parachute, glider, or amphibious assault craft, nearly 160,000 troops landed in Normandy on D-Day. In total, there were 10,300 Allied casualties, killed and wounded. The assault troops, though, gained a foothold on the continent that day and gradually expanded. On June 26th, the Americans captured the port of Cherbourg, and the British secured the city of Caen on July 21st. American forces broke out at St. Lo in late July and began the exploitation across France. Overlord set the conditions for the Allies to achieve the 3 objectives Eisenhower set for the war in Europe: destroy the German war machine, liberate the oppressed peoples under Nazi domination, and establish security for the Allied nations in a free world.
With no handrails, sir. Great. So we'll have
quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers, the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
I'm Kim Geist, Senior Curator and Director of Curatorial Affairs.
I'm Laura Frizzell, Archivist at the National World War II Museum.
This year marks the 80th anniversary of D-Day, and the museum is honored to care for thousands of artifacts and archival materials from that day. Some of the most personal items in our collection are letters. Letters written between service members and their families. Some of these letters, sadly, were their last communication home. like this letter, written just days before D-Day. Gordon Osland of the Army Coast Artillery Corps wrote a letter home to his wife, Chickie, telling her to remember the date, June 3rd. In the letter, he wrote, "I don't know exactly how or what to put in this letter, but I'm going to violate some of the rules of censorship, because when you receive this, it will not matter too much. It is almost midnight of June 3rd. I want you to remember that date. I'm going to get my first real test as an officer very shortly, sweet. And I don't know just exactly how I'll react to it, but at the present, I'm very calm and not the least bit nervous. As I said before, when you get this letter, it will be old news, and you will know what the score is. I've been in several air raids, and they were not bad compared to some of the things to come." He continued to describe the men in his outfit and the city's heat scene. He made sure to express his love for his wife. "I'm just about run out of news, sweet. Just don't forget that I love you and no one else will ever take your place. I'm glad I married you before I came into the service and have since kicked myself for not doing so earlier. It was signed, yours forever, your husband, Gordon."
On June 9th, the Secretary of War sent a telegram to Mrs. Osland expressing, quote, "deep regrets that her husband, Second Lieutenant Gordon R. Osland, was killed in action on 6 June in France. Weeks later, on July 28, 1944, a member of Gordon's outfit, Jack, wrote a letter to Chickie. He said, "Gordon was killed the afternoon of D-Day by part of a German shell fragment. He didn't suffer any pain, so they tell me, as he was killed almost instantly. He survived the initial landings, and then it was just one of those things that could have happened to anyone who was on the beach that day. I want you to know, Chickie, how all of us in the outfit feel. Gordon was one of the most popular among us, and we sure do miss him." He also revealed that Gordon and Chickie were expecting a child.
Another letter in the museum's collection is from Captain Richard Belkins, who was a field surgeon. Belkins crossed the English Channel on a hospital ship during the invasion of Normandy, and he wrote his wife, Jean, in a letter dated June 6, 1944, "My sweet wife, this has been a most exciting day, and I've seen the most magnificent, thrilling sight, I believe, of this war. Later on soon, we may see horrible and terrifying things, but at present it is awe-inspiring. Yes, this is D-Day, and no doubt you listen to some of the exciting broadcasts at home when you awaken this morning." Captain Belkins survived the war and spent the remainder of his life as a doctor in Grand Rapids, Michigan, with Jean and their sons.
Another letter found in our collection is from Eugene Don Briere, a paratrooper with the 506 Parachute Infantry Regiment, 101st Airborne Division, who played a critical role in the invasion of Normandy. On June 10th, he wrote a letter home to his parents. "I don't know exactly what to say now that I am able to write you a letter. I have so much to say, but I don't know how to begin. The only thing that is wrong with me is that I need a bath, and I'm getting a little tired of K rations. Everything is going well and according to plan. All the natives are very happy to see us and try to hand us a bottle of wine everywhere we go. Without God's help, I wouldn't be alive right now, because I have had many narrow escapes. Of course, we have lost some, but we have had less casualties than any airborne operation in history. Initially, we have had complete success, but there is a great deal left to be done. The little French I could speak saved my life and many others several times." And he signed this letter, "Much love, Don." Briere was honorably discharged on December 19, 1945. He graduated from Tulane Law School 5 years later and was a civil defense attorney for 51 years.
These personal letters are just a small part of the National World War II Museum's vast collection, but they serve as a lasting human connection to World War II. Through these precious archival materials, we're able to uncover and share news stories of the war 80 years later.
Most Americans remember D-Day for one small corner of it, the disastrous initial landing on Omaha Beach, the Saving Private Ryan moment, you might call it. But while Omaha was a horrible fight, focusing on it can distort the true situation in Normandy on June 6th. This is World War II in 2. The Duke of Wellington once famously said that in war, it's impossible to know what's on the other side of the hill. In other words, you have a good idea of your own resources and you plan accordingly. But you never know with certainty what your enemy has, or where he has it, or what he intends to do with it. And never was that truer than it was of the D-Day landings. For the Germans, D-Day was an ordeal of being outnumbered in men, machines, and supplies. The Allies brought overwhelming military power to bear on a level the Germans couldn't hope to match. Pick any number you'd like. The Allies had 7,000 ships at sea. The Germans, just 31 light torpedo boats. In the air, the Allies deployed over 8,000 aircraft. The Germans, just 160. Manpower? There were 1.5 million U.S. troops in Great Britain. Adding British and Allied troops, let's call it 2.5 million. The Germans barely had 1 million, stretched out over 1,000 miles of coastline. Quality tells a similar tale. A big chunk of this supposedly German manpower wasn't German at all. It consisted of Osttruppen, or Eastern troops, units formed from Soviet POWs or volunteers from the occupied nations. But how much did these troops believe in the cause? The mental state of most Eastern troops was probably bewilderment, wondering what the heck they were doing in France. Beyond that, half the German units in France were so-called static divisions. They had no transport, no trucks, meaning they couldn't maneuver in battle. Their job? To shoot at whatever landed in front of them, and then die in place, which is exactly what happened to nearly all of them. Static divisions were meat against the fully motorized force the Allies were landing. By June 1944, the Germans knew they were fighting what they called a poor man's war. Their commanders knew it. Perhaps somewhere in his fevered brain, Hitler even knew it. Outside of a major storm blowing up at the last second, it's hard to imagine the D-Day landings failing. And that's the view from the other side of the hill.
I am Sarah Kirksey, Senior Director of Educational Travel at the National World War II Museum. I am joined today by my colleague, Darcy Williams, Educational Travel Operations Director, and our two featured historians for our End of the War on the Elbe tour. I have Dr. Alexandra Ritchie and historian and best-selling author Keith Lowe. And we are here today in Torgau, Germany. We are scouting, we're getting ready for our End of the War on the Elbe tour. It's going to be in May of 2025. And I invite you to watch along and listen to us as we talk about the various stops and the history, the content, and what we will be doing to commemorate the 80th anniversary End of the War. Alex, let's start with you. So why did we choose this location? We're on the Elbe, the significance of this place. Why are we here in Torgau?
Well, first of all, the Second World War, World War II, is the most violent, vicious war in human history. And it was a terrible tragedy for all human beings on the planet. It engulfed the planet. And there were glimmers of hope when people started to think that perhaps finally this terrible, terrible, endless violence, it seemed, was going to come to an end. And one of the most important moments, one of the seminal moments of World War II, was the meet-up on the Elbe between the massive Red Army that had come all the way from Moscow and hit the Elbe River, and the American forces, and also the Western Allied forces as well. But the meet-up on the Elbe between the Americans and the Soviets was one of those moments on the 25th of April, 1945, in which people could look at this extraordinary event and say, yes, World War II, in Europe at least, is coming to an end.
In the dead of night on June 5, 1944, more than 13,000 American paratroopers boarded C-47 aircraft headed for the Normandy coast. It set the stage for the largest airborne operation in history. This is World War II in two. I'm Pete Crane at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The plan for the invasion of Normandy of June 6, 1944 was unprecedented in scale and complexity. 3 airborne divisions, 2 American and 1 British, would drop in the early hours before the Allied soldiers stormed the D-Day beaches. The paratroopers were tasked to seize the exits behind Utah Beach, capture key causeways, and if successful, protect the flanks of the Allied invasion from German counterattacks. This would set up the perfect conditions for a larger Allied breakout across the Cotentin Peninsula. But problems started shortly after the planes crossed the English Channel. A thick layer of clouds and anti-aircraft fire caused chaos among the American Air Armada. Many planes dropped their men far from their planned landing zones, and most of the paratroopers landed with little idea of where they were. But the Germans were just as confused, and this disrupted their counterattacks. In the dark, little groups of paratroopers from different divisions intermixed, and many small battles erupted across the French countryside. Despite the chaos, the paratroopers and their leaders got organized, took the initiative, and pressed on to their objectives. Within 2 hours of landing, the 82nd Airborne Division captured Saint-Mère-Église, the first French town to be liberated. By 1 p.m., the 101st Airborne Division captured the 4 causeways behind Utah Beach, securing an exit route for the 4th Infantry Division, who landed earlier that morning. In all, 2,499 American paratroopers were killed, wounded, or missing by the end of D-Day. But these losses were significantly lower than expected. By the end of D-Day, the airborne divisions accomplished their missions and secured an honored place in U.S. Army history.
This Purple Heart belongs to Private First Class Booker T. Galbraith. He was born in Hooks, Texas in 1915 and enlisted in the Army in 1940. After years of long-held prejudices, in 1997, the U.S. reconsidered the cases of 7 black servicemen who had served bravely in World War II, but were not awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. One of those men was Vernon Baker of the 92nd Infantry Division. For his assault on German positions in Italy, he was awarded the military's highest honor. Galbraith was one of the brave men who was killed in the attack, and this Purple Heart was sent to Galbraith's family in 1945. Decades later, in Oklahoma, Mark Brandenburg found this long-lost medal in a junk drawer and donated it to the National World War II Museum. It will be on display along with the Medal of Honor of Sergeant Edward Allen Carter Jr. of the 12th Armored Division in the museum's new Fighting for the Right to Fight exhibit. Come see this unique artifact along with dozens of others here at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans.
remarks?
I'm sorry, I thought you were giving me something to read.
No, ma'am. Morning, Mike. Make sense?
Yeah.
Great.
Good morning, how are you?
20 minutes when Peter takes stage.
Yes.
Oh, they're going to turn the stage lights on and you're going to be blinded.
Okay.
It's helpful for the audience.
Yeah, no, okay, gotcha.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the Arcadia Ballroom. And while you do, please do find your cell phones and make sure they're silenced or on vibrate so they do not disturb the next session. Thank you. Are you remarks? Perfectly fine. Yeah?
Enough what?
All right, Jen, so notice the countdown clicker. Seated or when you're standing at the podium. Lower the podium mics. Right? I'm the only one coming up. Because all they're going to do is block people's faces. Not Peter or Jeremy or James. No, I mean everybody. We can just kill them. No, run. Don't run. Welcome back, everyone. Our next session is an important one. They're all important, but this one's a little different. We traditionally hear a lot about battles and leaders and decisions and debates in World War II. And though this last session just discussed the effects of the blockade and the bombardment on Japan, it was more from a strategic level. And we don't always look at the human cost on the ground. This session is certainly going to do that when we look at civilians in the crossfire. Though both speakers are new to us for our conference and for presenting here at the museum, they have long been on our radar. First, we will hear from Peter Shrivers, who is one of Alan Millett's former grad students. He got his PhD from The Ohio State University. Peter has actually been on my radar since 2005 in preparation for my first trip to Europe and the Ardennes, when I read his The Unknown Dead book about the civilians in the Battle of the Bulge. Next, we will hear from Robert Mattson, an international bestseller, who is a master storyteller of key Hollywood figures in their World War II service and sacrifice, including Carole Lombard, Jimmy Stewart, and Audrey Hepburn. Chairing this session will be a friend to the museum, the Jenny Craig Institute, and myself, Dr. Steph Hennerschitz. She is an assistant professor of security and military studies at the Air Command Staff and College out at Maxwell. And prior to that, she was the senior historian here at the Jenny Craig Institute and the author of a few books, including one she spoke on here in her very first year at the conference, Japanese-American Incarceration, the Camps and Coerced Labor During World War II. To chair our session, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Steph Hennerschitz.
Right. Thank you, everyone, for coming here today. And I'm not going to spend too much time with my opening comments because I want to make sure that everyone is able to get as much as possible from our panelists. But I will just reiterate something that Jeremy had mentioned. As many of you know, there are many books about the Battle of the Bulge that have been written. But what we're going to be doing in this session is getting a better look at what often doesn't appear on maps. We've seen a lot of maps here so far. And X's, O's, and arrows and movements, but we don't always gain an appreciation for what that meant for civilians on the ground. So we're going to hear two different ways to approach that topic, and I will turn it over to Peter.
Good morning. Well, the organizers certainly took a risk inviting a Belgian from Flanders to their conference, because now you will have to put up with a strong and jet-lagged Dutch accent. So please bear with me. During the research for my book, Those Who Hold Bastogne, I came across a Belgian eyewitness account that has always stayed with me. It is early January 1945 in Moinet. That is a tiny hamlet just northeast of Bastogne. And so there's heavy fighting going on, heavy shelling, and Belgian farmers are hiding in a cellar. And with them in that cellar, also hiding, are a number of soldiers of the 12th SS Panzerdivision. That is, trying to look if my slide appears. Oh, I need to go back.
It's the red button. Yeah, press the
red button. Yeah, voila. So this is a photograph actually not taken in the Ardennes, but in Normandy, of soldiers of the 12th SS Panzer Division. You can see how young they are. This is, of course, the Hitlerjugend division of young fanatics, started training in 1943, all at age 17. So by the time they're fighting those who have survived Normandy in the Ardennes, they're all around 18. Young fanatics, and in that cellar, at one point, one of these German SS soldiers is brought in, badly wounded, dying, actually lying on the floor, and he beckons to one of the Belgian farmers to come closer. And the farmers, the Belgians, by then know what SS stands for, so he, of course, does what the soldier says he needs to do, comes closer, and the soldier, from his bloodied breast pocket, pulls a large-sized photograph, and it's a portrait photograph of Adolf Hitler. And he shows it to the Belgian farmer, beckons him to come even closer, and he whispers, "If I die, I'll die for him." So an 18-year-old in the throes of a battle that he knows is lost and still willing to die for the Führer. So this story, in my mind, illustrates the German determination in the Battle of the Bulge that plays out at all levels. At the top level, of course, we've heard on a number of occasions already in this conference about Hitler's massive and delusional ambition, as many of the best generals around him knew. He does not just want to cross the Meuse and capture Antwerp and sever the scene between British-Canadian forces on the one hand and American forces on the other hand. He wants the Western Front, as a result of all this, of course, to implode so that he can have the Western allies then sue for peace and then turn his attention towards the Soviets and simply defeat them and win the war. It's his last, final, desperate gamble. At the ground level, you see German troops sharing some of that ambition, feeling massive relief. They've been on the run for almost half a year by that time. They've been involved in heavy fighting, but it's mostly defensive fighting, whether it's Aachen or Hürtgen, the Siegfried Line campaign. It's all defensive warfare. And now they're on the move again as they were at the beginning of the war. In one of the diaries that I found of a soldier of the 26th Volksgrenadier Division, not just any division, that is the division that will, in the first instance, completely encircle Bastogne. A soldier writes day 1, day 2 in his diary, quote unquote, "It makes us feel like it is 1940 all over again." So this is the kind of spirit that imbues them. And it is this German determination at the top, at the ground level, and the ferocity that caused, of course, more than 80,000 American casualties, dead, wounded, imprisoned. But of course, it made Belgian and Luxembourg civilians suffer too. This is a photo taken just a couple of days after the arrival of Patton's Third Army in Bastogne. You can hardly speak, it's called the corridor into Bastogne. It's not a corridor in my book. I've described it as more of an umbilical cord that can be cut at any moment. But even with this just being an umbilical cord into Bastogne, created by the Third Army into Bastogne from the south, you see that one of the first concerns of American troops arriving is to get the civilians out, to get them out of the way so that they're not suffering, but also not hampering the fighting, of course, the operations. Now, I knew early on the extent to which civilians had been suffering in the Ardennes counter-offensive from anecdotal evidence. I spent as a teenager, being Belgian, many of my summer holidays in the hamlet of Mörderscheid, which is close to Bühlingen, northeastern part of the Bulge territory, and actually spent it in a farm that we stayed in that was on a smallish road, surprisingly small, but the exact road where Kampfgruppe Piper passed through in December 1944, just shortly, of course, before encountering American troops, imprisoning them, and then shooting them at Bonnier near Malmedy. So these civilians told me tales summer after summer, not just of American soldiers and German troops, but also of civilian suffering, tremendous fear, many villagers badly wounded, many villagers killed. So I was quite surprised much later to find this sentence in Stephen Ambrose's new book then, Citizen Soldiers, when it was published, I believe, in 1997. And I quote from his chapter in this book on the Battle of the Bulge, which says, "If a village had been or was the scene of a battle, the civilian population was usually gone." So how to understand this, I wondered? Was Ambrose perhaps confused by the fact that American troops did create an evacuation zone, a buffer zone in the shadow of the West Wall on the Belgian-Luxembourg border with Germany? But that was only, of course, a relatively small sliver of territory, and elsewhere in the Ardennes, most civilians had simply remained. It was, after all, as we have seen also in this conference already, a surprise offensive. It took the Allies by surprise, so certainly it took the civilians by surprise. So whatever Ambrose had meant by it exactly, he inspired me in order to not have this misconstrued, to set out documenting the fate of the civilians in the Battle of the Bulge in greater detail, something no historian had tried to do before. And I must contradict Steph here just briefly in that I did write a history, The Unknown Dead, on this with arrows and operational moves and maps. Sorry, Steph. But I rewrote it entirely, seen through the eyes of the civilians. What did all of this on the map mean for civilians on the ground? And then you get, of course, a completely new, fresh perspective on that big campaign. So the project took me many, many years of puzzling it all together, because it depends very much on scouring local studies, villages, towns, and so on, going through municipal archives, parish archives, Red Cross archives, and so on. And so in the book that I eventually published on this, The Unknown Dead, I revealed that no fewer than 3,000 civilians lost their lives in the Ardennes, a thinly populated agricultural area. And it gets interesting if you break that number further down on the basis of the research that I did, namely the majority of civilians, as was to be expected, were killed, of course, in the back and forth of ground battles. But in addition, of those 3,000, an estimated 1,000 were killed in airstrikes. And so we know by now, as a result of the conference, everything about the weather patterns in the Ardennes. There were basically 3 weather patterns. You had the first week from the 16th to the 23rd, where you had Hitler weather, as American soldiers called it, which was foggy, cloudy, and of course, the Allied air forces could not operate. And then on the 23rd, and the American soldiers would say miraculously in their memoirs, Russian high moves in from the east, the sky's clear to a perfect blue, it gets crisp and cold, and the Allied air forces get going. We've heard a talk yesterday from Air Force historians about what that entailed. Well, it certainly also impacted, of course, the civilian population. So that means that 1,000 civilians were killed as collateral damage, but more specifically, the German Air Force was almost nowhere to be seen in the Bulge, and some limited attacks here and there, also over Bastogne around Christmas, but that was it. So most of those 1,000 civilians were killed, of course, in Allied airstrikes. It was friendly fire. On the one hand, Jabos, as the Germans called them, Allied fighter bombers and tactical support of ground troops, also, of course, targeting homes and farms and so on, and killing civilians unwittingly. But most casualties falling here as a result of the heavy bombers and the medium bombers, creating what the Allied forces call choking points. So what you see is that a number of these Ardennes, the larger towns that have crossroads and roads that are very important to use in this rugged, forested area, will be completely erased by these bombers. Ardennes, again, thinly populated, many of these towns, not large towns, none of them, including Bastogne, more than a population of 4,000. That's it. But many of these towns wiped away to create choking points that during the offensive phase, Germans then could not pass through on the way to the west. But then when the tide turned against them, they could also, of course, not escape from the Bulge trap when they wanted to. But many civilian casualties as a result. And then there's also a sizable group of civilians that fell victim to German war crimes. At one level, committed by combat forces. And before I get into the German war crimes, I forgot, this is a photo of Ufalis in the center of the Bulge, where ultimately in mid-January 45, Allied troops from the north and south will meet up and close off the Bulge at its center, at the waist. And it gives you an idea of how ruined many of these towns were, including the Panther that has been German panther thrown into the river and that now today is shown in perfect condition in the town. Do go and visit. German war crimes. At one level, they are committed by combat forces, specifically the Waffen-SS, and most importantly by Kampfgruppe Peiper. Do not forget that after the Malmedy massacre, and that many in the US know about very well, these same troops moved on and on a longish stretch of road between Stavelot and Trois Ponts, they showed the exact same behavior towards civilians, blaming them for being francs-tireurs, of having worked with American troops, never any shred of evidence of that. In total, in just 1 to 2 days on that road, they kill about 120 Belgian civilians, many women, many children, as young as 6, 5, 4, so certainly not the francs-tireurs, the partisans that they claim them to be. Perhaps even more chilling, if that can be, were the war crimes committed by Nazi security forces under SS control. So you have on the one hand forces operating inside the Ardennes now, following in the footsteps of the combat forces, the Geheime Staatspolizei, the Gestapo, the Sicherheitsdienst, the SD, especially the SD, working in the Ardennes with an Einsatzgruppe L, subdivided into various commandos, and they import the bad habits of the Eastern Front, where many have cut their teeth previously, where they rounded up and killed Jews and Soviet commissars and partisans, and that's the word they use constantly. They're in search of partisans, meaning former resistance members. You have to keep in mind when the Germans launch a counter-offensive move into Belgium again, this is a country that was liberated by British and American forces since September 44. So there were various Belgian resistance factions. The most well-known is probably the Secret Army, but by December 44, the Secret Army was no longer secret. All of these people had been feted. They had stepped forward. Their names, their photographs had been in newspapers. Photos were shown in store windows. So now these security forces move in unexpectedly, and they start asking for names. They have lists, and they start rounding them up. My own great-grandfather was in the Secret Army. He lived in Flanders, but my grandmother, I never knew him personally, often talked about how panicked he was when he heard that the Germans were coming back, because he too now in his community was openly known as a resistance fighter. So he stayed safe. Many others in the Ardennes did not. About 100 of them were captured, oftentimes executed with a neck shot. That was the style they used, or sent to concentration camps, from which many, of course, never returned. I think in my research this was the most chilling aspect, to imagine that this is a last desperate gamble, oftentimes with German units that they know are under-equipped, understaffed, and still they spend so much time organizationally, in terms of resources, on having security forces in that chaos move about, sometimes in towns and villages just liberated, to just weed out the enemies of the state. Very typical for, of course, a totalitarian regime. I have just this photo of civilian damage and suffering, because some of the photos that have come out of these war crimes are so gruesome. I've published them in my book, but I prefer not to show certainly the suffering of children in public. In closing, the Belgians and Luxembourgers paid a high price for the return of the Germans. The Americans paid an even higher price, giving the civilians their freedom back a second time. The gratitude in the Ardennes for having been liberated by Americans not once, but twice, is still very much alive in the region, despite the occurrence of much friendly fire, as I just described. Friendly fire has, of course, in the region left emotional scars among many. But rationally, it is, of course, also understood generally as the inevitable consequence of liberation, as Hitchcock in his book once said. It's not just the road to liberation, but the bitter road to liberation. And so new monuments of thanks were erected thanking American troops, British troops, immediately after World War II, and they keep being erected in the Ardennes. New museums continue to be built too. I just helped develop, for example, one in the coal cellar of the former Belgian army barracks in Bastogne, where, of course, Anthony McAuliffe hunkered down with his team during the siege. Do pay it a visit. Just opened about 6 months ago when you're in Europe again. It's called the Bastogne War Rooms. And do pay a visit also, if you haven't done so already, of course, to the Mardasson Memorial. This is a photo of the Bastogne War Rooms, by the way, that was just opened half a year ago, and where I was the lead content expert for. And this is, of course, a photo taken during a documentary filming for the Smithsonian at the Mardasson Memorial, erected by the Belgian people as early as 1950. It's massive, and in its center, a stone bears an inscription in Latin. I don't know why in Latin. We have 3 official languages in Belgium, but Latin is not one of them. I imagine that by 1950, the Belgians understood that the Americans now were in Europe the new Romans, and they weren't far from the mark, of course, in the mid-20th century. But it says, it reads, and here goes my rusty Latin, Populus Belgicus memor liberatoribus Americanis, which simply translates into the obvious when you stand at the huge memorial. The Belgian people remember their American liberators. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And if you want to see those maps, buy the book. If you want to see. So now I will turn it over to Robert.
So instead of, we were in the Ardennes, now let's go roughly 150 miles north, due north, into the Netherlands and talk about civilians in the Netherlands at the same time period, 1944-45, as seen through the eyes of a Dutch girl who happens to grow up to be Audrey Hepburn, who was of the family Van Heemstra. If you're Dutch, you probably have heard the name Van Heemstra. It is one of the oldest and most famous Dutch families since the founding of the Netherlands in the early 1800s. So I don't know how well you can see this, but I wanted to sort of give some street cred to Audrey Hepburn as an eyewitness to war by showing you some grounds you probably are familiar with. And some names you know, like the Hotel Hartenstein, the Hotel Tafelberg, St. Elizabeth's Hospital, right around the corner from which is Urquhart's hideout in that loft, and then the Arnhem Road Bridge. So those are some things that we all have heard about. Now let's superimpose some Audrey Hepburn things on top of that. Villa Rostenburg was across the street from the Hotel Tafelberg. There lived Audrey's grandfather, and when Audrey was a child, she was dumped there for weeks on end by her parents, Nazi sympathizers. And that was just, if you took a baseball, you could throw it straight through a window of the Tafelberg from the Villa Rostenburg. That's one. Audrey learned to dance. She was the most famous dancer in Arnhem as a teenager. Around the corner from the end of the bridge deck, the Arnhem Road Bridge deck, was her dance school, the Arnhem Music School, and 1 block up from that was the Arnhem City Theater. And on the far right, you can see Villa Bokenhof, which is where Audrey lived for most of the war, in the village of Velp, which is right next door to Arnhem. And one of Audrey's neighbors was Arthur Seyss-Inquart, the Nazi ruler of the Netherlands. After D-Day, he sought safety farther east in the Netherlands. Arnhem and Velp were safe places. They were also very wealthy places, Dutch East Indies money. On the left, you can see, maybe you can see, Arnhem is dead center in the country, and it's only 30 miles from the German border. So, okay, September 17th, the war comes to Arnhem. Arnhem had been pretty well secluded, although there had been some airstrikes in recent weeks that might have given people like a little heads up that, something might be happening here. 1st Airborne comes down west of Oosterbeek, and we know what happens. 1 battalion makes it to the bridge, and a 9-day battle ensues from Oosterbeek to Arnhem Central. On the left, you can see what's left of John Frost's headquarters at the end of the bridge deck. That building in the foreground on the left was his headquarters, and that's all that's left of it because, of course, the Germans destroyed Arnhem Central to root out any British 1st Airborne that were hiding there. On the right is Audrey's music school in ruins. It had been blasted by a tank. And it ended Audrey's dance career in Arnhem. Now let's take a step back and learn more about the civilian Audrey Hepburn and her family. On the left, you can see her sitting on a hillside in Arnhem in 1942, age 13. In the center is Audrey in the 1930s as a little girl in Oosterbeek. And she's sitting with her Aunt Mesja and Uncle Otto. Otto Ernst Gelder, Count von Limburg-Stirum, district attorney in Arnhem. On the right, you can see Otto and Mesja with Ella von Heemstra, Audrey's mother, you have to say, devout Nazi sympathizer at this time. In 1942, August 1942, Otto was executed with Audrey's cousin, Baron von Schimmelpenninck, in the first Nazi execution of civilians in the war as a reprisal for Dutch resistance activities. They were taken out into the forest and shot. They became known as the Five. And it changed the whole von Heemstra family dynamic, and it changed Ella's Nazi sympathies because this was now family. This was personal. 1 year later, Audrey joined the Dutch resistance. And it was doubted during her career. She would talk about, oh, I did this and that for the resistance. And people would say, come on, she was a kid. What could she have done? Well, when you're on the ground researching the Dutch resistance in the Netherlands, you find out that the children did a lot because the Germans did not think of them as a threat. So it was children who ran messages, and it was Audrey at age 14, because she could speak fluent English. She had gone to boarding school in England. And why was it important that she could speak English? The Allied bomber stream is going overhead every day, going over Arnhem to Germany. And just north of Arnhem was the Dalen Air Base, Fliegerhorst Dalen, and the Diogenes Command Center, which I toured. It was awesome. And so the German fighter response was based basically in Arnhem. And so there were air battles overhead every day, and lots of Allied airmen came down over Arnhem and to the north, and it would be Audrey who would run messages to them. Go to a certain place at a certain time. She took food to downed airmen. After the Battle of Arnhem, the von Heemstras at Villa Bokenhof actually sheltered one of the Red Devils in their cellar, which she thought was, for the rest of her life, she was so proud of that. And she told her son Luca about it and said, this was us doing our part in the war. In the center, you can see Dr. Henrik Visser te Hooft, who was like this swashbuckling resistance leader, the main resistance leader in Velp. Audrey served as a volunteer assistant for Dr. Visser te Hooft. And that's how she got into the Dutch resistance. And by this time, you know that the von Heemstras were okay because Dr. Visser te Hooft did use her in these resistance capacities, even though her mother had been a Nazi sympathizer and had dated a Nazi officer. After the battle for Arnhem, the city was evacuated. 100,000 refugees. They were told to get out of Arnhem with less than 24 hours' notice. This was so that the Germans could conduct house-to-house raids and get any 1st Airborne out that were still there. And the battle lines hardened so that the Germans were north of the Rhine, and the Allies got up to the south part of the Rhine. And there were fighter attacks on the main street of Velp because Velp went straight from Germany to Arnhem. It was a main supply route, the main street of Velp. Audrey told a story of how she was walking up the street as a convoy was going past one day, and a British fighter came down, strafed the street. A German soldier pushed her under a tank as the bullet stitched past and saved her life. I mean, that was the experience of one civilian. Another fighter attack on the main street of Velp, which I was reminded, I read my own book, it's pretty good. Killed 17 civilians, and one was the mother of a little boy who then turned to Audrey at the hospital for comfort. And he told the story, he died after he told me this story, but it was just brought tears to your eyes, how this girl, teenage girl, is comforting this, 6-year-old boy who's just lost his mother. So the Germans were really mad after the Battle of Arnhem. There was a rail strike, and generally the thing was, the Germans were really jealous of how the Dutch people thought of the invading Allied Air Force, the 101st Airborne, the 82nd, British 1st Airborne. They were the liberators. And boy, did that make the Germans mad. And so they cut off food to the entire country. So I was, in reading Peter's book as sort of a setup for my own talk today, I was struck by the similarities for what the civilians experienced. And of course, the first thing is these firefights erupt. There's no warning. All of a sudden, there's this shooting going on around your house. You take to the cellar, and you either live or you die. Sometimes a grenade would roll down the steps of your cellar, and that would be it. There were executions. It wasn't just Otto and Baron Schimmelpenninck and 3 others. There were executions. Audrey talked about how a street in Arnhem would be shut down, and she would hear a volley of gunfire. The street would be opened up again, and there would be a pile of Dutch men against the wall. She saw it. There were refugees in both countries, lots of them. And as soon as people would leave their houses, the Germans would loot. They would stuff carts full of loot and take them back into Germany because it was so close. There was the scarcity of food, but also as winter set in, and we know how brutal that winter was of 44, 45, there was a lack of fuel and firewood because it was sent east to Germany, where there was that terrible bombing, whole cities destroyed, and to the Eastern Front. And there was a lack of coats and blankets because the Germans confiscated them also to take to people in Germany and to the Eastern Front. Fuel and firewood was in short supply, coal especially, and the previous winter had been so bad, the Dutch had already burned their picket fences and a lot of the trees that were in Arnhem and Velp. So that was another big problem, and it led directly into the hunger winter. 4.5 million Dutch without any food, and it went on for months. It was worst in Amsterdam and Rotterdam in the western part of the country, but everybody was affected, including Audrey Hepburn, who in that winter suffered acute malnutrition and anemia and pneumonia, and the malnutrition led to edema, which I personally experienced not a year ago because I had a health issue, and malnutrition sets in, and all of a sudden, your legs are swollen, and it's like, what the heck? And Audrey, for the rest of her life, would show you the stretch marks on her ankles and say with pride, she got that in the hunger winter. So the famine was broken finally in March and April by Swedish ships that were allowed to bring in food finally because the Germans realized they were going to lose the war, and we don't need to pile up any more war crimes. We got enough. And there were of course Allied airdrops of food too, and they were depicted in the last episode of Masters of the Air. And when my wife and I saw that, Mary said, they're dropping food to our people, because we had made so many friends in the Netherlands from the research for this book. So we took that personally. That was a nice little touch in the last episode of Masters of the Air. So when I wrote Dutch Girl, I dedicated it to the people of Velp for what they had gone through. I had learned so much about them and their courage. There were 600 Onderdijkers, Jews in hiding, in Velp proper. And Velp is a village, but they had 600 Onderdijkers there, some of them in neighboring homes to Villa Buchenhof, where Audrey was. And when the Dutch edition of Dutch Girl was released in September 2019 for the 75th anniversary of Market Garden, there was a big ceremony. There were parades. It was a national thing. I got my name on a historical marker, and I did not have to die to do it. So that is the story of some civilians in Arnhem and Velp, and one in particular who told stories that now make a whole lot more sense when you put them in context. And this is shameless plug time. Dutch Girl is the book that I've been talking about. Also, I wrote Mission, about Jimmy Stewart's combat career as an aviator in the 8th Air Force. It details all 20 of his missions. Incredible story there. And then the third in what my publishers calls the Hollywood and World War II trilogy. Nigel isn't the only one who's written a trilogy. Is Fireball, about Carole Lombard's plane crash that killed her. She was an actress, and she died 6 weeks after the war started on a Bond tour. So I'm happy to take your questions. I'm honored to be here. Thank you very much.
All right, so thank you to both of our panelists. And I have a few questions for each of you, and then if we have time, a question to draw everything together. And I want to start with you, Robert, because for anyone, and I hope everyone buys the book, this is really as much a story about Audrey's mother, Ella, as it is about her. And you did mention her, and you did mention that we have to refer to her as a Nazi sympathizer. But I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about her, and especially how she was able to maneuver in wartime Europe and eventually get to America.
Ella is a very interesting character, and she became a deep, dark secret that Audrey had to carry with her for the rest of her life. Audrey was deeply ashamed of her mother's Nazi ties and Nazi roots. Ella had been to Hitler's office in Munich and had her photo taken with Hitler in 1935. So the fact that she was pro-Nazi, and Audrey's father was imprisoned throughout the course of the war because he was a Nazi spy. This is what Audrey had to work around through her career. But Ella was very charismatic. Audrey's son Luca was crazy about Ella. I mean, he didn't approve of what she had done either. But she was very charming and very charismatic, and it allowed her to maneuver around, what she had done earlier and sort of reinvent her, not sort of, she actually reinvented herself after the war and became sort of a Hollywood mother, like a stage mother, and that's how she did it.
Excellent, thank you. So I'm going to stick with the theme of memory and ask Peter if you could talk a little bit more about how this aspect of Battle of the Bulge is remembered at this time. So you give some time in your epilogue to discuss this, and you did mention this at the end, but could you, since you are at the National World War II Museum, and we do have an interest in public history, but just discuss a little bit more about the work that's being done to memorialize what you focus on in this battle.
Well, there's much work going on these days with regards to what happened to the civilians in the Battle of the Bulge. I think I wrote my book several years ago, The Unknown Dead, and at that time it was rather exceptional to focus on that kind of aspect of the campaign. ever since, for instance, one of my good colleagues, Mathieu Billa, is now the director of the Bastogne War Museum next to the Mardasson Memorial. He, for example, has followed in my footsteps and extended the analysis into reconstruction. That's another aspect, of course, of warfare in these kinds of campaigns that is often neglected. He has written a study entirely on the massive amount of rebuilding that was needed in the Ardennes, which in some areas lasted into the early 1960s. So what you see now in public history especially, which is what I've been involved in the past 8 years, you see that the civilian perspective is really now become deeply integrated into the general story. If you walk into the Bastogne War Museum today, for example, you have 4 main characters showing you through the museum. One is, of course, an American soldier. The other is a German soldier. We've come to the point now, 8 years after the war, that also in Belgium, we're willing to integrate the German perspective. For a long while, that was impossible or hard to do. So you have an American and a German soldier. That is an evolution. And then you have 2 civilian characters. You have a woman, a young teacher in her early 20s, and you have a boy, a 13, 14-year-old boy. And so that allows the museum to tell the story of the Battle of the Bulge also through the eyes of the civilians.
Excellent. And to stay on that, one thing that you both mentioned in your presentations, and it's really a connecting theme, is how children factored into both of these stories, whether it's Audrey, who becomes obviously more well-known, or the many children in your book, Peter. And there's a lot of that in your book when you're looking at the civilian aspect. But could you explain how by including children in your histories, we get a different understanding, maybe not just of the Battle of the Bulge, but the broader aspect and the broader topic of World War II in general?
Yeah, sure. What you see is that, you know, these past, especially last 10 years, whenever there is a project on World War II in Europe for a book or a temporary exhibition or a new museum, you see that there's always the instant first scramble for the last witnesses. Who are they? Where are they? Can we still interview them so that these are preserved for the future? But of course, when you're doing that, certainly these past few years in projects I've been involved in, you're actually talking to people who were sometimes just 6, 7, 8 at the time of the war, because this is how people are aging. The last witnesses are disappearing. So those you're interviewing were at the time, by definition, children. And it gives you not just a new perspective on the war, but it also stimulates the writing of new approaches at all kinds of levels. The British film director Steve McQueen has just brought out, or is bringing out Blitz, on the Blitz against London, Great Britain, but it's seen through the eyes of a child. I don't think that's a coincidence because of all of these recent witnesses being children at the time in the war. And so studies too, there are a number of studies now written in Europe and in Belgium on the children of collaborators. You know, what did that mean for these children to grow up like that with the stigma? The children of resistance fighters who oftentimes, you know, had children at the time and then they disappeared, never returned from the concentration camps. But interestingly, for instance, enough also studies on, again, because children are being interviewed, children of German soldiers during the occupation or of Allied liberators. There's a very interesting study done near Margraten in the Netherlands, where in Margraten there is a huge, rather American cemetery of about 10,000 dead buried there or remembered on the walls of the missing. The graves were dug at the time, and for several years, by African-American troops, quartermaster, graves registration companies. And of course, they had relations with Dutch women, and so offspring that was immediately noticeable, of course. It could not be denied this was an area all white, that these were children, first of all, illegitimate, and secondly, and also a race factor playing into that in the Netherlands, of course, they were colored, and this was strange, and it pointed towards the fact that these were children of liberators. carrying a stigma. Some actually being placed in institutions to escape the stigma. So a whole slew of studies are coming out that are all the result of the fact that the last witnesses were children at the time of the war.
Yeah, and it was very personal for me, talking to people who knew Audrey Hepburn in the village of Velp. They were children at the time. They still called the Germans the Muffin. You know, a derogatory term that they carried with them all their lives. And one of Annemart Visser-te-Hooft, who was a daughter of Hendrik Visser-te-Hooft, the resistance leader, her daughter married a German, dared to marry a German. And even today, she doesn't, he's just a German. You know, and that's, what, 80 years after the war. But it remains very personal to them. And one other thing about the Dutch children, after the war, the cemetery in Oosterbeek for the British 1st Airborne, every year they have a ceremony honoring the liberators. And little girls will adopt, you know, a grave and put a flower on it every year. And it's a ceremony that they still continue to this day. And that's pretty cool.
Thank you. Yeah, this really does, by focusing on children, in many ways also demonstrate just sort of how global this whole event was. We know it's a world war, but just seeing all the different, like you mentioned, Peter, African-American troops who go over, I think that's really important. And I have one more question for both of you before we turn it over to Q&A to the audience. Both of you touched on this a little bit in your presentations, but these are tough stories to track down, whether it's having to address the fact that Audrey was very ashamed about some parts of her life and trying to get at that story, or just trying to get at the story, like you mentioned, with last witnesses who were children, and just a lack of resources sometimes for your book. So can you just give us a little bit more about how you actually got the sources for your work?
Yeah, Audrey, it's very Jimmy Stewart-like. Stewart would never talk about his combat career, period. So you've got to find other ways to get at the story. And Audrey was the same way in some regard. She would not admit that she ever danced in public in Arnhem because she would have to admit she danced for German soldiers, which she did, German officers, German soldiers. So you have to talk to other people who were there at the time. You have to look at diaries. There were diaries kept by people in Velp and people in Arnhem, but mostly it's the eyewitnesses. You know, the people that remain, a lot of them were children at that time. That's the way you get at the story. And then the family history was also very important because Luca Dottie, Audrey's son, would, in our marathon sessions, would shed light on things. They weren't really important to him, but they were an important part of the story in context.
Yes, resources, local archives that I sometimes scoured in the smallest villages with few means, meaning that the archives were not necessarily well preserved. I've been in basements in some villages looking through municipal archives where I first had to kind of wipe away the mouse droppings to get at the sources. Just to tell you that, you know, that they've barely been used and they threatened to get lost too, so it's a good thing that I managed to see some of them, I imagine. In terms of course, interviewing people, it's always a difficult thing to do. There's always a trauma, whether you're interviewing soldiers or civilians. Certainly when you're interviewing people who were children at the time, it is oftentimes very much unprocessed trauma. These days, whenever something happens in a school, there's immediately counseling for everyone involved. There was, as it was for soldiers, barely any counseling. So there's the trauma. People do not want to talk or they break down during the interviews. I was fortunate, I guess, that's how old I am already, of being able to work on this for decades. So I started working on it when I was in my early 20s. And I got to interview even German troops, German soldiers. In 1984, for example, I was in Bastogne when there was the hoisting of a peace bell into the church tower of Bastogne. And the bell was paid for by American veterans who had been inside Bastogne at the time. And they were there together, fraternizing with those who had also paid for the bell. And these were veterans of the 5th Fallschirmjäger Division, the 5th paratrooper division, which had blocked off Bastogne to the south to help keep out, or rather, there's no keeping out Patton's Third Army, of course, blocking Patton's Third Army into Bastogne. And so here they were fraternizing, paying for that bell. And so I interviewed at that time also German veterans, not just about their battle experience, but also their interaction with civilian population. So I used all of that evidence, those experiences, and kind of mashed them into the book.
Excellent, and thank you both for your research, because now we have these books for you to buy and for everyone to read. So thank you to both of you, and now I will turn it over to Jeremy and Connie.
Great, thank you. We're going to go about halfway back to your left with me, please.
I think one of the most important things that I've gained from being here at the World War II Museum is that it was the way I found out about my dad. He went in as a doctor. He was in 4 years. I was 2 at the time, so I didn't know him until I was 6 years old. And as much as we are now learning because of social media, it was very difficult for quite a few years to find out anything. But I'm very proud of him, and I wish I had time to have talked to him to explain, but you know, I'm so old we couldn't do that. I wonder if there are people in the room who are like me, who are the children or the child of a soldier who fought in World War II, and if you do, please stand up.
It's quite a lot.
Next question will be to your left.
Good morning. Thank you very much for those great presentations. I was especially gratified to see the hunger winter discussed for just a moment in the last presentation. I don't think we hear much about that. It gets a little lost in history. I find it very interesting that the children of the women who went through the hunger winter, who were in gestation during that time, there was a British researcher named Barker who found that those children had higher rates of obesity, of heart disease, of diabetes, and that's now become a major topic of study. And I wonder if that's something you guys ran across in your research or have, and I'm especially interested, Dr. Shriver, if that's something that's well known in the area. Thank you very much.
Well, of course, you know, the hunger winter is a very well-known subject in both the Netherlands and in Belgium as a neighboring country. So we grew up with these stories. Certainly for Belgians, I'm a Belgian, it was one of the defining characteristics in our minds of the war in the Netherlands. I am aware of the fact that it is less well-known outside of the Low Countries and in the United States, but I think there have been a number of studies and the research that Robert has done that is making clear the extent of it and the harm it did to so many civilians. In Belgium, keep in mind, the liberation was fast, speedy, and until, of course, the arrival of the German counteroffensive in December '44. So we never had in Belgium similar problems to those of the Netherlands in that later stage. Keep in mind, however, that the impact of the Ardennes counteroffensive can be felt throughout Belgium. It is, as everyone who studies the Battle of the Bulge knows, the worst winter probably of the 20th century to begin with. And what happens with the German counteroffensive is that it also threatens now coal mining in and near that area that is being used, of course, for warmth throughout Belgium. But it also hampers logistics now for the Allies in Belgium who use the Antwerp port, which was, of course, one of the main targets of the German counteroffensive, all of a sudden, all attention needs to go to continuing to fight this war at a much higher level as a result of the German counteroffensive. There's anything coming in to Antwerp for civilians is now cut down on. So into January, February 45, you start feeling this also throughout Belgium. There's no outright hunger as there ever was in the Netherlands, but it is painful, and it's always been very mind-opening to me to see General Erskine, a Brit who commands the military in Belgium after the liberation, having to go in Brussels onto the radio to have a broadcast to the Belgian people because people they're cold, they're hungry, and he has to go on the radio to tell people at one point saying, well, keep in mind that you do not want to go back, I'm sure, to Nazi occupation and the Gestapo. But the very fact that he has to remind Belgians of this in February 45, with all of the suffering they've had during 4 years of occupation, means that there too, of course, in terms of cold, hunger, there are significant problems. And for civil affairs, that is always a tricky thing to manage, of course, because they need to have behind the front lines a secure, stable environment that cannot be threatened. But yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that a little bit, yeah, that study reveals, high blood pressure, heart problems, obesity problems in those children born during and after the hunger winter. But then the bounce back is incredible. I mean, the succeeding generations of Dutch got ever taller and more fit. I mean, look at this guy, he's an example of really the superior specimens that were produced after the war.
It's merely anecdotal evidence, of course.
We're going to go up to the front, to the right, folks.
You mentioned that the Dutch lady who had children with African American troops, their children were ostracized. I'm curious to see what was the reaction to the Dutch when they had their children with German soldiers. I know that in France, some of these women were tarred and feathered and ostracized. What was the Dutch reaction to those liaisons?
No. You take that one.
Well, I imagine that many of you know the answer to that to some extent. It was vicious, of course. Women who were accused, I do not know about your research, Robert, into Audrey's family, but the mere hint of the fact that there had been that kind of collaboration between a woman and a German occupier could have the effect. Immediately in the first days of the liberation, you see resistance fighters of the last hour who all of a sudden, of course, come out of the woodwork and claim that they have always been resistance fighters and give a bad name to the resistance that had been in existence for so many years, or vigilantes sometimes simply. They target anyone who's a collaborator viciously, beatings, killings, executions. But women get a very special treatment. They're seen as sleeping with the enemy is really kind of undermining the national identity. And so they get a very specific punishment, that of the heads shaven, oftentimes painted upon a swastika or something like that. Women even who are pregnant at the time of liberation, treated viciously. Many of them also during imprisonment, and there are only studies coming out on that now. For a long time, that was very taboo in the Low Countries, but also the rape of women during their imprisonment and so on. So it's not a nice chapter in the history of liberation. And oftentimes you see that liberating troops, be it British or American troops, try to mediate, but sometimes also sense that the anger is such and that it has built up for so long during 4 years that it might be better to just allow the population to vent, some of which then many of these women and many males are the victim. But women got that very specific punishment of the heads shaven, taking away essentially their femininity as punishment.
Yeah, and there was no mistaking. You know, if you had your head shaved and you were a woman, everyone knew exactly what you had done, what you were accused of. And they also had to run, there's home movies taken in Velp on Liberation Day showing women having to run a gauntlet, you know, of abuse from their fellow citizens of Velp, the Velpja. So yeah, that retribution was swift and painful.
Next question is going to be with Connie to the left up front.
This question is for Peter. In your research, did you find any reprisals on the part of the resistance or the civilian population as the German counteroffensive was blunted and they were pushed back? Did the civilian population or the resistance try to bring to justice any of the members of the German security services or execute them outright for the way they treated the population?
Yes, of course. So you see that, for instance, Kampfgruppe Piper, Americans may know that, of course, for their involvement in the Bonnier-Malmedy massacre. There were the Dachau trials that were held. And that very special history of what happens with Piper afterwards, of course. Less well known is the fact that there was a separate trial against the group for the crimes committed shortly afterwards on that stretch between Stavelot and Trois Ponts, killing about 120 civilians in Liège in Belgium. And so they got punishments too on top of the ones that they had already received. Sometimes it involved other soldiers, of course, in these cases, and to the extent that they could be called. Sometimes they were just there in absentia, known by name, but not there in person. So both in absentia and those present receiving prison sentences. No death penalties, as far as I know.
We're going to go in the very back to your right with Dr. Bischoff.
Thank you very much for an outstanding panel. And Stephanie, I was glad you brought up the issue of children because, as Peter suggested, there is a lot of research being done in Europe on children and war. So it's an excellent topic. But I have a question for Peter. Peter, you must know about the Battle of Houghton, as Americans call it, Houghton, where Americans defended against the Germans in a very fierce battle. And in the book I read, I didn't read anything about civilians, so they must have left before the battle unfolded. But I know that the Belgians have put plaques up for the American soldiers too, so it's also a memory story in that sense.
So you're talking about the battle for Houghton?
Right.
Yes.
Yes, and in terms of the civilian population, not entirely gone in Houghton either. I know about, America just putting up stiff resistance there at the river, also plaques being presented for them there. In terms of civilians, however, had remained there too. There was no mass blanket evacuation of civilians anywhere really in the Ardennes. The only exception, as I mentioned in the talk, was that area close to the West Wall on the Belgian-Luxembourg border with Germany. But that took place in the months following the liberation, the first liberation of September 44. They wanted to create a kind of security zone. Even then, the Americans in the villages in that evacuation zone allowed civilians, farmers to stay behind, a sprinkling, so that they could take care of cattle, of the animals, and so on. But the rest of the Ardennes, including Houghton, there was never any mass evacuation ordered. On the contrary, Allied troops did not want that. They were moving in troops en masse towards the Belge area and could not, of course, have civilians moving out en masse and hampering those operations. Even Bastogne, the inhabitants were told to stay put as much as possible or use a limited number of roads out. So most people stay. The only exception to that rule in most places, the ones who got out, even just hearing the rumble of artillery approaching that told them something is off, something is wrong, the Germans may well be returning. And for many Belgians, that was difficult to fathom. They had in September 44 seen what the American military might had been. They'd seen the Germans withdraw with almost nothing left. They could not fathom that the Germans would come back. But even as the rumble neared, what you see is young Belgian males who feared the return of forced labor, having to work in Germany. They ran, they were all very quickly, and then of all ages, people involved in the resistance, who were, if they could, and even then, you know, many stayed behind and fell victim. But other than that, most people stayed put, and that includes Hoton.
Next question is going to be with Connie, all the way to your left, towards the back, please.
Thank you both for such a wonderful presentation. I've done some reading about Audrey Hepburn in the past, and I recall hearing that she was more passionate about her dance than possibly her acting, and that the effects of her surviving the Hungerwinter prevented her from pursuing dance to the extent that she wanted to. Could you talk a little bit about that, and as well the effect of the Hungerwinter on the rest of the population going forward?
Yeah, so Audrey did always consider herself a dancer. She never considered herself an actress. And that was because she had not ever been on the stage until she was in one play, Ondine, in 1954. But so she always thought she was a dancer. And yes, the Hungerwinter set her back. And she never quite recovered any of the momentum to pursue serious dance after the war. And unfortunately, as she would tell you immediately on meeting you, she was too tall, ungainly, and ugly to be a dancer. She could never be a ballerina because she had grown too much. She was like 5'8", and your classic ballerinas were not that tall. So yeah, that hampered her career. And she wanted to be a choreographer for a while, and then the acting thing, despite her best efforts to sort of avoid the acting and the spotlight, that's what she became famous for.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause.
Well done.
Thank you. For coming. Even though we wanted you to be here a long time ago, we finally got around to it, and it's been a delight, and let's hope the next time isn't so far away. And also thank you to Steph, who, though she's left us for her new teaching post, we keep close as our Asness Family Foundation fellow at the Jenny Craig Institute, so we bring her down here about once a month for odds and ends and important sessions like this. Now we're going to break. Our speakers will all be at the book signing station, and we'll be back for 11:10. Thank you. What were you going to say? Oh, I'm sorry. My mics are out. We'll take the mics off and put them on the table, and then we'll escort you to the book signing station. Sorry, Steph.
See which one gets done first.
Yeah. It's a race.
It is, it is.
Good job, Peter. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rob.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other. And in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
The Allies thought they'd be winning the war in Europe by the end of 1944. But Adolf Hitler and the German army had other ideas. This is World War II in 2. I'm Dr. Rob Citino, the Samuel Zemurray Stone Senior Historian here at the National World War II Museum. By December, the Allies had crept up to the German border in tough fighting. They were exhausted, and this was the very moment that the Wehrmacht, the German army, chose to launch its last great offensive. On December 16, 1944, 3 full German armies, spearheaded by hundreds of tanks, struck a handful of U.S. divisions strung out along 100 miles of the Ardennes forest. The German plan called for the tanks, the Panzers, to smash through the weak U.S. line, pass through the dense Ardennes, cross the Meuse River, and reach Antwerp, the main Allied supply base in Europe. Now, the Germans knew their weakness by this point. They were being overwhelmed in the air, and they planned to launch this offensive in bad weather so that Allied air forces would be grounded. Bad weather would act as a kind of equalizer for them, they thought. The German attack, known as Operation Wacht am Rhein, the Watch on the Rhine, came as a complete surprise to the Allied command. By now, a certain overconfidence had crept into the Allied camp. After the massive defeats the Germans had sustained in the past 6 months, it seemed impossible to anyone from Eisenhower on down that the Germans could launch a large-scale offensive. And as a result, the opening was a great success. German spearheads penetrated the American lines in many places and moved forward rapidly, taking thousands of U.S. prisoners. But there was also tough resistance in places. We might say the U.S. Army's finest hour at Saint-Vite, on the Elsenborn Ridge, and especially at the town of Bastogne, in the center of the Ardennes road network. The Germans had to pass through the forest, and there's very few roads. Holding Bastogne was critical for the Americans. Now, the U.S. commander at Bastogne, General McAuliffe, he's been immortalized. His troops were surrounded. The Germans demanded his surrender. They sent an envoy with a note demanding the U.S. surrender. And McAuliffe responded in classic American English, nuts. Now, in essence, the Germans managed to punch a hole in the center of the U.S. position, but U.S. forces on both flanks held the shoulders, as we say. The net result was a sharp bulge formed in the U.S. lines, and, of course, immortalizing the battle forever, not as Wacht am Rhein or the Battle of the Ardennes, but the Battle of the Bulge.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
The National World War II Museum's new exhibit, Fighting for the Right to Fight, explores African American experiences in wartime. And we have several artifacts on display from one of the icons of World War II, the Tuskegee Airmen. These combat pilots trained in Tuskegee, Alabama, and went overseas to fly and fight in the Mediterranean Theater of Operations. Claiborne Buddy Lockett was born in Los Angeles, California in 1918. He enlisted before Pearl Harbor and trained to be a fighter pilot, earning his wings in 1943. Lockett went overseas with the 332nd Fighter Group, which can be seen in this distinctive patch for the group, and he eventually was assigned to the 301st Fighter Squadron. He flew patrols, armed reconnaissance, and bomber escort, where he wore this AN-H-15 flying helmet. Lockett is unique, and that he also flew for the Royal Air Force in North Africa. You can see this pair of Royal Air Force gloves here. He logged time in the Spitfire, Hurricane, and captured German Ju-87 and Ju-88 aircraft. He returned to the US in November 1944 after he suffered an accident that left him with a severely injured hip. These artifacts, along with dozens of others, will be featured in the new exhibit, Fighting for the Right to Fight, African American Experiences in World War II, at the National World War II Museum here in New Orleans. In the summer of 1935, the Boeing Airplane Company unveiled a new, massive four-engine bomber. One Seattle journalist dubbed the plane, which was bristling with machine gun emplacements, a flying fortress. This is the story of the B-17 Flying Fortress. This is World War II in two. I'm Corey Graff at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. As the world edged closer to a Second World War, Boeing began building B-17s by the thousands. Each plane carried a crew of 10 men armed with a dozen machine guns and hauled a payload of high explosive bombs. The B-17s were used all over the world, but the plane is perhaps most famous for its large-scale bombing raids over Europe. Flying from bases in England and Italy, American B-17s and other bombers traversed thousands of miles over occupied territory to strike refineries, factories, and key infrastructure in cities like Berlin, Cologne, and Munich. The air war over Europe was brutal and deadly. Despite being heavily armed, the B-17s worked best flying in large groups and when escorted by friendly fighters like the P-51 Mustang. Together, they formed huge formations capable of fighting their way to their targets, unleashing tons of bombs, and then making the long journey home. The B-17 was not the biggest or fastest bomber in the Army Air Force's inventory, but it was one of the toughest. Crews praised it for its ability to keep flying after being mangled by enemy fire. Resilience, often described as flying back on a wing and a prayer, gave crews the courage to brave the war-torn skies over Europe for 25 or more combat missions. Today, B-17s are a rare sight. Of the over 12,000 built, only about 40 complete airframes remain. The National World War II Museum displays a Boeing-built B-17E model that was delivered to the Army in March of 1942. It was nicknamed My Gal Sal and was lost when it crash-landed in Greenland just a few months after entering service. My Gal Sal stands as a tribute to the designers, builders, and brave crews of one of America's most iconic and revered combat aircraft, the B-17 Flying Fortress.
Fortress. What is it, and why are we there?
Built as a sort of medieval fortress. It's on this huge, great big sort of promontory, a rock above, overlooking the river. So there's this sort of bend in the river, and it's an obvious defensive point. So, you know, back sort of 800-900 years ago, they built a small fortress on the top of it and a little tunnel going up to deliver goods to the top. Dug the second deepest well in Europe, and so it from there it grew and became this huge, great big fortress. And during the Second World War, it was used as a prisoner of war camp. And not just for any old prisoners of wars, we're talking the top level, so generals were housed here. And some of the stories about how these generals were treated is really quite amazing. You see them sort of going out for day trips and going to the theatre. I mean, it's almost like a holiday camp for generals. But they didn't, some of them didn't want to stay there for obvious reasons, and there is a very famous story of escape of the French general, Henri Giraud, who literally tied bed sheets together and scaled down the side of this cliff and then escaped, made his way all the way back to France and into North Africa and joined the Allies again. So when you see the sheer face that he went down, I'd tell you, if you're scared of heights, you'll have new respect for this man. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing to see it. And it's also just a simply beautiful sight. But then, as you said, there's a small museum which documents some of the prisoners who were held there. Started off as a prisoner of war camp, obviously for Poles, because that was the first group of prisoners, and then the French, and then this amazing escape story. So it's worth taking a look at some of the film footage to see the actual way in which they were treated, and also their liberation by the Americans. The Americans liberate the POW camp, and there's some wonderful footage of the actual moment of liberation as well.
But just a couple of miles down the road, though, is Perna, and we talk about Giraud. It's this famous escape. It's got a great story and an ending. However, down the road is Perna, and this is another place of just showing the Nazi brutality. Alex, why don't you talk about the Action T4 and the place we visit there?
Well, Sonnenstein, again, is this beautiful castle, sort of complex of palaces, 17th, 18th century, gorgeous places. So when you go up to them, you think, oh, isn't this lovely? But again, learning about the actual history is a real shock, because Sonnenstein was one of the places that was chosen to be a euthanasia killing center. And this was named the T4, or after the Tiergarten 4 Strasse in Berlin, which was the center of the euthanasia program. But the program really started with the idea of eugenics, and that you could improve the race, and that if you therefore had to kill people who didn't fit into your Volksgemeinschaft, into your perfect racial Aryan idea. This was very much Hitler's concept, a sort of racial, biological mishmash of ideas. And this euthanasia killing went on so that tens of thousands of people were actually murdered in these sorts of centers. There was another one called Bad Hartheim and many, 4 others. But Sonnenstein was one of the largest. It was also one of the places that gassing was used. The fake shower heads were used in order to kill a dozen or so victims at a time. And the thing about this is that the euthanasia killing centers are terrible in their own right. But a lot of the doctors and specialists and so on who were involved in the T4 program also then were used in their so-called expertise or specializations of these methods of killing and deception for the patients, and all of these kinds of things were then brought into the extermination camps. So the Chelmno and Sobibor and Majdanek and Treblinka, and of course Auschwitz-Birkenau, all of these specialized doctors, one way or another, came to work on the creation of these mass murder sites, which of course formed so much a part of the Holocaust and the worst crimes committed in the 20th century. But the step that the Nazis took when you say that, oh, a child has Down syndrome, so therefore they should be killed because they're useless eaters, they're worthless, it's going to cost the state so much to take care of them, so let's just kill them, that's kinder for everybody. And once you start taking those sorts of moral steps, then the road to the Holocaust comes much more quickly.
For 4 years, the Soviet Red Army fought against Nazi Germany. After difficult fighting and millions dead, the Soviets were victorious on the Eastern Front. But victory over Germany in 1945 would not have happened without the enormous support from an unprecedented program, later forgotten and obscured by Cold War rhetoric. This is the story of American lend-lease to the Soviet Union, and this is World War II in two. I'm Mike Bell at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. Before America's entry into the war, President Franklin Roosevelt asserted that the country's industrial might would become an arsenal of democracy. American production would meet not only U.S. military needs, but under Lend-Lease, America would supply equipment and materiel to Britain and all countries facing Axis aggression. After Nazi Germany invaded in 1941, Lend-Lease was extended to the Soviet Union too. In all, about 23% of the total program went to the USSR. Between 1942 and 45, massive shipments included 400,000 trucks and jeeps, 14,000 aircraft, 13,000 tanks, and 72,000 radio sets. America also sent a staggering 4.5 million tons of food and nearly 3 million tons of petroleum products, as well as millions of rifles, blankets, uniforms, and boots. These critical supplies arrived at key moments. In late 1943, Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin already judged that Lend-Lease had been decisive. Without it, Stalin said, we would have lost the war. Besides equipment and weapons, there were explosives and ammunition for Soviet guns and aluminum, steel, and raw materials for Soviet factories. American supplied machinery and raw materials fed Soviet production. To boost output, the U.S. sent 38,000 lathes. To meet the demand for tires, the United States sent a tire factory. For clothing, over 100,000 tons of American cotton. American aid to the Soviet rail system was nearly 1,200 locomotives, 11,000 rail cars, and more than 600,000 tons of trash. Ultimately, Lend-Lease was decisive. At Yalta, Stalin praised Lend-Lease as one of FDR's most remarkable and vital achievements in keeping the Allies in the field against Hitler. After the war, Nikita Khrushchev agreed, noting, if the United States had not helped us, we would not have won the war. Considering the contribution of American equipment, trucks, and radios to the Soviet offensives of 1944 and 45, he asserted, our losses would have been colossal because we would have had no maneuverability. Khrushchev offered, we shouldn't boast that we vanquished the Germans all by ourselves.
The most surprising part, which ultimately led to my capstone project, was how the Second World War exacerbated the racial indifference in the United States. You know, once white Americans came home, they had phenomenal opportunities to return home to. They were able to start great careers, go to college for free, have all these great benefits. You were treated like a hero. But for African American soldiers who came home, or Mexican American soldiers, Asian American, while those opportunities were there, they weren't really offered. It was more of a, hey, they're there, but you're not entitled to them. So I think the most surprising part was how that has all evolved to where we're at today. I believe that's a very large foundation, or an extension of the foundation of racial disparity in the United States. And to me, that was the most surprising part. Just do it. If your heart's in it, just do it. But you shouldn't, worry about, oh, is this gonna help my career? I think as a person, it's allowed me to build soft skills and hard skills that I can use anywhere, and not just in research, not just in World War II, or military speaking terms, anything like that. It's more of a, it allows me to see who we are as people totally different. And by doing so, if your heart's in it and you really want to learn about it, just do it, because it's not about the combat, it's not about the war itself, but it's about the lives that were totally affected, which I feel like every single person today has a connection to that.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this.
Sky Warriors. Rob, if you want.
Oh, yeah.
But those are mine. That's what I think.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
Saul, what's the latest for next year? Tunis grad. Cannot wait. Can't wait to read that.
Yeah, well, last time I was here, I was in the Tunisia galleries. That's all I had time for. I spent some but they are fantastic.
Yeah, good. I can't take any credit for those were built before I got here. It's a nice program.
But everyone tells me when I go to see
How you doing, sir?
Road to Berlin was built before Road to Berlin. So the road to Berlin was on your bus. I came spreading across the state of the art. Really? Not to say that there's anything wrong with Road to Berlin, the way they built the road to Berlin. Some good weapons cases you want to see in the Road to Berlin. Good weapons, something well done. Lot to see. So both of you, yeah. So you are.
Great. Thank you, Bill.
I was able to take a lot of steps. Oh? So you know they have my bag. Carry them out. Where are they now? And what is their destiny? What are they going to silent? That's the. Okay, if you want to put it out.
Don't know about the live stream.
He was making fun of
Michael.
I was in my kitchen. I heard the whole
A brief reminder as you find your seats, please do find your cell phones. We had about 5 rings in the last session that disrupts your fellow conference attendees. So please find your cell phones and silence them. Thank you. Everyone's got water? Well, welcome back. Our next session, Operation Varsity, the jump across the Rhine, features 3 dynamic and engaging and quite intelligent panelists. We're going to first hear from James Fenelon. James is a veteran, a paratrooper in fact, and he certainly writes what he knows. The book that he will be speaking on primarily today is 4 Hours of Fury, about Operation Varsity. But he followed that up with Angels Against the Sun, which those of us in the Jenny Craig Institute have been reading quite a lot because we'll be doing an on-site staff ride with some military officers of the Airborne. They want to learn about what the 11th did in the Philippines in World War II. So thank you for that, James. Then we'll hear from bestseller Dr. Saul David. Many of you will remember 2 years ago when Saul came and sat on a panel with Henry Sledge and Rich Frank, and he spoke on his book, Devil Dogs, K Company, 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines. He's going to be speaking on his latest book, Sky Warriors, on the British Airborne in World War II. Chairing this session is Dr. Rob Citino. Rob, the Distinguished Fellow at the Jenny Craig Institute, previously the Samuel Zemurray Stone Senior Historian here at the museum, author of 11 books, the 11th having been Dauntless, the biography of our World War II veteran and board member Paul Hilliard. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Rob Citino.
Well, thanks, everyone. Good to see you all again. This is light lifting for me. I'm on the stage with 2 really well-known and very fine authors. They have a very, I think, a highly directed topic. This is not one of those sessions where we kind of try to relate how the speakers all fit together. I think you're going to see that's going to be pretty easy to do. My plan, gents, is to go James first, Saul next. You'll each speak for about 20 minutes. I'll take probably the chair's privilege at that point and ask the first question, and then we'll turn you 2 over to the tender mercies of the audience, which I gotta say can really be something around here. So it's always the best part of the session. So without further ado, in the spirit of the light lifting of the chair, I'll hand it over to James Fenelon to speak about 4 Hours of Fury and Operation Varsity.
Thanks, Rob. I appreciate the introduction, and thank you for joining us today to talk about Operation Varsity. Hopefully you all saw Rob's keynote last night, because I think that it did a fantastic job of setting up the context and the situation on the ground for Operation Varsity. Eisenhower described Varsity as the most successful airborne operation of the war, and we're going to talk about what went into that, and Saul specifically is going to talk about some of the lessons learned that contributed to that success. But to get us started, I want to first just kind of set some context as to what was going on for the Allies in the spring of 1945. This is going to be a very abbreviated overview of that, but basically they were pushing their way east towards the Rhine River, which was a natural obstacle. It was about 400 yards wide. For those of you who are sports fans, that's the width of 4 American football fields. Montgomery was approaching up towards the north there near Wesel. His plan was to cross the Rhine in an operation called Plunder. He pushed the Germans onto the far side of the Rhine in mid-March and began preparations for what would be the war's largest river crossing operation. His operation was going to consist of 5 divisions crossing on a 22-mile front, and his ultimate objective was to encircle the Ruhr industrial area on the far side of the Rhine River. This was where the Germans were still manufacturing their weapons for war, and the intent here was to cross the Rhine and encircle that. As part of that operation, Montgomery requested the use of 2 airborne divisions who were assigned to tackle another secondary natural obstacle on the far side of the Rhine, and this was in the form of the Issel River and Issel Canal. Now, this was agricultural area, so think of this river and this canal as having 8 to 10 foot berms on each side. It had been built up over the decades, and then about 12-foot width of water in that area. So it was a natural tank obstacle, and the airborne plan was set up to largely tackle these primary objectives. The American division had 10 bridges in their sector, which they were responsible for seizing. Saul's going to talk about what was going on with the British 6th Airborne here in a minute. These bridges were important for 2 reasons. One, Montgomery wanted these bridges to be seized intact so that he could use them as a way to attack out of the bridgehead once he had formalized his crossing in that area. And secondly, he wanted to take advantage of, again, the natural obstacle that the river provided as a way to anchor a solid defense against the expected German counterattack. And so these bridges play a vital role in Operation Varsity. Now, as I mentioned, Montgomery and 21 Army Group had pushed the Germans across the Rhine in mid-March. And of course, they had not been sitting idle during that time. That sector of the front was under the command of the 1st Parachute Army, who was commanded by the gentleman here on the left, General Alfred Schlemm. He was 51 years old at the time of Operation Varsity, and he really was an experienced and well-rounded soldier. He had served in World War I as an artillery officer. In the interwar years, he earned his rating as a military aviator. And he had also served on Kurt's student staff planning the airborne operation into Crete. And so this experience, and like I said, he was a very well-rounded soldier, led him to conclude that Montgomery was just as a matter of course going to use airborne troops in his crossing of the Rhine River. And he started preparing for that, layering his defense in depth for that expectation. Now, I think it's worth acknowledging that, of course, the caliber of the German army at this time in terms of men and material wasn't what at its high point or what it was earlier in the war. But that didn't mean that they were any less deadly, as Rob talked about last night. And if we look at April of 1945, which was the last full month of the war in Europe, the Americans suffered well over 10,000 men killed in action, which was the same, basically the same numbers as what happened in June 1944. And so, while Schlemm, again, didn't have the men and the material that he wanted, he went to work with what he had. And what he had was lots of anti-aircraft weapons. Allied intelligence estimated that he had well over 400 anti-aircraft guns in his sector of varying caliber. He also had thousands of Volkssturm, the OPAs that Rob talked about last night. And again, while these guys were lucky to have 2 weeks worth of military training, Schlemm and his commanders had very little expectation that they could anchor a defense on the Volkssturm. And so what their strategy was is these guys were brought up to the front. The Volkssturm was replacing rear echelon troops who were then brought forward into the Rhine sector. Of course, they weren't trained infantry, but at least they were formal, military servicemen who were then used to bolster the ranks of those units along the Rhine River. Schlemm also had the benefit of Goebbels' propaganda machine, and we'll talk a little bit about the impact that had here in a minute. Now, from the American perspective of Varsity, the division tasked with jumping across the Rhine was the 17th Airborne Division. It, like its better well-known counterparts, the 82nd and the 101st, was modeled under the same table of organization. So at the time of Varsity, the 17th had about 13,000 men in its ranks. It was built largely around 3 infantry regiments, the 513th and the 507th Parachute Infantry. The 507th, of course, jumped into Normandy. It was later attached to the 17th after that when it arrived in the theater in September of 1944. The most lethal regiment in the division was the 194th Glider Infantry. And I say that because it had the most manpower of the 3 regiments, and because they were coming in gliders, they could bring in heavier equipment, such as heavier artillery, heavier mortars, and they could bring in lots more of them. And we'll see the role that they play in the operation here as well. Now, we can't really talk about the 17th Airborne Division without first talking about General Miley, William Miley. I'm sure many of you have played the game of if you could invite anybody from history to dinner or a drink, who would you have? And I have to say that Miley always makes my top 5 guest list. He was a West Point graduate. He graduated right after World War I. And to give you a kind of an indication of the advancement opportunities within the interwar Army, he spent his first 15 years as a lieutenant. Mm-hmm. And so he got a lot of solid foundational education as an officer. But in 1940, he became the commander of the Army's first organized unit of parachute troops, the 501st Parachute Infantry Battalion. And this is really where we start to see Miley's leadership kind of start to glow. He wanted to inject this new unit with its own esprit de corps. And out of the 501st, we have the current, still used today, the insignia for parachute troops, and the tradition of paratroopers wearing their jump boots with their dress uniform and blousing the pants of that uniform into the tops of their boots to give them a distinctive look. Miley also invented a drinking game for the regiment that was then to use this chalice here from a 75 millimeter howitzer shell for that game. But Miley was more infamous at the time, actually, for something else. And so every weekend on Fridays, when he would cut his men loose, most other commanders at Fort Benning would be reminding their men as they left for the weekend past that they should remember to comport themselves in a way that befitted their unit and reflected positively back on the Army. Miley, on the other hand, would give some variation of a fight speech every Friday where he would tell his men that he would rather they come back on Sunday with a black eye or a torn uniform than him having to hear a single story about one of them running from a fight. Or, worse yet, the 501st's cardinal sin was leaving a buddy in a fight or not going to the aid of a buddy in fight. And so when the 501st left on their weekend passes, they looked very much forward to what they always referred to as knuckle maneuvers. And this aggressive spirit started to permeate across other airborne units because the 501st started to provide cadre for all the other regiments and battalions that were being formed. And so it was this aggressive spirit that really permeated across all the other airborne units. And so if you've ever run into a surly paratrooper, you have 80 years of bad attitude from, you can trace back to Bud Miley, who ensured that that was the case. Now, General Miley led the division through the Battle of the Bulge. They suffered about 4,000 casualties in that campaign. They were pulled out of the front in mid-February to start refitting for Operation Varsity. In the third week of March, they were pulled into multiple airfields to begin their planning and preparation for that mission. And it was at this time that the men of the division, as they were going in for their intelligence briefings, started to notice every time they went in for a briefing, aerial photographs or pins on maps started to indicate new German positions being built up. And it started this rumor within the division that the Germans know we're coming. And their instincts were actually fairly accurate because simultaneous to this, of course without their knowledge, Allied intelligence efforts were intercepting German communiques that were alerting Schlemm and his divisions along the Rhine that they should expect an airborne operation within their sector. We can see here this excerpt from 18 March, if you can read it from where you're sitting. West Vessel is named as the first possible location for an airdrop. These warnings got even more specific on 21 March, just a few days before Operation Varsity. Schlemm received a communique not only outlining the reasons why they thought that an airborne operation was imminent within their sector, but basically ending with a call to arms that an airborne operation could be expected along the Rhine at any moment. And so this is where, again, we start to see the propaganda come into play. So German propaganda took advantage of this knowledge, announcing on the radio, this is Axis Sally, she broadcast on the night of 22 March that the German army was expecting the 17th Airborne Division and that they could leave their parachutes at home because they could simply walk down the flak the next morning. It was going to be so thick. So Schlem immediately put his men on alert after receiving this communique, ordered his gunners to sleep in their gun pits and be prepared for the Allied airborne landing. Now, before I go into the specifics of how the 17th Airborne's campaign unfolded, I want to spend a minute just kind of taking in this photograph of this young paratrooper. He's a member of the 513th Parachute Infantry Regiment. He's sitting in the back of a C-46 waiting to take off on the morning of March 24th. He's got his static line in his left hand. He's ready to hook up. And we can also tell that he spent a few minutes thinking about what's going to happen his first moments on the ground in Germany. And we can tell this by looking at his lap. You might see that he's got 2 magazines for the grease gun taped together back to back so that he can very quickly reload his submachine gun without having to fish for a magazine out of his equipment. The other thing you may notice is that this young man looks like he already has a 1,000-yard stare. He has not even left the ground. He's been trained in Miley's, mantra of the World War II equivalent of speed, surprise, and violence of action. Speed is something he can control. Violence of action is something he can control. He also knows, though, going into this already, that the element of surprise has been taken away from him, right? He's heard that radio announcement. Just like many GIs, the 17th Airborne were listening to German radio while they were in their airfields preparing. And then I think the other thing on this man's mind is that Operation Varsity was the first airborne operation of the war that's an invasion, not a liberation. He's not expecting a bottle of wine from a happy Frenchman or a kiss from a happy Dutch girl. He's expecting to be pitchforked by a German farmer if he happens to land in a tree. This has been reinforced in his briefings, and it's been reinforced by German propaganda. So I think kind of taking in a moment to understand what he's thinking about is a great way to kind of go into what we're about to explore. So he took off along with the rest of the 17th Airborne Division from 12 airfields in France. The simultaneous airlift of the 6th Airborne was taking place in the UK. Wait. Let me roll that back, the UK. Don't need to confuse people on geography. That air armada came together right outside of Brussels, and it was the largest air armada assembled in the war. It consisted of just under 1,600 air transport aircraft that they were towing in just under 1,400 gliders. They had over 500 fighter aircraft flying in escort, and bringing up the rear were 240 B-24 bombers that were going to be coming in at a very low resupply run. They were going to drop supplies right on the tail end of the airdrop itself. All told, this armada was bringing in about 20,000 armed combatants. And if you'd been standing on the ground when the first aircraft came overhead, you'd be standing there for well over 3.5 hours until that last B-24 passed overhead, just to give you an idea of how long that armada was. Now, first in for the 17th Airborne was the 507th Parachute Infantry Regiment. They were commanded by Colonel Edson Raff, who was 37 years old at the time of Operation Varsity. Raff had a fascinating resume. He had commanded America's first airborne drop into North Africa and was now bookending his experience of World War II by being the first man to jump into Germany. He exited the aircraft at 0948. His nickname was Little Caesar, and he had a very divisive reputation amongst the men in the 507th. He insisted that the paratroopers jump with their heavy equipment, and so the 507th went out the door with their .30 caliber machine guns and their radios, which the men did not like jumping heavy equipment. But this paid off almost instantly upon hitting the ground because RAF and the 1st Battalion were misdropped about a mile from their drop zone. The rest of the battalions jumped in the appropriate area. But RAF was able to improvise and adapt his plan very quickly because his men all had their radios. And so the 1st Battalion went into action attacking objectives that weren't originally assigned to them. The 2 battalions that had landed in the actual drop zone did the same, and together that flexible approach allowed the 507th to secure their objectives very early on in the Varsity timeline. Next in, and we'll contrast the experience of the 507th with that of the 513th, who was dropping a few miles north of the 507th. They too were misdropped, but they were misdropped en masse, meaning the entirety of the regiment landed off the drop zone. And they started to figure this out, and you can see this photo here of the 513ers starting to assemble. And only when these giant British Horsa gliders started swooping in did they realize that they had actually dropped in the British zone instead of their own drop zone. Now, what's interesting about the 513th is they started fighting their way back to the drop zone instead of fighting their way to their objectives, which resulted in several hours delay, and in the case of one battalion, almost a 24-hour delay in linking up with the British 6th Airborne. Now, while they're fighting their way to the drop zone, their artillery support, in the form of the 466th Parachute Field Artillery Battalion, dropped in the appropriate drop zone. And so the artillerymen found themselves fighting as infantry for the first several hours. And I think their experience can best be seen through the eyes of 24-year-old John Chester. He was a farmer from Missouri. He was a section leader of a 75-millimeter howitzer team. They dropped in. Their first task was to assemble their howitzer. They spent the next several hours using it essentially as a shotgun, bore sighting it to take out German machine gun positions and barricaded houses. It was a very bitter fight for these guys on Drop Zone X, and on that morning, John Chester lost 50 of his comrades killed in action, and 100 more were wounded, giving his unit approximately a 25% casualty rate as they secured the drop zone. The most vital mission for the 17th came in simultaneous to this action unfolding, and this was the landing of the 194th Glider Infantry Regiment, who I mentioned had the primary job of seizing these 10 bridges. They came in 8 serials, bringing in roughly 600 gliders. They were releasing a glider one every minute approximately. And so if you can just imagine that spectacle of every minute, just another glider, up to 600 gliders are flying in, coming into this zone. This was where the most bitter fighting for the 17th Airborne took place. The Germans heavily contested these 10 bridges. Bridges 1, 2, and 10 specifically could support the weight of heavier German armor, so those counterattacks came in almost immediately into that area. Bridges 2 and 10 were overrun, as were bridges 5 and 6 multiple times, and so the skirmishes for these bridges went back and forth over the next 24 hours, bitterly contested back and forth. Miley moved the 507th out of their zone to come over and reinforce the 194th to hold those bridges. That also began the expansion on the 25th of March, attacking out to designated phase lines. And on March 26th, varsity was considered concluded, and the 17th then joined 21 Army's groups sweep up to encircle the Ruhr industrial area. The 17th was responsible for seizing Munster as part of that campaign. And so while Operation Varsity was successful, it was also one of the most costly airborne operations of the war. The 17th Airborne Division suffered just over 1,300 casualties in those 3 days of fighting for Varsity. The glider pilots suffered 150 casualties. The aircrew suffered egregiously, having over 520 casualties from aircrew either wounded or shot down as part of that airdrop. The B-24 crews coming in to bring in that resupply suffered another 109 killed in action to bring in those supplies at the tail end of the airdrop. So and I know that you all recognize that each one of those numbers is more than a number, it's more than a statistic, it's a life unfulfilled. And so while many things contributed to Operation Varsity's success, the foundation of it was built on courage and sacrifice. Thank you.
That was fantastic. Thank you, James. Saul?
Thanks, James. Set the scene beautifully. I'm just going to go straight into the action and start with the takeoff of the British planes at 7 a.m. on the 24th of March. The first of 240 Dakota transport planes took off from airfields in East Anglia, carrying the 6 battalions of the 3rd and 5th Parachute Brigades, which of course were part of the 6th Airborne Division. We only had 2 airborne divisions, interestingly, in the British Armed Forces, the 1st and the 6th. There was no 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and they deliberately left a gap between those numbers to make it seem like we had a bigger airborne component than we actually did. So these 240 Dakota transport planes, I'll just quickly move this on to talk about Poet. We'll come on to him in a second. They're followed into the air by 429 tugs, mostly Stirlings and Halifaxes. You'll have noticed those are bombers, of course, towing Horsa and Hamilcar gliders, with Major General Eric Boll's Divisional HQ, the 6th Air Landing Brigade, and supporting arms on board. So they're all now into the air. It was a beautiful, clear day. Remembered Nigel Poet, commanding the 5th Parachute Brigade, as he watched the majestic stream of 450 parachute aircraft passing below the glider stream over Belgium. As we approached the Rhine, he wrote, we could see the battlefield covered by haze and the dust of the bombardment. At 1,000 feet, we could see the area of the Army administrative units and the supporting arms and artillery as we flew on. It's interesting thinking about the total numbers. I mean, I've got the numbers of 540 Dakotas and 1,300 gliders in all. That's both airborne divisions. Protected by almost 3,000 fighters for James Hill, who was commanding the British 3rd Parachute Brigade. The operation was a world apart in, as he wrote, skill, technique, and planning from the relatively primitive airborne drop that he had carried out with the 1st Parachute Battalion in North Africa towards the end of 1942, covered by my forthcoming book, Tunisgrad. Watching the huge air armada approach his target was, believe it or not, Prime Minister Winston Churchill. He wrote, it was full daylight before the subdued but intense roar and rumblings of swarms of aircraft stole upon us. After that, in the course of half an hour, over 2,000 aircraft streamed overhead in their formations. Soon they returned at a different altitude. Their parachutists dropped off or their gliders released. And Churchill witnessed, as he wrote, with a sense of tragedy, aircraft in 2s and 3s coming back askew, asmoke, or even in flame. And so at 9:52 a.m., 8 minutes ahead of schedule, the first parachutes appeared over the drop zone west of Hammenkelln, a small town east of the River Rhine in northern Germany. Hill had asked the American pilots of the US 9th Troop Carrier Command to drop the 2,200 men of his command in a clearing 1,000 by 800 yards in a heavily wooded area held by German parachute troops. The drop took 6 minutes and was, according to Hill, dead on target. So just to rewind a second and give you a sense of the sight of this extraordinary spectacle, the huge airborne operation was, of course, part of Field Marshal Sir Bernard Montgomery's ambitious plan to jump the River Rhine. Here's Monty, around about that time. Like Market Garden, the ill-fated attempt the previous September to capture a series of river crossings in Holland, it had separate ground and air components. We've already heard briefly from James about Operation Plunder. I'll give you some statistics in a moment about Plunder, because they are quite astonishing. That, of course, was the amphibious crossing of the Rhine, and Varsity was the landing of parachutists and gliders on the far side of the Rhine. There were, however, important differences from Arnhem and lessons learned, frankly. First of all, and most importantly, I think, the drops would only begin after the amphibious troops had crossed the river. So they learned, of course, from Arnhem, don't maroon airborne troops too far away from their relief. So that was the first thing they were going to do. Secondly, the airborne troops would be dropped in one wave. At Arnhem, 3 waves. And this was disastrous because they don't have enough punching power on day 1 to get to the bridge and hold both sides of it. Third, the airborne troops would land within range of artillery support on the far side of the Rhine. So we're only talking about a matter of miles, and they have that artillery support. The biggest problem for all airborne troops is that they're relatively lightly equipped, and they generally don't have heavy weapons to assist them. And this, of course, would make the link up with the advancing ground troops as easy as possible. The one similarity, the 6th Airborne Division, by the way, had fought at D-Day when they went in at night with the 82nd and the 101st. And they were blown all over the place. So the advantage of going in by day, which is why they risked it for Varsity, is you can land in a concentrated way and you can deploy relatively quickly. The downside, as I'm sure you've guessed and you'd have gathered from some of what James is saying, is you're a real target for enemy flak. And the Germans had a lot of flak. on defending this position on the far side of the Rhine. So you are going to lose a lot of troops, but they reckon you're going to benefit by the concentration. The plan, as far as 6th Airborne Division was concerned, was to drop them east of the Wesel. I think I've got a map coming up here. There's Market Garden. We can see what went wrong there. And this is the plan for the 6th Airborne Division. So it's to drop them east of the Wesel in an area between the town and the river Issel, where they would seize part of wooded high ground known as the Dietz Forter Forest. Now, the 6th Airborne, of course, are north of 17th, and their job is to only capture a little bit of that high ground at Dietz Forter Forest. They're also to take the town of Hamminkeln and 3 bridges over the Issel. So the 6th Airborne is a slightly smaller force, and it's got slightly more limited objectives. They would then be in a position to prevent, and this is the important thing, I think. Yes, of course, as with D-Day, you capture those bridges so you're ready to move out of the bridgehead. And that's important, but it's far more important, in my view, to protect the force coming over the river. And that's really what the main objective of the airborne forces is intended to do, to protect the bridgehead. Few statistics for Operation Plunder, because as I say, they're rather astonishing. It would rival D-Day in Normandy in terms not only of troops involved, and this is from the official US history, but also in buildup of supplies, transport, and special equipment, and in the amount of supporting firepower, in complexity of deception plans, and in general elaboration. It is not an exaggeration to say, wrote the official US history, that it was the most elaborate assault river crossing operation of all time. So the British alone stockpiled 60,000 tons of ammunition, 30,000 tons of engineer stores, and 28,000 tons of other supplies. The US 9th Army had built up 138,000 tons of supplies. The British had almost 3,500 artillery pieces, anti-tank and anti-aircraft guns and rocket projectors. The Americans, 2,070. The total number of troops involved was 250,000. Now, plunder began the night before. I've already pointed out that it was important they got across the river first. So they set off near the town of Rees at 9 p.m. on the 23rd of March with the assault waves of the 51st Highland Division. If you go all the way back to the start of my career, I wrote about the Highlanders being captured in St. Valery in 1940. This is the new iteration. It's fought all the way through the desert. It hasn't done very well in Normandy. This was one of Montgomery's famous first 11 teams. They haven't done very well in Normandy, but they're back on form by the time of this river crossing. The assault waves of the British 51st Highland Division enter the river at 9 p.m., as I say, and begin to cross in their Buffalo amphibious vehicles. Within 2.5 minutes, facing only light opposition, they're on the far bank. By dawn, 9 small bridgeheads have been secured on the eastern bank of the Rhine, and the casualties at this stage are relatively light. And these are British commanders on the edge of Wesel, which they take during the course of the day. And the stage is now set for the arrival of the airborne troops. So at around 10 a.m. On the 24th of March, James Hill's brigade lands first. And the men of the 8th Parachute Battalion descend into a hail of small arms fire from German troops dug in on the edge of the Dietz Forter Forest. During the artillery barrage, remembered Panzer Grenadier Rolf Siegel, who was defending that position, we pressed ourselves into our trenches. They didn't seem quite deep enough then, only to re-emerge as the first aircraft arrived. By the time we had set up the gun, parachutists were in the air. Within a few minutes, there were hundreds of them, and many were collecting at various points. I'm sure that we must have drawn attention to ourselves because one group fell on us quickly. Firing an MG-42 machine gun, Siegel claimed to have shot up to 20 parachutists before his position was overwhelmed, and he obviously survived because he lived to tell the tale. Wounded by grenade fragments, he was the only member of his team to survive. Hill had told his men, speed and initiative is the order of the day. Risks will be taken, the enemy will be attacked and destroyed wherever he is found. And they carried out these instructions to the letter, although many paid the price. And here, of course, is one of them, Lieutenant Colonel Jeff Nicklin, commanding the 1st Canadian Parachute Battalion, who was killed, unfortunately, because his parachute got hung up in a tree and he was shot as he dangled helplessly from his parachute. Also killed during the drop or soon after was Captain Alan Clements. You're going to have to buy my book, Sky Warriors, to see the story of Clements all the way from North Africa onwards. He was a veteran of North Africa and Sicily who only 8 days earlier had told his sister in a letter how much he was enjoying life. The War Office telegram with the news his family had been dreading since 1942 reached them on the 5th of April, and among the personal effects, and these things are always the most moving bit of the story, I think, among the personal effects to return to his parents were a pipe, a fountain pen, a bone-handled penknife, a chess set, 3 volumes of poetry, so he's a well-read man, Shelley, Tennyson, and the Oxford Book of English Verse, and a history of England. Clements was 26 years old. The rest of the brigade fights on, of course, with the 8th Parachute Battalion securing the drop zone by 11 a.m., and the other 2 battalions, the 9th and the 1st Canadian, occupying the west edge of the Deeds Fort Forest. Major Fraser Eadie, second in command of the 1st Canadian Parachute Battalion, had taken over and got the various companies on the move. By noon, recalled Eadie, all companies had secured their objectives, but enemy fire that continually swept the east and south ends of the drop zone still had to be silenced. Our doctor, Captain Pat Costigan's medical crews really excelled in their rescue and evacuation of casualties through to our aid post. Corporal Fred Topham of the battalion medics displayed tremendous bravery in caring for and evacuating the wounded. And here's Topham. The 27-year-old Topham, he'd worked in the gold mines of Ontario before joining up in 1942, and I'm sure, as you will all know, for his outstanding bravery and courage that day. The medics' stories are always the most affecting, aren't they? Because these are guys risking their lives, not in the heat of battle, but to save people. Notably, his rescue of 3 wounded men from a burning Bren gun carrier that no one else would go near because they think it's about to explode. He became the only member of the 6th Airborne Division to be awarded the Victoria Cross. Elsewhere, the men of the 6th Air Landing Brigade had been met by a blizzard of shells and machine gun bullets as they attempted to land their unwieldy gliders on zones to the north and east of Hammonkel. And can I just get this going? Hold on one second. I'm not sure I can actually start that with the kit I've got here. No. Okay. That's a shame because we've got a little bit of a video, but it's tricky to be able to show you that. So I'll continue with the story. Private Dennis Edwards of the 2nd Ox and Bucks Light Infantry, a veteran of the famous operation to capture Pegasus Bridge on D-Day, remembered rounds zipping through one side of the flimsy plywood fuselage and out the other side, although no one was hit. As they came in to land, an aileron and the tail section were shot to pieces by shell fire. His battalion's task was to capture a railway bridge and road bridge over the Issel River and then take a number of German defensive positions. It achieves all its objectives, but at a fearful cost. Of the original strength of 600, 110 were killed and many more were wounded, leaving the battalion at half strength by the end of the day. The rest of the day, noted one officer, was just a question of resisting attacks and sending out patrols. That night, the Germans began a real assault with tanks, and we had to blow the bridge over the Issel, which we had seized that day to stop them coming across. A lot more fighting, of course, is taking place. I didn't really have time to go into the full details of the 6th Airborne Division, but suffice to say that by the end of the day, as James, I think, has alluded to, the 2 airborne divisions had taken most of their objectives and managed to link up with each other and the 15th Scottish Infantry Division advancing from the Rhine, which meant the air resupply mission for the following day could be cancelled. They remain at their posts until the morning of the 26th of March, when they were joined by the Churchill tanks of the 6th Independent Guards Brigade, before their breakout from the bridgehead 2 days later. Casualties, James referred to some of them. 6th Airborne, 1,344 of its original 6,000 men, including 238 killed, which is a casualty rate of about 20%. 17th Airborne, similar, 1,584 out of 9,387. So it's got a lower casualty rate, but still that's pretty heavy. The vast majority of casualties were incurred, of course, on the first day of the operation, 24th of March. Aerial losses, surprisingly light, 55 transport planes and 16 gliders, just 3.8% of the total, and a further 339 planes damaged. So Was it all worth it? Well, the US official historian wasn't entirely convinced. He wrote, in view of the weak condition of German units east of the Rhine and the particular vulnerability of airborne troops in and immediately following descent, some overbearing need for the special capability of airborne divisions would be required to justify their use. Although the objectives assigned the divisions were legitimate, there were objectives that the ground troops alone, under existing circumstances, should have been able to take without undue difficulty and probably with considerably fewer casualties. I do not agree with this assessment. The capture of the bridges over the Issel and the prevention of an effective German counterattack undoubtedly assisted the ground forces in establishing their bridgehead and, of course, eventually breaking out of it. The airborne forces also accounted for at least 1,000 German casualties and captured up to 4,000. The figures never quite agree, along with 90 major artillery pieces and many 20-millimeter guns in multiple mountings and hundreds of machine guns. All of these, noted Brigadier James Hill, could have been used to impede the deployment of the British and American armies across the Rhine. And if you don't trust Hill and even my own assessment, listen to what Major General Matthew Ridgway, commanding the US 18th Airborne Corps, noted in his report. The airborne drop was of such depth that all enemy artillery and rear defensive positions were included and destroyed, reducing in one day a position that might have taken many days by ground attack only. Thank you.
Thank you, Saul. So we've reached that point of the program. You've heard two very fine presentations on Operation Varsity Plunder, a combined airborne amphibious operation in which the amphibious side went first, which is fascinating to me. It's something I'd like to hope we can talk about as we go into the questions. This now, gentlemen, is when we do turn you over to the audience and see what they have to say. But before we do that, I'm going to take a chairman's privilege and ask you one question. I'll ask the same question to both, and you can answer it as you see fit. Picking up from the skepticism of the U.S. official history, Saul, which you very bravely included in your talk, I won't ask a skeptical question because I think it's played up. Was this necessary? Wasn't this necessary? I'm more interested in it happened and what it meant. So can I ask each of you, what is the end game in the West? The destruction of German military power across the Rhine. What is that end game like without Operation Varsity Plunder? James, can we start with you and then hand it over to Saul?
Sure. I think I want to comment quickly on the skepticism piece around the official history, just because it by and large criticizes Varsity for the depth or the lack of depth that it gained on the far side of the Rhine. But that ignores, I think, the point that Saul and I were making, where the primary objectives were along that Issel, which was the Issel River, which was a secondary obstacle that had to be seized. You could imagine how long it would take ground troops, if the Germans had seized it first, set up their weapons atop that natural obstacle and were able to hold that from an advantage point. But I think the critical part of Plunder and Varsity was that it unlocked the ability for the Allies to encircle and cut off the Ruhr industrial area. And I think that's where, again, and you're more well-versed in this than I am, but the German industrial capacity was still in pretty good swing. Yes, there were shortages of fuel and manpower, but they were still even making U-boats this late in the war out of that area. And so I think without encircling the Rhine or the Ruhr industrial area, you do have a lengthier end to the war. And I've been asked in the past, well, we'd already crossed at Remagen. Yeah. Why was Plunder and Varsity necessary? Well, it was necessary because the original point was to cut off the Ruhr industrial area, and you can't do that from Remagen.
Right. I think sometimes we err in treating these campaigns as separate battles. In the Napoleonic style, there's a battle 3 months later, but you can't have the Ruhr, in other words, without Varsity Plunder. It's a good point. So?
And we take it on a little bit further from that, Rob, and we look at the consequences for North Germany if they don't get across the Rhine in this position, because geographically we're in the northern point. Montgomery had two things in mind, truthfully, and one of them, of course, as James has already mentioned, which is the absolutely crucial battle to surround the Ruhr and knock out Germany's economic capacity. But just as important was the the access into the North German plain so that you can, I mean, Montgomery hoped, and so did Churchill, but the Americans thought differently for reasons I'll explain in a second. They thought they could get to Berlin before the Russians. Mm-hmm. This was vital in Churchill's mind because he's already thinking about what's going to happen after the end of the Second World War. Well, we know that the calculation was eventually made not to go for Berlin. One, because Eisenhower quite rightly understood that it was going to take a huge number of casualties. And the Western Allies, for all their willingness to lose some airborne troops and others, of course, as James has already pointed out, 10,000 in the last month of the war on the US side alone. But nevertheless, this is going to be a bloodbath for Berlin. And that's probably going to be more than the British and American publics can stomach. Mm-hmm. But there's another factor. Even if you don't go for Berlin, you do have access to the North German coast all the way up to Denmark. And the reason this is important is because there is a knife-edge race to get to the base of the Danish peninsula. And why does that matter? Because the Germans have already got as far as they've got. Are they actually going to get as far as Denmark, which gives them access, of course, into the Baltic? This is going to be an absolute game changer in Churchill's mind as far as where the Iron Curtain is going to fall. Mm-hmm. Now, he alone is really thinking ahead as to what the likely scenario of the end of the war is concerned. And it goes all the way back, frankly, to the origins of the Second World War, which, some people have argued very effectively recently is all really about fear of communism on the British part. One of the reasons we're appeasing the Germans for so long is because we see them as a bulwark against communism. But nevertheless, once Germany's defeated, communism is going to be a problem again. So getting access to the North German plain and getting to the base of Jutland, effectively, is another crucial geopolitical move for the Western Allies that was made possible by this operation.
Great, that's fascinating. I think this discussion of post-war, that's the next conference, 1946. We can talk about that next time out. But I think we tend to err. We tend to look at these as isolated events and why they were done at the moment without really thinking of perhaps what we might say broader implications. Certainly put Denmark on the right side of the Iron Curtain, for example, after the war. Thank you. Jeremy.
Great. A round of applause for the panel, please. Oh.
Questions, anyone? Raise your hand, and Jeremy or Connie will come and see you.
We're going to go in the back to your left, please.
So my father was a glider infantryman with the 88th Glider Regiment, later became the 326, went overseas with the 13th Airborne, which as far as I can tell, mostly drank in local pubs and was never really involved in combat. But why was that division not involved in varsity or plunder, if you all know?
Sure, I can actually speak to that. The 13th Airborne Division, to your point, is the only not only the only airborne division that didn't see action, but I think it was the only American division in Europe that didn't see any combat either. Now, the 13th originally was attached to jump into varsity. So Montgomery originally wanted to drop 3 airborne divisions as part of varsity. Matthew Ridgway was the 18th Airborne Commander at the time. He did not see a relevant military mission, or I should say airborne mission, for the 13th Airborne Division. He felt that using them to, basically they were going to jump in to reinforce the airhead. He felt that that was better accomplished through bringing troops across the Rhine. And so they were then removed from the roster of varsity, if you will, and put on one of the many other airborne operations that were planned at that time to help other sectors advance, and they experienced the same thing that the airborne divisions experienced after Normandy. Just their missions kept getting canceled.
One other factor that I mentioned in Sky Warriors was, as James says, that the plan is originally to use 3 divisions, but there's also an issue. Once they agree on it's got to be a first lift, or one lift only, you've now got a problem with transport. So they don't have this has been the issue all the way through the war, but we don't have enough transport planes and tugs to get 3 airborne divisions there. Better to get 2 and then reinforce them with ground troops. And I think that was the correct decision.
Now, through the museum, I was able to travel to Crete. and see the results of a two-wave airborne drop. But that second wave, of course, can often be a bloodbath, I guess is our word of the weekend. It can be because the surprise has been lost, the defenders are fully alerted, all guns are aiming towards the sky. Call me a fan of the one-wave airborne drop in all cases.
Next question is going to be to your right, about halfway back with Connie.
Thank you. I think sometimes we forget the personal side of the story, like Dr. David talked about. I had 4 uncles and my father who all fought in World War II, all in Europe. And one uncle died, Battle of the Bulge, another uncle died preparing for Vietnam 20 years later. But the personal side of the story, I found a group of letters written by my uncle just before Christmas, or actually one on Christmas Day, December 25th, 1944. I read that letter at our last big family gathering. Once the grandkids, the nieces and nephews got old enough, they didn't want to go to our house. They wanted to play with their friends in the different cities that our families lived in. But in any event, I read the letter that he had written his wife on Christmas Eve, actually. There wasn't a dry eye in the house. And I think we just forget the personal side of all of us. For each one of those soldiers that died, there's a life lost, there's a life not lived. It just amazes me. Just a comment, no question.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I think both of us write in a way that brings out the personal, because how else, when you're reading history, can you possibly take yourself back to that place and into the thought? Of course, you can never exactly get it right, but to read the words of people from that time, particularly the contemporaneous stuff, so the letters that you're referring to, I spoke about the experience for a family to get the news that everybody dreads when their loved ones are in combat. It's utterly horrifying. But I will say one point, and I did check this with James, who of course is a veteran himself, so I thought I needed to. And that is that I don't think there would have been a single member of the 17th Airborne Division who didn't want to go into action at Operation Varsity. So of course all the deaths are a tragedy. And the same thing for the 6th Airborne Division, who were badly knocked around in the D-Day campaign, having done tremendously well on D-Day itself and in the subsequent next 3 or 4 days, but they're kept in the line and they take terrible casualties, which is my issue with airborne forces. I don't think they should be left to fight on as ground troops, although the local commanders know how good they are, and they often, do insist that happens. But the interesting thing about Varsity is just in those 3 days, there were very, very heavy casualties. But again, I make the point, I don't think a single member of either of those divisions would have had it any different to being part of that. They take the lottery, and they were the unfortunate ones.
In response to your comment, which is very much to the point, I've read the books in question here, and I think I have 2 partners on stage here who really do attempt to get you into the head in a bit of those troops, those young men. I mean, they look like boys to me now who jumped out of airplanes, which is a gutsy thing to do to begin with. But I think that boots on the ground view is you're really going to get from both James and Saul's work.
Next question is to your left, towards the back.
Again, thank you, gentlemen. Really interesting topic that I need to read up on some more. James, you mentioned in passing that one group of paratroopers landed out of place and then fought back to their starting place and then attempted to cross the Rhine there. Given the vagaries and variation in navigation, in weather, in the mindset of men who willingly and happily jump out of a perfectly functional aircraft, it seems like landing off course is something to be expected. I'm curious if you'll comment a little bit on the doctrine before the battle, what they would have been expected to do, and then maybe how they varied from that.
Good question.
Sure. First, I want to just make a small correction to your observation. There's no such thing as a perfectly good airplane. So just as a point of order there.
Writing that down.
That's right. So I think there was some assumptions made in Varsity on behalf of the 513th. So Miley had originally advocated for a night drop. The Allies obviously have a very spotty record as far as accuracy of a night drop goes. They had moved it to later in the day, partly to offset an that lost element of surprise. So as Saul mentioned, the river assault on Plunder started first. Several hours later, it was thought that maybe the Germans would be lulled into a false sense that the airdrop wasn't going to happen, because every other sequence of events in the war was the airdrop occurred before the ground assault. So that was part of that change of plan there. But the assumption was that they were going to be jumping during the day, and that therefore they would have as accurate a jump as they did in Market Garden. Saul kind of alluded, but what happened was that Montgomery, to hide all of that massive preparation that was going on for Plunder, all of that equipment being brought forward that Saul mentioned, he had set up a 22-mile wide smoke screen. And all of that smoke was blown across the river into Germany. So yes, while it was hiding, observation from the far shore, it also obscured landmarks for the air crew coming in. And so that's where that mass misdrop for the 513th took place. And then I think it was just some, you can compare the combat experience of RAF with that of Coots, who was the commander of the 513th. RAF had a very disastrous drop in North Africa. He didn't jump into Normandy, but he had come ashore quite quickly after the airdrop, so he had witnessed a lot of that, and I think he had drilled into his men more to expect that. And so the 513th just went with a more conventional approach and marched back to where they thought they should start from before then expanding into their objectives.
That's fascinating. I could think about that for the rest of the day, the choices that you can make.
We're going to go halfway back to your left, please.
I was wondering if you could take Patton's efforts to cross the line and put them in context with Operation Plunder. How did that fit in? There's obviously the rivalry of Patton always wanting to be first in everything. And also, did Patton use any airborne troops? And if not, why?
You want to take that one? Or you want?
Well, I mean, geographically, as we were talking about before, the crossing at Remagen is the 7th, I think, of March. The Patton crossing, which is further south than that, is, I think, about the 10th or the 11th. So they have got across, and it's a perfectly reasonable question to ask, why do you need this other operation? Well, we've already partly answered that. It's its location in relation to the Ruhr. I think the point about the Patton crossing is that, yes, it was successful, but not with anything like the same weight of material. So you don't have the opportunity to break out of that bridgehead in the same speed that they were able to do with this one. It's all about building up supplies and troops and armor, of course, so that you can get out and make a real difference. I can't answer with any certainty about the various operations that were planned in relation to airborne and Patton, but I can tell you, which James has already alluded to, that there were multiple airborne operations that were cancelled, including both British, of course, and American. And it's probable, and James may be able to correct me on this, that some of them involved Patton's troops as well. But certainly the major objectives were the key objectives were chiefly, not solely, but chiefly for Montgomery's forces, and I suspect a lot of the airborne operations would have been in concert with that. But I also imagine there must have been some for Patton too.
Yeah, to tag on that briefly, I think the two different crossings represent kind of a difference in the way both armies viewed the crossing of the Rhine. The Americans were very much trying to jump the Rhine, is what they called on the fly, meaning grab a bridge while it was intact, which they did at Remagen. Montgomery, on the other hand, very much wasn't necessarily interested in grabbing a bridge because he was very much bringing up all of this material to cross on a 22-mile wide front. And to be fair, Eisenhower and Schaeff had already designated Montgomery's approach to the Rhine as the official way that the Allies were going to cross the Rhine River so that they could encircle the Ruhr industrial area, as I mentioned. So part of what was going on with Bradley and Patton was an ad hoc aspect of crossing the Rhine, and therefore the Allies weren't really in the position to be able to reinforce what they were doing down there anyway because they had invested so heavily in everything of what Montgomery was doing.
Just a word on behalf of the U.S. First Army under Courtney Hodges, who actually crossed the Rhine at Remagen, called Bradley and said, "Brad, we got a bridge," and Bradley responded with the immortal hot dog, Courtney. This will blow him wide open. Didn't quite blow him wide open, but the Remagen seizure was a real coup.
Next question is going to be to your right with Connie.
I'd like to ask you a little bit about the follow-up to Operation Plunder. After that operation, how fast did the 21st Army Group, and in particular the 9th U.S. Army, get across and really go into the Ruhr and accomplish those goals?
Well, do you want to answer?
Well, I can. So the 9th crossed pretty rapidly. I mean, on the same timeline as the rest of Plunder. They attacked to the right. I don't have a map up there, but a little bit further upstream, and they crossed pretty rapidly along with the other divisions that Saul mentioned, assaulting across the Rhine River. They immediately kind of broke out and joined. The main effort kind of came through the vessel bridgehead there. Around those bridges. That was the advance coming out on 28 March, emanated from there predominantly, and those units started sweeping around to the east to encircle the Ruhr.
So it happened within a couple of weeks from Varsity Plunder, late March, and then the Ruhr is encircled in early April.
That's right. Yeah, and I think they captured something like 300,000 prisoners.
I would say an entire Army group, or whatever that meant by that point in the war, 350,000.
Yeah, and that time scale is important because we know the Russians are coming the other way, but the Western allies need to get in as deep into Germany as possible for multiple different reasons. And some of them, of course, purely military, but others are political, as I've already referred to. So the speed with which they got across the Rhine and the amount of material they got across the Rhine is absolutely crucial in effectively winning the war in the West is probably the simplest way of putting it.
Agreed.
Next question, center aisle, all the way in the back.
Thank you very much for two very interesting presentations. Two very quick but very nerdy questions. Would you comment on the reasoning for transferring the 507th from the 82nd to the 17th Airborne? And does that have to do with the fact, with the experience and giving experience to 17th Airborne? And the second one is about systems to mark the drop zones, and had there been development between Overlord, Market Garden, and Varsity, and Pathfinder Force, Eureka Beacons, etc. Thank you.
Sure. So the 507th was just, and this gets into these nuanced military terms, but the 507th was never officially assigned to the 82nd. It was attached to the 82nd, and so it was then attached to the 17th Airborne when they arrived in September of 1944. What was partly going on at that time was a reorganization of the airborne divisions, and so airborne divisions originally had two smaller glider infantry regiments and a lone parachute infantry regiment. For Normandy, they started attaching additional parachute infantry regiments to plus up the head count of those units in anticipation of that operation. Ridgway and Taylor then spent a lot of administrative time trying to get the table of organization and equipment for those divisions changed. RAF, as I mentioned specifically, was a divisive personality. He did not mince words, and he and Gavin did not get along at all, and nor did RAF get along with General Ridgway, who RAF later accused of bringing politics into the airborne. And so I think the 82nd was quite happy to get rid of RAF, and I think RAF volunteered for the 507th to be assigned to the 17th Airborne Division, which was valuable for Miley because it gave him a regiment that did have some combat experience, which paid off when they went into the Bulge. In answer to your Pathfinder question, they had Pathfinder teams for the 507th in Varsity that were specifically going to mark the drop zone for the B-24 drop. They didn't want to drop Pathfinders for the 17th at any rate early because it was a daytime drop in the morning and it would have been quite a hazardous undertaking. Now, as it stood, those teams that were supposed to mark the drop zone for the B-24s were dropped off course and didn't get into position in time for that follow-on resupply.
The precious security that happens when you have James Fenelon sitting next to you and someone asks a Pathfinder question. Thank God you were here for that.
I know, I'm glad he dealt with that. Just a quick point about the drop zones. Yeah. I mean, I was referring, when I was talking about the decision to locate the drops relatively close to the river, But another important factor needs to be mentioned, which of course again is a consequence of Arnhem, and that is you make sure that you drop both the glider and the parachutist relatively close to their target. So it's not just a question of being close to the relief, that's important, but they also have to be close to their targets, because we know what happened at Arnhem. They are, not just at Arnhem actually, and some of the other drops too. They are too far away, they get distracted by other tasks on their way in there. They're dropped in multiple lifts. So what you see, and I think, I hope it was explained by some of the first-hand accounts I was giving, they're literally into action as soon as they hit the ground, because that is their target, or their target is within a few hundred meters, a few hundred yards of where they actually drop. And that is another crucial factor, I think, in the success, the casualties notwithstanding.
It's almost as if this operation were designed to remove some of these elements of friction.
Yeah.
There's no more friction than you find than you will in an airborne operation, and I think the Allies have finally learned some lessons, maybe on the keep it simple. One, put them within visual range of what they're supposed to get, drop them all at once, make it during the day. It's fascinating.
I mean, I don't think we mentioned that the famous Eisenhower quote, this is the most successful airborne operation of the war. Now, you could argue that the D-Day operation, for example, is more significant in terms of what was ultimately at stake. But in terms of the planning and the precision and the successful achieving of objectives, Varsity is really the high point. And it's interesting, in my book, I subdivide it into sections, and it's about the story of British Airborne all the way through the war. And needless to say, there are a lot of ups and downs, including Arnhem. But this is the apogee, really. This is really the high point for British Airborne and probably US Airborne too, because they have worked out how to do it. Now, if there'd been another major airborne operation, maybe we wouldn't be able to talk like this, because so many things can go wrong with airborne operations. But generally speaking, they went right, mostly in this case, in an extraordinary fashion, I think.
And this is the last.
And it's the last, so we can't compare it with anything else.
That's perfect.
Gents, we're going to go to your left, towards the front.
Fascinating talk. Thank you very much. After Arnhem, obviously the 2-wave or 3 waves was an issue. What did they kind of talk about in terms of finding more assets? Obviously, they're not going to start creating more lift groups, because without airborne operations, there's really not a big need for increase of the transport aircraft. But did they think about how do we find a way to get more lift with what we've got? I mean, more gliders, maybe more. I mean, it seems like numbers are still a problem 6 months later.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, so in one of the advantages the 17th Airborne had was that they flew the 513th Regiment in entirely in C-46 aircraft, which was new in theater and allowed basically the doubling of the numbers that a C-47 could jump. So these guys were actually jumping almost 30 guys per plane out of a C-46, which doubled the capacity, which is one of the reasons why the 17th was able to bring in more guys than the 6th Airborne, because they had higher lift capability. They also were grabbing everything they could find that could legitimately tow a glider. So they were bringing bombers out of RAF training command in order to increase the lift for this operation as well.
Yeah, and the other thing you can do with gliders, of course, is have twin gliders attached behind one tug. But I think in most cases, so for Arnhem, for example, the original plan was to use twin gliders. So you can deliver double the force with the airlift capacity you've got. They decided against that because they're slower, they're more unwieldy, and the threat of flak was such that they didn't think that this was a viable option during daylight. And it's interesting in this operation, as far as I'm aware, James, there weren't many twin gliders coming in. There were some, but not many.
Actually, yes, no, small correction there. That I'm glad you brought it up because it's a great point. But yeah, they brought in, for LZS where the 194th landed, they brought in those 600 gliders. Those were all on double tow. So
okay.
300 tugs, for each carrying 2 gliders, which glider pilots hated, by the way, because it was one was on long rope and one was on a short rope, and you just had to spend the entire time making sure that you didn't drift into the other.
I can't imagine how that could go wrong, James.
Right, I know.
I can think of about 300 ways that could go bad.
That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Rob Citino, James Finland, and Saul David.
That was great. What a great section. Really enjoyed that.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Saul, excited about your next book for next year on Tunisgrad. Please visit our travel table for upcoming tours that Saul is featured in some. And James, I want to thank you for being here with us, and I also want to thank our mutual friend Jim Hornfisher, who introduced us back in 2013. Now it's a break time, book signing, and lunch. Please be back for 1:20 p.m. Thank you. All right, Connie.
Explain one of the stories I heard. Great session. That was an excellent session. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
I shall return. That was the promise General Douglas MacArthur made to his men and to the public after he was ordered to leave the Philippines in March 1942. In October 1944, that promise became a reality when MacArthur made his dramatic return to the islands. This is World War II in 2. I'm Bradley W. Hart at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. General MacArthur was one of the country's best-known Army officers. He was in charge when the Japanese attacked the Philippines, first by air and then by land in December 1941, after the attack on Pearl Harbor. The Japanese invasion forced MacArthur and the troops under his command to retreat from Manila and to take a stand on the Bataan Peninsula and the fortress island of Corregidor. In February 1942, President Franklin Roosevelt ordered MacArthur to leave the Philippines entirely and establish a command in Australia. The idea was to keep this famous general from being captured by the Japanese, but for MacArthur, it felt like he was being ordered to abandon his men to an uncertain fate. MacArthur and his family made a daring escape of more than 500 miles by sea, dodging Japanese patrols all along the way, and then by air to Australia. After setting foot on Australian soil, he made the famous vow to return to the soldiers and civilians he'd left behind. But back in Bataan, the fight was not going well. On April 9th, the remaining troops on the peninsula surrendered. Corregidor surrendered less than a month later. Thousands of survivors would be subjected to what became known as the Bataan Death March, and most would not live to see the end of the war. MacArthur never forgot his vow. He kept pushing to return to the Philippines for the next 2 years. In October of 1944, the assault on the Philippines itself finally started with the Battle of Leyte. It was there that MacArthur famously waded ashore with his men in one of the most iconic photos of the war. And just hours after arriving on Leyte, MacArthur made a radio broadcast in which he proclaimed,
"People of the Philippines, I have returned."
By March 1945, MacArthur's troops had recaptured Corregidor, cut off the Japanese in Bataan, and recaptured the capital city of Manila. MacArthur had kept his promise and returned, but by some estimates, only a third of the American and Filipino soldiers he commanded in 1942 were still alive to see it.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. And watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and it's supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers and the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, it's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it. I've been coming back ever since.
So it's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
Hi, I'm James Scott, and I lead the National World War II Museum's tour of the Philippines. And of course, the Philippines is really ground zero for much of America's experience in World War II in the Pacific. Of course, it's where the Philippines is a former American colony that we had captured after the Spanish-American War. We'd helped develop it in our image. And of course, it also provided for the United States a sort of a jumping off place for all of our business interests in Asia in the lead up to World War II. Of course, all of that ends with the attack on Pearl Harbor and America's entry into World War II. In the Philippines, we visit, for example, the Bataan Peninsula, where, of course, the notorious Bataan Death March took place. We follow in the footsteps of the first kilometer of that march, where the Americans and Filipinos endured incredible suffering. We visit the fortified island of Corregidor, which is home to more artifacts, tunnels, and guns than anywhere in the Pacific. We visit former Clark Airfield, which also has the kamikaze takeoff runways that were used in the early kamikaze attacks during the Battle of Leyte Gulf. What we're adding this trip that we've not done in the past, of course, is an excursion down to the island of Leyte. Of course, Leyte is where the Americans first returned in 1944. Of course, where MacArthur, had made his famous vow, "I shall return," and it is on the shores of Leyte where he completes that promise. Of course, Leyte is the scene not only of one of the most really difficult land battles that the troops are going to face taking that island, but of course it's famous for the Battle of Leyte Gulf, which is one of the largest naval sea battle in history, and of course it's also where we see the end of the Imperial Japanese Navy. So we'll spend a couple days there. We'll visit the landing beaches in Leyte. We'll visit MacArthur's old home in Tacloban. We'll also travel up to Breakneck Ridge, which was the scene of all the Japanese defensive fortifications in which American troops not only had to battle dug-in Japanese, but they also had to battle typhoons, literally 30 inches of rain in a matter of just 10 days, all while they're trying to defeat the Japanese there. So it's really, Leyte is it's an incredible piece of American and Filipino history that we're super excited to be able to bring onto this trip this time out. We spent a good bit of time as well in Manila. Of course, Manila was ground zero for the worst urban fight in the entire Pacific War. About 100,000 civilians were killed during that 29-day fight to liberate the Pearl of the Orient. We visit the University of Santo Tomas, which was one of the largest internment camps in all of Asia. It's where 3,700 Americans, men, women, and children were kept throughout the totality of the war. Many of them literally on the brink of starvation when they were finally liberated in early February 1945. We also visit the scene of some of the worst atrocities that took place, including De La Salle University, where Japanese troops massacred many Filipino civilians inside the chapel there. And of course, we also visit the United States Embassy, which before the war had been the High Commissioner's house. The embassy, of course, played a starring role in the first war crimes trials in all of Asia. We will visit the ballroom there, which was the courtroom for the trial of General Tomoyuki Yamashita and General Homa as well. So we really cover an incredible amount of stuff, not to mention, of course, the Manila American Cemetery, which is the largest cemetery containing American war dead anywhere in the Pacific. So it's really just a fantastic place to visit and to learn more about America's experience in the Pacific.
We write no last chapters. We close no books. We put away no final memories. An end to America's involvement in Vietnam cannot come before we have achieved the fullest possible accounting of those missing in action.
Why keep searching? The answer is simple. You never leave a fallen American behind. The mission of the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, or DPAA, is to provide the fullest possible accounting for our missing personnel to their families and their nation. Strategically located in Arlington, Virginia, with major facilities at Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hickam, Hawaii, In Offutt Air Force Base, Nebraska, the more than 600-person newly established defense agency is jointly manned by soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines, and Department of Defense civilians with specialized skills. Researching, recovering, identifying, and ultimately returning an individual to their family begins with analysis and investigation. The DPAA experts begin the search by studying all known information regarding the circumstances of each loss. Historians and analysts gather information from U.S. veterans, foreign witnesses, archival records, and other sources. They then create a case file for each unaccounted for American. This file may include historical records, official correspondence, maps, photographs, daily activity logs, and medical and personnel records of the missing person. These files are continually updated until an identification is made.
Once the research has been done here, and we get the command's approval, we send out small teams. It could be up to 2 people, it could be a 10-person team, conducting interviews at a villager's house, at a district office, or a combination of going to the site first and then conducting the interviews on site.
Once all available information is analyzed, a decision can be made to disinter individuals buried as unknown or conduct field investigations. During a typical investigation mission, personnel interview potential witnesses, conduct on-site reconnaissance, and survey terrain for safety and logistical concerns. Teams also try to generate new leads that may result in future recoveries. The main goal of the investigation is to obtain enough information to correlate or connect a particular site with one or more missing Americans. If enough on-site evidence is found, the site will be recommended for recovery and excavation. Recovery sites range in size from a few square meters, such as in individual burials, to areas larger than football fields for aircraft crashes. DPAA may hire as many as 100 local workers to help with the excavation process.
This job has so many benefits. For me personally, it's an opportunity to serve the country, but also our fighting forces and kind of contribute to that as well. Professionally, it's just an incredible challenge to get to work in all the countries where we work, to travel to these amazing sites, to work with the local villagers and local officials, and just have the opportunity to give somebody some answers after decades of waiting to know what happened to their loved one, and maybe just wrestling with the grief that lack of information and lack of answers brings. We have the chance to resolve that for them, and that's just an incredible opportunity.
Investigative and recovery missions in search of missing Americans take DPAA personnel to distant, remote, and often dangerous locations all over the globe. Rice paddies in Southeast Asia, areas on the Korean Peninsula, 16,000-foot mountaintops in the Himalayas, and underwater sites off the coast of Papua New Guinea. And we still continue to search the battlefields of World War II throughout Europe. After a successful recovery, all evidence is then transported to the DPAA laboratories. Once they've arrived in the lab, the painstaking process of identification begins. This is the final step of the mission, leading to the return of an individual. In many of the cases, an important step in the identification process is DNA analysis, which is accomplished by cutting a bone sample that is sent to the Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory. One of the challenges DPAA faces today is the lack of reference samples from family members of those still unaccounted for. Any person who is a relative of an unaccounted for American is encouraged to contact their service casualty office to ensure there is a DNA reference sample on file for that service member. DPAA makes an identification when all available evidence, remains, artifacts, and historical documents point to the same person. The ID process can take anywhere from a few months to several years to complete. Any unresolved cases are kept open with the hope that new evidence will be found, or new technologies will be developed to make a future identification possible. Once an American has been identified, their remains are returned to their family through their respective service casualty office. They are returned home with full military honors and given the respect they earned through their service and sacrifice for their country.
Oh, as a family member, this agency, to me, is doing phenomenal work, and in a very personal way, because when somebody loses somebody like my father, and you really don't know what the story is for 70 years, and then you find an agency that knows about him and keeps his memory alive, keeps the mission alive to try to find him. It's very meaningful in a very personal way, because it means you're not just doing this yourself alone. You have a whole body of people who are concerned about finding your dad and bringing him home.
That says something about how we honor our dead, particularly those who have served this nation. I'm very grateful to all of the DPAA and related agencies and the military in general, as they've pursued this in our government, and for our citizens, because they think it's an important enough mission to continue. And the way we value life, and very few nations, I don't think any other nation to this degree does this.
Which, makes me proud to be an American.
I just wanted to yell openly to everybody out there, he's home, he's home. I couldn't believe it. And when I went up and touched his name, I thought, you're home, you're home. It's unbelievable. I'm glad I live in the United States of America, and that we have this attitude. Leave no man behind. We're so fortunate. I want you to know, and I know from my own experience, that if something's happened to you, we will be looking for you.
The men and women of the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency are united in their effort to recover and return as many of our missing personnel as possible. One more patriot return, one more family that now has answers. One more step in fulfilling our nation's promise.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
In November 1938, Nazi mobs rushed down streets, destroying Jewish-owned businesses, setting fire to synagogues, and arresting Jewish men in their homes. This is the story of Kristallnacht, the Night of Broken Glass. And this is World War II in 2. I'm Dr. Jennifer Putnam at the National World War II Museum. Kristallnacht, also known as the November Pogrom, was an organized escalation of violence against Jewish people in Germany, Austria, and parts of Czechoslovakia. Nazi authorities claim that the night was a spontaneous outburst of violence after the assassination of a German diplomat in France, Ernst von Rath, by a Polish Jewish teenager, Herschel Grinspan. In reality, the pogrom was organized and encouraged by the Nazi government. On November 9, 1938, von Rath died of his wounds, and Chief of Security Police Reinhard Heydrich announced that Jewish people would be subject to spontaneous acts of retribution. He ordered potential rioters not to harm non-Jewish people, and that local police and SS officers should arrest as many young Jewish men as possible. Overnight, mobs of civilians, police, and SS men in plain clothes roamed the streets, looking to inflict harm. They shattered windows, looted, and vandalized Jewish-owned businesses. They stormed into synagogues, ripping out the benches, bimas, and Torah scrolls and throwing them into bonfires. They torched Jewish homes. The local fire departments only intervened when the fire spread to adjacent buildings. Jewish people found in the streets were beaten, forced to perform humiliating acts, and some Jewish women were sexually assaulted. Overnight, hundreds of synagogues were destroyed, and 7,500 Jewish-owned businesses were looted. More than 100 people died as a result of the violence committed during Kristallnacht, and more succumbed to their injuries or died as a result of suicide in the following days. That night and the following morning, over 30,000 men were arrested. After being held in local prisons, they were sent to concentration camps. Hundreds of these men died in the camps. Those who were released in the following weeks and months were forced to agree to leave their countries, even though visas were expensive and limited. This was the first time during Nazi rule that Jewish people were imprisoned based solely on their perceived race, but it would not be the last.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, it's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
Millions of American servicemen and women were stationed in Europe in 1944. Most relied on the military mail system to connect with loved ones back home. When the volume of emails and letters became overwhelming, the women of the 6888, a unit made up primarily of black women, stepped in to untangle the mess. I dug into our collection of letters to find evidence of the mail getting back on track. And look what I found. One letter home from Corporal Chet Murray. Last night, we got our first mail in weeks, and I was glad to hear from you. I got 10 letters from you, 2 from Mother, and 1 from my sister, and 1 from Pat. Another from engineer Jack McDonough reads, "Mail seems to be getting to us a little more quickly than usual, and I hope it's working the same way with our mail going home." And in a letter from an Army surgeon, Captain Richard Bulkins, he wrote, "While moving, we were given a big sack of mail, and I hit the jackpot. When it rains, it pours." The joy was brought to these service members by the unseen women of the 6888 Central Postal Battalion. They were able to bring a piece of home to many soldiers fighting in France, Belgium, and Germany. These letters that will be on display at the National World War II Museum's new Fighting for the Right to Fight exhibit show off just how successful the network of the 6888 was at fixing the mail pipeline.
So let's talk about the bombing of Dresden and what took place there. Who wants to start? Yeah, I mean, Dresden was it was known as the Florence on the Elbe because it's such a beautiful city, a Renaissance city with these incredible artworks and architecture and really gorgeous. It's part of the grand tour of Europe. People would always make a stop in Dresden. It survived most of the war intact because it was really on the edge of where the British and American bombers could reach to, and they didn't see. The reasons why they didn't bomb it is a whole other story. But anyway, it made it through till February 1945, and then the decision was taken to bomb it. And by this point in the war, both air forces were very efficient at destroying whole cities, setting them on fire. And this is what happened in Dresden. It caused a huge firestorm which raged through the city, destroying all these beautiful 16th, 17th century buildings all along the river. Famously, the Frauenkirche, the Church of Our Lady, was the fire went through there, weakened the whole building, and it collapsed in on itself. After 1989, they decided to try and rebuild the city centre as kind of an exact replica of what it used to look like. So when you go there now, you would be forgiven for thinking you're walking through this beautiful Renaissance city. It does look like it, but all the buildings are only technically 25 years old.
So construction started in 2005.
Yeah.
One other thing that we'll be doing or offering while we're in Dresden is actually a cultural option. This is something Darcy is the Director of Educational Travel Operations. She's always trying to bring in different things to appeal to maybe you really are into World War II, but you just need a break for the day. So what is the cultural option while we're in Dresden?
So we'll be offering a walking tour of the Dresden City Center. You'll be seeing the old Opera House, the Our Lady Church, but you'll also have an opportunity to visit the Old Masters Gallery at Zwinger. It is just remarkable. You walk in and it's got that gorgeous hall of antiquities, Roman and Greek marble carvings and sculptures. But the real crown jewel of the Old Masters Gallery is Raphael's Sistine Madonna.
And of course, though, for those that maybe don't want to do a walking tour, just want to do a half-day excursion, we have the Military Museum. Alex, tell me a little bit about that.
Well, the Military Museum, the Museum for the Bundeswehr in Germany, is a great museum for those interested in all aspects of military history, and particularly, of course, to do with Germany, focusing on Germany. It was long since a museum, actually, but of course with the Second World War and then the collapse of communism, the whole focus of it changed. Rather than being a kind of glorification of military, it's actually much more thoughtful, very, very questioning. And there are many, many, many themes that are encased in this building. First of all, the building looks like a very traditional sort of 18th century palace. But Daniel Libeskind was brought in to try and modernize and make one more thoughtful about this place. And there's a sort of gigantic shard which faces the very place where the first bombs were dropped during the bombing of Dresden. And that sort of thoughtfulness and the kind of echoing of that history is focused throughout the entire building and all of the exhibitions. And so it's not just following through the history of the Bundeswehr in a kind of traditional way, but also how does the military affect fashion? How does it affect music? How does it affect the way we think about violence? How were formations changed over the years? How were horses used? So the museum covers those things, but of course it has a great deal to offer for those interested in World War II. An actual V-2 rocket, for example. It has the miniature submarines that were produced at the end of the war. It has boots from Stalingrad. It has all sorts of
coat, his big, ginormous overcoat.
Goering's light blue, powdered blue coat, which shows a little bit of the arrogance of the man, even the coat's standing there. And many, many other things which show the technological developments of the war, but also the way in which the Germans, in a way, were stymied by their own prowess, engineering prowess, because they kept developing all these amazing technical things, great Tiger tanks and everything else. but they never had the chance to test them properly. They were over-engineered, they broke down, whereas the T-34 didn't, or it could be repaired. And also they started to run out of fuel and so on. So it tells the story of the German experience of the Second World War, but through many, many different facets. As I said, cultural, but also technological, purely historical. And so, you know, one could spend hours and hours and hours in that museum. And I think we offer a choice as to whether or not people can go for a longer time or not. But nevertheless, it's certainly a must-see for anybody who's interested in the history of the military generally, and particularly World War II history.
Today we visited Treblinka. It was a hard day, very hard to think about how many people came under the false sense of going to a labor camp or just relocating, and then were very quickly stripped of all of their humanity.
I'm Noah Nassoff, I'm 17. I was a student reporter for the World War II Museum's Holocaust electronic field trip, and I go to Benjamin Franklin High School. The experience was unlike anything I'd ever done before. I've heard about all these places, I read about these places in a textbook, but being able to stand on the very land where maybe my relatives went to die was quite a striking experience. So it was just very overwhelming and really made me think critically more as a student.
Currently there's less than 120,000 American veterans still alive, and they're passing away at a steady rate. And so, you know, it's difficult to imagine that 10 years from now, there will be any American veterans still alive. And our ability to get personal testimony about the war, to get their perspectives, and also to understand their views and the importance of the war itself, that responsibility passes to us as this generation passes away.
Sacrifices were made years ago, 80 years ago now, to preserve the freedoms and values that we consider so dear.
One of the veterans of the Great War of World War II, that great worldwide conflagration, said this: "We did not defeat the enemy, we just took away their guns." There you have the task that lays before us, and is in fact the mission statement of this magnificent museum, of this campus, of this repository of knowledge.
I got to one point when I said to my wife, I'm sick of my story. I've heard it so many times, I'm through with it. And I don't want to remember it, I don't want to recall it, it's not pleasant. I'm going to hang it up. I'm through. And she said, you can't. You have a duty and an obligation because you were there and you experienced it to pass along your knowledge to successive generations.
I just wonder how this video might be able to reach classrooms around America and around other places in the world, so that other students who may not have that personal tie to the Holocaust can still take what they're learning and apply it to how they look at the world around them and what kind of change makers my generation is going to be. I guess I'm just pondering, as I get the privilege of going through this story and learning about it from the most experienced people and going to the sites where it happened, that's what makes it a reality for me.
World War II saw the initiation of an unprecedented form of warfare, daylight precision bombing. This aerial campaign resulted in stunning losses, but also produced stories of bravery and heroism, with members of the 100th Bomb Group becoming some of the most highly decorated and devastated units of the 8th Air Force. This is the story of the Bloody 100th, and this is World War II and II. I'm John Curatolo at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The early days of American strategic bombing efforts saw heavy losses of both bombers and air crews. This was an intense new way of fighting wars, with American bombers facing deadly missions in horrific elements which left physical and psychological scars. The 100th Bomb Group stationed at Thorpe Abbotts in East Anglia appeared to suffer more than the others. Arriving in England in June 1943, the Bloody 100th took part in several high-stakes missions, but 3 operations cemented its notorious reputation. On August 17, 1943, they were part of a larger American formation attacking German aircraft production at Regensburg, Germany. The 100th was placed in the low and in the rear of the formation. This placement was ominously called Purple Heart Corner and was often targeted by Luftwaffe fighters. Of its 22 planes on the mission, the 100th lost 9, a staggering 40% loss rate for one mission. But the story doesn't end there. One B-17, crippled and falling behind, extended its landing gear as a signal of aerial surrender. German fighters reportedly began escorting the bomber when its second engine came back to life. The crew then supposedly opened fire on the German aircraft, breaking the rules of aerial diplomacy. In response, the Germans retaliated, shooting down the bomber. The incident started rumors that the Luftwaffe was then specifically targeting the 100th Bomb Group. Despite this false premise, the tale spread rapidly. The group's bad fortune continued weeks later on an October mission over Bremen, when the unit lost 30% of the plane's sortie. But the myth was firmly established with the 100th mission over Munster on October 10, 1943. Flying into the heavily defended Ruhr Valley, the group lost 12 of 13 planes. Only one B-17, piloted by First Lieutenant Robert Rosenthal, made it back to Thorpe Abbotts. The saga of the 100th over Munster became legendary. Nearly 80 years later, the story of the 100th Bomb Group is still being told, a testament to their mission, tragic losses, and a powerful symbol of brotherhood and resilience.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
Allied cross-channel attack for the Battle of Normandy launched the liberation of Nazi-occupied Europe. It was codenamed Operation Overlord. This is World War II and II. I'm Mike Bell at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The Allies considered Nazi Germany the most dangerous of the Axis enemies. American commanders strongly believed, after wearing down Germany, a cross-channel attack would be necessary to liberate the oppressed people of Europe. At the Trident Conference in May 1943, both American and British leaders committed to a cross-channel attack the following year. Anxious for a second Allied front, Soviet leader Joseph Stalin pressed for a commander to be named. And in January 1944, U.S. General Dwight D. Eisenhower assumed supreme command of the headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force. Under Eisenhower were Allied land, air, and naval commands, each under a senior British officer. After being appointed, Eisenhower and his subordinates revised the preliminary plan for an amphibious assault on the Normandy coast, increasing the initial divisions from 3 to 5 and pushed for a 50-mile front. American divisions would land at beaches codenamed Utah and Omaha, the British at Sword and Gold, and the Canadians at Juneau. Codenamed Operation Neptune, the largest seaborne invasion of history, was launched on D-Day, June 6, 1944. Paratroopers were dropped before the landings to protect the flanks and support the push from the beaches, while air attacks and fire from Navy ships would target German defenses. The Allied landings benefited from a dedicated air campaign and actions by the French resistance in the lead up to D-Day. An elaborate deception scheme also convinced the Germans that the Normandy attack was a diversion for a much larger invasion near Calais. Ultimately, the Allied force consisted of over 1,200 warships, including 7 battleships, over 4,000 landing craft and vessels, and 15,000 aircraft, with soldiers, sailors, and airmen from 15 Allied countries. Whether by parachute, glider, or amphibious assault craft, nearly 160,000 troops landed in Normandy on D-Day. In total, there were 10,300 Allied casualties, killed and wounded. The assault troops, though, gained a foothold on the continent that day and gradually expanded. On June 26th, the Americans captured the port of Cherbourg, and the British secured the city of Caen on July 21st. American forces broke out at St. Lo in late July and began the exploitation across France. Overlords set the conditions for the Allies to achieve the 3 objectives Eisenhower set for the war in Europe: destroy the German war machine, liberate the oppressed peoples under Nazi domination, and establish security for the Allied nations in a free world.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers, the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
I'm Kim Geis, Senior Curator and Director of Curatorial Affairs.
I'm Laura Frizzell, Archivist at the National World War II Museum.
This year marks the 80th anniversary of D-Day, and the museum is honored to care for thousands of artifacts and archival materials from that day. Some of the most personal items in our collection are letters. Letters written between service members and their families. Some of these letters, sadly, were their last communication home. Like this letter, written just days before D-Day. Gordon Oslin of the Army Coast Artillery Corps wrote a letter home to his wife Chickie, telling her to remember the date, June 3rd. In the letter he wrote, "I don't know exactly how or what to put in this letter, but I'm going to violate some of the rules of censorship, because when you receive this, it will not matter too much. It is almost midnight of June 3rd. I want you to remember that date. I'm going to get my first real test as an officer very shortly, sweet. And I don't know just exactly how I'll react to it, but at the present, I'm very calm and not the least bit nervous. As I said before, when you get this letter, it will be old news, and you will know what the score is. I've been in several air raids, and they were not bad compared to some of the things to come." He continued to describe the men in his outfit and the cities he'd seen. He made sure to express his love for his wife. "I'm just about run out of news, sweet. Just don't forget that I love you and no one else will ever take your place. I'm glad I married you before I came into the service and have since kicked myself for not doing so earlier. It was signed, yours forever, your husband, Gordon."
On June 9th, the Secretary of War sent a telegram to Mrs. Osland expressing, quote, deep regrets that her husband, 2nd Lieutenant Gordon R. Osland, was killed in action on 6 June in France. Weeks later, on July 28, 1944, a member of Gordon's outfit, Jack, wrote a letter to Chickie. He said, Gordon was killed the afternoon of D-Day by part of a German shell fragment. He didn't suffer any pain, so they tell me, as he was killed almost instantly. He survived the initial landings, and then it was just one of those things that could have happened to anyone who was on the beach that day. I want you to know, Chickie, how all of us in the outfit feel. Gordon was one of the most popular among us, and we sure do miss him. He also revealed that Gordon and Chickie were expecting a child.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Another letter in the museum's collection is from Captain Richard Belkins, who was a field surgeon. Belkins crossed the English Channel on a hospital ship during the invasion of Normandy, and he wrote his wife, Jean, in a letter dated June 6, 1944. My sweet wife, this has been a most exciting day, and I've seen the most magnificent, thrilling sight, I believe, of this war. Later on soon, we may see horrible and terrifying things, but at present, it is awe-inspiring. Yes, this is D-Day, and no doubt you listened to some of the exciting broadcasts at home when you awakened this morning. Captain Belkins survived the war and spent the remainder of his life as a doctor in Grand Rapids, Michigan, with Jean and their sons.
Another letter found in our collection is from Eugene Don Briere, a paratrooper with the 506 Parachute Infantry Regiment, 101st Airborne Division, who played a critical role in the invasion of Normandy. On June 10th, he wrote a letter home to his parents. I don't know exactly what to say now that I am able to write you a letter. I have so much to say, but I don't know how to begin. The only thing that is wrong with me is that I need a bath, and I'm getting a little tired of K rations. Everything is going well and according to plan. All the natives are very happy to see us and try to hand us a bottle of wine everywhere we go. Without God's help, I wouldn't be alive right now, because I have had many narrow escapes. Of course, we have lost some, but we have had less casualties than any airborne operation in history. Initially, we have had complete success, but there is a great deal left to be done. The little French I could speak saved my life and many others several times. And he signed this letter, much love, Don. Briere was honorably discharged on December 19, 1945. He graduated from Tulane Law School 5 years later and was a civil defense attorney for 51 years.
These personal letters are just a small part of the National World War II Museum's vast collection, but they serve as a lasting human connection to World War II. Through these precious archival materials, we're able to uncover and share news stories of the war 80 years later.
Most Americans remember D-Day for one small corner of it, the disastrous initial landing on Omaha Beach, the Saving Private Ryan moment, you might call it. But while Omaha was a horrible fight, focusing on it can distort the true situation in Normandy on June 6th. This is World War II in 2. The Duke of Wellington once famously said that in war, it's impossible to know what's on the other side of the hill. In other words, you have a good idea of your own resources and you plan accordingly. But you never know with certainty what your enemy has, or where he has it, or what he intends to do with it. And never was that truer than it was of the D-Day landings. For the Germans, D-Day was an ordeal of being outnumbered in men, machines, and supplies. The Allies brought overwhelming military power to bear on a level the Germans couldn't hope to match. Pick any number you'd like. The Allies had 7,000 ships at sea. The Germans, just 31 light torpedo boats. In the air, the Allies deployed over 8,000 aircraft. The Germans, just 160. Manpower? There were 1.5 million U.S. troops in Great Britain. Adding British and Allied troops, let's call it 2.5 million. The Germans barely had 1 million, stretched out over 1,000 miles of coastline. Quality tells a similar tale. A big chunk of this supposedly German manpower wasn't German at all. It consisted of Osttruppen, or Eastern troops, units formed from Soviet POWs or volunteers from the occupied nations. But how much did these troops believe in the cause? The mental state of most Eastern troops was probably bewilderment, wondering what the heck they were doing in France. Beyond that, half the German units in France were so-called static divisions. They had no transport, no trucks, meaning they couldn't maneuver in battle. Their job? To shoot at whatever landed in front of them, and then die in place, which is exactly what happened to nearly all of them. Static divisions were meat against the fully motorized force the Allies were landing. By June 1944, the Germans knew they were fighting what they called a poor man's war. Their commanders knew it. Perhaps somewhere in his fevered brain, Hitler even knew it. Outside of a major storm blowing up at the last second, it's hard to imagine the D-Day landings failing. And that's the view from the other side of the hill.
When you sit back down, you sit in the middle, and I'll sit here when you get up. When you come back, you want to put your books over there because if I sit in the middle, I can't look at all of you at once. If I sit on the end here, do you want me to sit in the middle then? Just so that we can keep it. Yeah, that's okay. Keep it even. Yeah, good. All right. And then sure. You guys are finished. So here we'll take the Q&A from here. As well as from the audience. And look, I said you do 15, 18 minutes. I'll use it. I'll use it out there too. So sometimes our questions go on and on too. Sometimes we want to say a lot more than I finally get to the question. What's that? So you're going to mic me up? We're ready to go. Hello? Are we ready to go? mics are shut off? You're going to shut us off, Jeremy, right? I don't think they do. It's always hard to see anything out there, but Jeremy will tell us which direction the questions are coming from. So. Ready to go? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to get this program on the road. Jeremy offered to introduce me, but I think most of you know me. I'm Nick Mueller, former president and CEO of the museum, now retired. And so I'm looking at a lot of friendly faces here after 17 years. How many of you been our conferences before? Raise your hands. Whew, that's all. It looks like almost everybody. How many were 10 years ago? How many for the first conference in 2006? Oh boy, there's a hearty few here that have been coming all 17 years. So loyal band of brothers and sisters, and it's great to see you all again. As I just said, I'm now fully retired from the museum, but as I stand before you today after 17 years at this conference, it doesn't feel any difference, like nothing has changed except my pay. I mean, that so I'm a volunteer here now. So anyway, the topic today is about preparing the battle, and I am really prepared and pleased to introduce the session today, and you're going to be surprised at what you hear and what you learn from two extraordinary historians. You're going to speak on their research on the last year of the war with a special emphasis on the myths about how the war ended and where it ended and why, things that you probably think you know everything that you can imagine about that, but they're going to bring new light on the plans and the actions that you haven't heard about, both in Europe and the Pacific. Very little known stories of heroic spies and intelligence activities in OSS and Austria and in Italy and Austria, and surprising new research in the last months of the war in the Pacific. Yesterday, just a little bit of context, I think by now you know that it was a bloody and gruesome war. You heard that from a number of our speakers talking about the Battle of the Bulge, and Rob Citino, of course, yesterday. Probably the worst period in human history in terms of the destruction of cities, the deaths of military and civilians, somewhere in the neighborhood of 65 million and more, and much of that occurred in this last year of the war, including many of the deaths from the Holocaust. And the scale of the killing is just, and the civilian deaths is just really hard to get your arms around. It was just staggering, and it's sobering when you think about it these many years later. Now, just to say, what is the last year of the war? Well, let's just say here at the museum, we often talk in our exhibits and our Beyond All Boundaries that the hinge of the war really was taking Rome on June 4th, D-Day on June 6th, Saipan on June 15, 1944. So we've got a ways to go, both in Europe and in the Pacific. But we look at that as kind of the hinge of the war. I mean, in hindsight, not that anybody thought that the war was going to be over soon after that, but by this time we begin to feel like we're gaining mastery of the air in Europe, and that we've got a foothold on Hitler's continent. By taking Saipan and Tinian, our B-29s bombers can get to the home islands of Imperial Japan. So I think fair to say that the Allies began to believe that they were going to prevail, but didn't know how long it would take to defeat the enemy. So the big thing I would just say in the way of preparation for this is that there were contingencies, there were fears. The replacements and the deaths and the body bags and the coffin crates were coming home in alarming numbers, and there were escalating manpower demands, and you're going to hear about that. And not only was the uncertainty increased by the Battle of the Bulge, but then there was the huge Iwo Jima battles and the Okinawa battles that were huge shocks to the Allies, making it pretty clear that the Japanese were not getting ready to surrender, and we weren't taking POWs. I mean, there was that little mythology after D-Day that we were going to be home by Christmas, but that ended, of course, with the bulge. So the uncertainties and the unpredictability of the war, you're going to hear something about that from at least, I think, Dr. Giangreco. And also the strategic bombing had not brought about the collapse of German morale or eliminated their capacity for military production. And so we've got a very contingent, indeterminate situation as we're moving into 44 and 45. So you're going to not be surprised by you will be surprised by what you learn, but you're not going to be surprised that the war does come to an end. And I think we all know that. So in any event, let me just say a couple of words about our speakers. You have the information on in your programs about their bio, so I'm not going to say much. But one time I introduced Stephen Ambrose. I gave him about a 6-7 minute introduction, and he said to me after a very fulsome introduction, he said, well, Nick, he said, you're eating up my speaking time, which I'm doing for these guys now. He said, just say Steve Ambrose. So, but I'll say a little bit more of that. Patrick O'Donnell first is our familiar speaker here with us, a good friend. He has 14 best-selling books. He was here speaking on the unknowns, was the title of his talk in 2013. Some of you may remember that. I think that was the year. But he's an expert on special elite forces, not only of World War II, but World War I and all American wars. And he's going to actually kick off our symposium next year with a whole symposium on our special forces and special ops. So you'll want to be sure to come to that exciting program. What you might not know is that he was also the combat historian for the forces in Iraq some 20 years ago in the Battle of Fallujah. And I've just seen part of the reunion video of that, where the praise of Patrick O'Donnell in the heat of the battle was extraordinary for his courage and bravery under fire. He's also the director of the OSS Society and their chief historian, a director on the board, I should say. And he's done thousands of oral histories of veterans of elite units in American wars. So you won't find anybody more conversant on that side of the scale. He's going to speak in a moment on the OSS and the Brenner assignment in Italy and Austria about heroes that you've never heard of, I will warrant to say. So welcome, Patrick, back again. But just let me introduce Dr. Giangreco first, because I don't have to do that again. Dennis Giangreco is the first time at our conference, but from what I've seen of his works and conversations with him, you'll be glad that he is with us to speak on the end of the war in the Pacific. He's written some 13 books, Hell to Pay, one of the more prominent, Truman and the Bomb, and a new biography of Truman forthcoming. He's a prodigious researcher, was editor of the Military Review, popular writer, and has demolished many myths on the decision about dropping the bomb. And that's, as you know, a very controversial subject. You may be surprised to know that he, like me, and even Stephen Ambrose, some of you maybe here, was sort of a hippie in the past, and he found himself at Woodstock at the age of 17, and Altamont with the Rolling Stones, and then the Hells Angels, I think, were there too. And so, but look what can happen to historians, and they're here speaking to you today. And but he's also a serious graphic artist and has done posters and licensed one of them to Disney and the Marvel poster series. So he's a man of many talents and intelligence, a great researcher, and his talk is going to be on Down the Memory Hole, America's hidden role in the Soviet invasion of Manchuria. So I'm going to invite Patrick O'Donnell to speak first, about approximately 15 minutes, and then I will ask Dennis just to come up after that, and I will have a clicker here. If we go too long, an airborne clicker, so we can cricket. So when you hear that, and that goes for y'all too. So in any event, come on, Patrick.
All right. Thank you, Nick. It's really an honor to be here. Instead of grand sweeping movements in the ETO, I'm going to talk about agency and how single individuals or a small group of men and women can change history through their actions. We all wouldn't be here hadn't been for Dr. Mueller and his agency to create this museum and this symposium and conference. Thank you, sir, for what you've done. Somebody asked me how I come up with my ideas. My books are usually untold stories in one way or another. And I'm going to talk about 2 OSS missions that were untold stories. As Dr. Mueller mentioned, I recently came back from my Fallujah reunion. 20 years ago, I was a combat historian. I went house to house. I was armed, I was in uniform, with a Marine rifle platoon, a platoon that had some of the highest number of casualties in the battle, 5 KIA. The battalion I was with we have now approaching 700 Purple Hearts in the unit, over 45 KIA, and now sadly, there are more suicides than KIAs because of the men and what they saw. It was a brutal battle that was house to house. And I came back and I wrote a book which is on the Commandant's reading list called We Were One. It's on multiple Commandant's reading lists. And I just finished that book, and I was trying to figure out what my next book was going to be. And I was going to go back to Afghanistan. I was going to go to Afghanistan. That was my plan, and bed as well, because the battalion commander had now the 5th Marines, and I would go back, and I was contemplating that. And one of my dear friends who was a member of the OSS, his nickname during the war was the Brain, because he was a brilliant man that ran 12 missions into northern Italy. These were called OGs, operational groups. These were the forerunners to the Green Berets. 15, 20-man teams that were in uniform, armed to the teeth, that would blow things up, save key infrastructure, etc. The Brain organized these missions, and he was the case officer. And he said to me, Pat, don't go back. It's too dangerous. I want you to tell Tacoma's mission. And I would go to his basement all the time, and we'd sit there and eat pasta and go over all the old files that he had squirreled away. And I thought that was a great idea to tell the Tacoma team mission, but there was one problem. The mission leader never talked to anyone. And every time I would ask, I'd call up Howard Chapel, he'd say to me, well, you know, it's ancient history, that's 1 million years ago. I don't really have anything to add. You need to come out here one of these days. It was a throwaway line, he never meant it. He was located in Pismo Beach. And so eventually, after hearing that 3 or 4 times, I got the Brain to kind of corner him on the phone. I flew out to San Francisco, and I arrived. Brain kind of led the way behind the scenes, and I called up Howard. I said, Howard, let's talk about Tacoma. Well, Pat, you need to come out here. I'm here. And the next thing I know, he's like, I want you, if you want to meet, I'll meet you at Spyglass Loop Road, the Gulf Station at Pismo Beach at noon. I said, no problem. Got there at 11:50, waited 5 minutes, almost, 10 minutes on the dot, this big Lincoln kind of rolls up, and I can recognize the figure of Howard Chapel in sunglasses, and he just looks at me, he said, follow me. This is a guy that was 6'2", kind of Schwarzenegger-like during the war, and the toughest World War II veteran I had ever interviewed. And I got into his house, and he immediately pulled out his Fairburn Sykes fighting knife and started opening up the nail in front of me to intimidate me. He had kind of these Count Chocula-like nails, started sharpening the nails with the knife. It's like, Pat, do you need to use the bathroom? I'm like, I'm good, go, Howard. And the next thing I said, I'm going to bring this guy back to World War II. I said, do you remember executing the guard at Bushy Bridge? He's like, yeah. I can't remember if I used a stiletto or a silenced pistol. And that's where we were. Back to his war. And his war is extraordinary. He was there to bring in a radio operator and also to complete an assignment, the Brenner assignment, which began over a year earlier with another operative, Roderick Stephen Hall, who is also really an extraordinary individual, was a man that in 1937 and 1938 went to northern Italy and was a mountain climber and hiked the mountains, was a very wealthy kid that went to Andover. Before the war, he went to Harvard, dropped out, then went to Yale. Right before the war, enlists as a private and goes through OCS. He's in an engineer battalion. He knows how to blow things up, and he writes a letter that will change his life. He writes the letter to Wild Bill Donovan of the OSS that says, if you drop a man by parachute into the northern Dolomites, give him proper explosives, he's referred to in the third person, this person can blow up the subpasses that lead to the Brenner and delay the German supplies that are flowing from Austria through this carotid artery, the Brenner Pass, into northern Italy and into Italy itself to supply the German armies. And that letter changes his life, and he is given, really, in many ways, a suicide mission. He parachutes, he begins this whole journey into the OSS, which is a secret organization. He's given the opportunity to plan his entire mission, and I've got to condense this a lot, but it's a remarkable story. They parachute in with a little bit of a larger team. Kind of the guy that was a rising star at the time, Lloyd Smith, nicknamed Smitty, was one of the operatives. And Smitty and I got along because after the war, I'd interviewed him. And Smitty was a Division I wrestler, and I was in college as well. So we immediately kind of bonded. And he was one of the first persons, he never interviewed with anybody else either. And he told me about this mission that Hall had and how they dropped into an area in the Friuli or Carnia, which is in northern Italy. They drop in, and Hall, who had plans most of this mission himself, begins to blow things up. They destroy small bridges. They help organize partisans. They organize supply drops, and things get hot. They have the Cossacks, White Russians, have moved into the area, and the Germans have given them free rein. They say, basically, if you can eliminate the partisans in that area, we'll allow you to live there after the war. So these men are very motivated, and things get very difficult and hot, and they nearly overrun the team, and then intelligence comes across the wire that there is a resistance group near the Brenner Pass, and that Stephen Hall needs to investigate it. And Hall breaks off from the team of 3 or 4 other men and the partisans that he gets to know and makes an epic journey, 50 miles across some of the most rugged terrain in the world, the Dolomite Mountains. He's an expert mountain climber and skier, literally scales these peaks as he's avoiding the SS and other German patrols. And he comes up into the area around the Brenner, and like any good Hollywood movie, there's even a love story attached to this. Quite extraordinary story. And all this is backed up. I wrote this book, The Brenner Assignment, with thousands upon thousands of documents from the National Archives. I've spent decades there. mining OSS Group 226, 210, and many of the others. And it's like drilling for oil. There are literally thousands upon thousands of cubic yards of these files, which are often misfiled. And, wading through all that, I was able to assemble thousands of documents on this mission, and Stephen Hall and the other members of the mission, as well as the German side. And it proceeds with, they go into this area where there are a number of partisan groups, and he receives a book, The Scarlet Pimpernel, believe it or not. And the book is a code word. It's an invitation to who would become his lover, who is the mayor of the town, a countess, who also has sort of a double identity. She's an agent for France. And she's also working for the Germans, so she's a double agent. And he meets her, and he formulates his plan to basically choke off the supplies for the Brenner Pass. And it's a very, very difficult situation that he's in. He's alone. He's working with, in many cases, communist partisans who have nothing, his background, it doesn't mesh well with them, but he has to somehow survive. And he also has another critical problem. He doesn't have a radio. And the person that is sent in to finish the Brenner assignment and give him a radio is Howard Chappell and the Tacoma team and the OGs. And they, at Christmas Day, 1944, they drop outside of a place called Triciana. And it's here that they are greeted by the partisans, and they work to find a way to get to Stephen Hall, which is 40 miles. He's 40 miles away, but it's almost like eternity through these mountain passes and everything else. And Chappell begins to formulate plans, but in the meantime, the SS have other ideas, and they launch something called a Ristallamento, where they take an entire battalion of SS off the line, along with other units, and they comb the area. And they overrun the safe house that the Tacoma team is in. And it's an epic story of, they first, Howard Chappell uses a BAR to fend off many of the SS as they're swarming the house. Literally hundreds of SS are descending upon their safe house. Buys a few seconds of time with the BAR as the team escapes down a creek. And it's an amazing story. Many of the men literally hide in crevasses. They cover themselves in mud to avoid the SS. Chappell is trying to guard his men. One of his radio operators has asthma. He doesn't realize it at the time, and goes back to save him, and he's captured. And here, it's incredible. He literally uses one of the spy gadgets that the OSS had developed, a pencil pistol made out of a ballpoint pen. It's called a Stinger. And he pulls it out in front of the SS guard, and the guard's like, what the hell is that? And drops it because the guard doesn't do anything and then runs away. And as he's running away, he is shot in the calf. The bullet grazes it, and he escapes. I remember when I interviewed him, I asked him, is that scar still there? Pulls up his leg, and it's this massive scar against the back of his calf. But he escapes and is captured again, but escapes again. And then, there's a lot to tell in this story. Stephen Hall is captured after trying to knock out a rail station, light rail station, a transformer with explosives. And Howard Chappell has no idea that this is occurring, and he continues to try to reform his team, which he does. And Hall, in the meantime, is executed by the SS. And Howard Chapel does the most amazing thing now. He literally finds a way to travel 40 miles using a truck where they're in the back of the truck with boxes. And I'll never forget, I went to northern Italy to interview all the partisans that were working with the team. And I went to a small village, Zalto Alto, where I knocked on the door of the mayor, the former mayor of the town, and he was watching TV, and it was like almost like, what? Who's this? And I said, Howard Chapel. And this guy turned white, his jaw dropped, and I'll never forget what he said, Rambo. And Chapel had burned such a memory. He drove the truck through the lines up towards the Brenner, and it was here that Howard Chapel reformed the partisans that Hall had initially assembled. And it's near the end of the war. It's April 30th, 1945. And the SS, who had launched all these Rostallamentos, along with the 504 Heavy Tiger Tank Battalion, only had one tank left. They were all making their way to the Brenner to somehow escape to what they perceived as safety. And it's here that the Chapel sets up an ambush using the high crags around a small town called Caprile. And they blow up a bridge, they stop the convoy, and it's the SS commander that thinks he has a way out. He hoards all the citizens of the town, puts them in a church, and then sends a white flag through the lines to Chapel and says, I will blow the church up if you don't let us pass into Germany. And it was there that the commander of the Valkyrie Brigade, as well as Chapel, said, if any harm comes to those civilians, we will execute all of you and annihilate you. And the white flag goes back. They come back again and ask to parley. And Chapel, boldly, with another man, Nick Cangelosi, who I interviewed, rode in a motorcycle to the SS headquarters, armed only with a .45, said, I want to talk to your commanding officer. And Schroeder came out and said, what are your terms? Unconditional surrender. Schroeder said, I can take you prisoner right now, and I'll kill everybody. Then Chapel pulls one of the greatest bluffs of the war and said that a parachute battalion landed north of us, and the Italian partisans are in mass and will annihilate all of you. And it's here that a Captain Heim from the 504 steps forward and offers to surrender his unit. Schroeder then, outmaneuvered, basically surrenders, and they surrender thousands of SS troops and all their weapons, and even the payroll for a large portion of the German army at the time, to Howard Chapel and this OSS team. And that is the Brenner assignment, which is unbelievable.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
We got to one.
Dennis?
I'm going to be here.
Are you going to stay there?
I'm going to be here.
All right.
Okay. Well,
go ahead.
Go. Okay. Well, the best way to get across the situation of Tsarist Russia and why the U.S. was playing such a role in the invasion of Manchuria. Well, really, it's the situation that the Russians and then later the Soviet Union faced in the Far East itself, which is that the maritime provinces and their principal port, Vladivostok, were far, far more vulnerable to Imperial Japan than even the tenuous U.S. position in the Philippines at the time of Pearl Harbor. Now, that lifeline upon which so much depended for the Russians was the Trans-Siberian Railroad, and General John R. Dean, chief of the U.S. military mission in Moscow, didn't mince words when describing the situation, its limitations put the Soviets in. Quote, the Trans-Siberian Railroad constitutes the bottleneck in the support of military operations in Siberia. It is double-tracked for almost all of its 10,000 miles, but there are still enough stretches of single track to reduce its capability considerably. On its eastern end, the roadbed is within a few miles of the northern and eastern borders of Manchuria and was therefore quite vulnerable to Japanese land and air attack. It has numerous bridges and tunnels, and the destruction of which would have indefinitely interrupted traffic between Western Russia and the maritime provinces. He goes on to say that the only other source of supply was from across the Pacific, meaning us, and it was reasonable to suppose that Japan would be able to block that route as well, end quote. Now, it's important to add that the Japanese did not have to limit their attacks to the most apparent spots, and as post-war studies and investigation demonstrated, they didn't plan to. The rail line follows the giant arc of the Amur River, which forms the northern border of Manchuria, for more than 1,200 miles. And along most of that distance, the tracks run a bare 30 to 35 miles from the river, and as little as 10 to 15 along extended stretches. Bridges and tunnels abound. Turning south, the railroad follows the river valley of the Ussuri 250-some miles towards the Vladivostok region, all the while under easy observation and reach of the Imperial Japanese Army on the West Bank. Now, the Soviets were painfully aware of all this, and despite great efforts, the line's capacity in relation to the maritime province's increased needs had changed really only marginally in the decades since the Russo-Japanese War, 40 years earlier, when it was blamed as the principal reason for the Russian defeat. Throughout the long U.S. effort to bring the Soviet Union into the Pacific War against Japan, followed by the detailed coordination with them to ensure that they had what they needed for a full-blood offensive rather than one that was limited in nature, the Soviets repeatedly stressed the need for absolute secrecy, lest the Japanese preempt everything by simply striking the rail line. At one point, in an October 1944 meeting in Moscow, when rumors of negotiations appeared in American newspapers, Stalin personally expressed his concern to Admiral Averell Harriman. General Dean, in his report, referred that he had berated Harriman. But in any event, Harriman sent a somewhat diplomatically sanitized account to FDR. Quote, "The need for utmost secrecy must be observed. Stalin stated that he wished to explain why he was so insistent on security and caution. If there is any indiscretion, he feared that information might leak out to the press, which would cause the Japanese to embark on what he called premature adventures, as a result of which the valuable Vladivostok area might be lost. Stalin said that if Vladivostok were lost before major operations commenced, it would be extremely unfortunate for both of our countries," end quote. Perhaps the pummeling that Averell Harriman, perhaps to soften that pummeling, Stalin added, "I am a cautious old man." Almost a year before Tehran, he had surprised his Western allies by opening the conference with a statement that the Soviet Union would join them in their war against Japan after Japan's capitulation. Now, in the October 44 Moscow negotiations, he reiterated that his Tehran plan was, quote, "not empty words," and remarked that the U.S. and Soviet strategic plans were now in coordination for the end game. The United States would strike what's called the industrial heart of Japan, and the Soviet Union would break Japan's spine in Manchuria. Now, imperial forces in Manchuria, Korea, and northern China, according to contemporary estimates, then totaled 1,200,000 men, and Army Chief of Staff George C. Marshall had recently been briefed by his staff that if the United States invaded Japan before a Soviet declaration of war, a considerable part of Japan's 800,000-man army group in Manchuria would be transferred to the home islands and where they would be concentrated against the Americans. For obvious reasons, Marshall was anxious to have the Soviets tie down that army group before the invasion of Japan was launched, and must have been greatly relieved when informed Stalin's belief and intent, quoting Harriman, that as soon as the Russians struck in the Manchuria, Mongolian regions, the Japanese would attempt to move troops back to Korea, and that Stalin was determined that this retreat must be cut off. In a conference held the previous day, Stalin maintained that if stores could be built up now for, the attack could be made 2 to 3 months after Germany's collapse, and stated that, quote, planning should begin at once. Now, throughout the Yalta and Potsdam conferences, as well as the Moscow negotiations before and between them, the Soviets never deviated from this timetable, which would serve as the basis for all military-to-military coordination between the two powers and an immediate jump in Lend-Lease deliveries to the Soviet Union, even before it was formally codified months later at the Yalta conference, the following year. Now, Stalin, as noted earlier, was not advocating a spoiling attack to knock the Japanese off balance, but a knockout blow which would require vastly larger levels of U.S. support. To launch a crushing multi-front offensive of this type so quickly, after their forces had defeated the Nazis in Europe, the Red Army, and they were very plain about this, they would have to depend on the Americans to secretly supply much, and on some of those fronts, most of the food, fuel, war supplies, and even the trucks to move them both before and during the offensive. The October 17 meeting in Moscow, Ambassador Harriman and General Dean were presented with a breathtakingly huge wish list, which the United States moved to fill under that secret expansion of the existing Lend-Lease program. The program's fourth protocol, as written, was essentially and secretly jettisoned in midstream, and its massive expansion geared towards offensive operations against Japan, which were codenamed Milepost. That's our delivery, not their operation. Our delivery was Milepost. Anyway, Milepost's mission was to provide the supplies to fully sustain a theater offensive of 1,500,000 men with 3,000 tanks, 75,000 motor vehicles, and 5,000 aircraft during 3 months of intensive combat. The Soviet list was impressive, to say the least, and included 23,000 tons of aviation gasoline and vehicle fuel. Next, 186,000 tons of food and fodder, including 60,000 tons of flour, 20,000 tons of beans or macaroni, 25,000 tons of canned meat, and 50,000 tons of oats or barley. Next, 14,600 tons of clothing, because this was envisioned. You got to remember, people think of the atomic bomb as the end of the war. What everyone was looking at that particular time was that this was the middle of the war and that it was going to be going on literally for at least a couple more years. That's where that Golden Gate in '48 came from. Any event, he wanted 14,600 ton of clothing and hospital supplies, including 3 million meters of overcoat cloth. Because, see, they're expecting this to be going on to the winter of '45 and '46. Needed 4.5 million meters of uniform cloth, 12 million meters of underwear cloth, and 2 million pair of shoes. Next, 296 million tons of auto and road machines and aerodrome equipment, including 30,000 trucks. That was almost immediately pumped up to 40,000, plus 1,000 duck amphibious trucks, almost immediately pumped up to 2,000. 2,000 oil and gas tanker trucks also pumped up, 2,000, and also 2 complete truck assembly plants. Next, 306,000 tons of railroad equipment, including, for you railroad guys in here, 500 locomotives, 3,000 boxcars, 2,000 flat cars, 1,000 tank cars, plus 800 kilometers of rails and 500 switches. And finally, a flotilla of small ships and craft. Let's see, with major items being 10 frigates, 20 corvettes, 30 minesweepers, 50 large subchasers, 20 large troop landing craft, which ended up being all LCIs. This, by the way, this naval aspect, by the way, would later grow considerably to become a separate project from Milepost, codenamed Hula. It included the establishment of a secret base at Cold Bay, Alaska, for the training of more than 15,000 Soviet seamen in the intricacies of U.S. Surface combatants. The Soviet General Staff placed the total tonnage of this initial order to be moved by sea at 1,056,000 tons, which would require a sea lift of 96 merchant freighters and 14 tankers, all of which needed to be done by within about the first week of June 1945. And this was only the U.S. down payment on the Soviet offensive. So, Soviet participation in the war was now linked to the Western Allies' vision of the end game's attrition phase. And the first ships, I mean, we were pushing that stuff like right out the door. The first ships with milepost cargoes actually arrived before the end of 1944 at Persian Gulf posts. And again, this is before everything is even, codified at the Yalta Conference. Well, now I've run out of time, so I'll just close by mentioning that milepost shipments across the Pacific on U.S. Liberty ships sailing through Japanese straits, flying the hammer and sickle of the still neutral Soviet Union, reached their peak in May and June 1945 before the Potsdam Conference. Now, as the Cold War developed after World War II, the Soviets and the U.S., each for their own reasons, breathed not a word of projects Milepost and Hula, nor the U.S. Kiel Block's war plan directly supporting Soviet combat operations against the Japanese, which was given the green light halfway through the Potsdam Conference by Generals Marshall and Admiral King. So for those of you who have heard that there was a race between the Japanese, a supposed race between the Japanese and the Soviets to force Japan to surrender at the end of the war, meaning the Soviet invasion or the atomic bomb, Yeah, there was a race, but the race was the race was a race by both the Americans and the Russians, not against each other, but by both of them to get the Red Army into the war against Imperial Japan as quickly as possible. If I got one more minute, I can say a little more. Okay. Now, this, that this was invisible created a massive void in the historiography of the war, into which a couple decades later, all kinds of nonsense flowed relating to why the atomic bomb was dropped and criticisms of Harry Truman. But that's another story which Rich Frank tomorrow might touch on.
All right. Thank you both, and we'll...
Oh, and there is one last thing. I'm not a doctor, I'm a mister.
Okay. Let me just pose each of them a question, and we'll open it up a minute, and we'll try to keep the answers relatively short. But first of all, to Patrick, as we're looking at the whole Brenner assignment and going in there and blowing up bridges and trying to get intelligence and to disrupt the supplies that were coming into Italy, but there was also an intelligence gathering notion as to the last redoubt, as it was called, and that Eisenhower and the Allies were somewhat worried about that Hitler was going to bring millions of troops as a last stand into the Alps in Austria somewhere. And there was a second part of this Brenner assignment that goes over the Brenner and into Austria above Innsbruck, with a couple of more OSS guys, Freddie Meyer and his radio operator. Why don't you just give us a short version of that and the last redoubt? And,
sure.
And then we'll...
I was going to talk about my other book, which is called They Dared Return, which is on the real Inglorious Bastards. Howard Chappell was the head of that group, the German operational group, which consisted of really one of the most eclectic bands of desperados, as one quote said, one veteran said, that you can imagine. And this included many German refugees from Germany and Austria that had families in concentration camps, as well as some deserters, some other German speakers like Chappell. And they formed this team of men, which was over 50 men, to go back into Germany by parachute, the German operational group. And make a long story short, that mission didn't really get off the ground. There were a lot of mishaps. And 5 of these men who were refugees mutinied from Chappell's group and said that they wanted their own mission to go back, to get back at the Nazis for what they had done to their families. And two of those men, Fred Mayer, who was a very, very dear friend of mine, my daughter would always call him Uncle Fred, organized what was known as the Green Up Mission. And the Green Up Mission was something like out of where Eagles Dare. These men flew in by B-24, a blackened B-24, and dropped on the side of a glacier that was almost 2 miles up in Austria near Innsbruck. And Mayer did all the planning. He was with Hans Winberg, who is a Dutch refugee, which was part of the German operational group. His family was in concentration camps, and they dropped in. They were disguised, for the most part, in Alpine Corps gear. The other person that they had on the team was Franz Weber, who was a deserter volunteer. It's a euphemism for they went into a POW camp and recruited Weber, who had a strong, he was a strong German nationalist. He didn't believe in Nazi Germany, and put his whole life on the line to jump back into Germany. And they dropped on the glacier. It's an amazing story of how they got off of it with a sled and all kinds of things. And then they went back into the area in and around Innsbruck. They holed up in a safe house Weber was very familiar with the area and gave Freddie his German uniform, and one of the family members was a nurse, and they basically bandaged his head, disguised him as a German officer, and the story's incredible. He went into a German officer kind of a hospital area where they were recuperating from their wounds, and he mixed in with the German officers there and got information. Everything from the location and dimensions of the Fuhrer bunker to German trains that were passing through the Brenner Pass. That was his initial assignment, which then changed into something, as Dr. Mueller mentioned, the Alpine Redoubt. What is it? Is it real? Is it fake? And Freddie was trying to provide them with information to headquarters, which he did. And much of what was going on was disinformation. It was probably one of the greatest disinformation campaigns in history. They completely fooled the Allies into believing that they were building fortifications in and around Innsbruck in the Alps. They had massive underground factories that they were hiding V2s. Some of it was true. They found out, for instance, that there was ME-262 production in a mountain factory. And, Mayer does the impossible. He tries to figure out how to get in there. And he becomes Frederic Mayer, a French refugee. Gets rid of the German officer's uniform, infiltrates in the plant, provides information. And oh, by the way, all of this stuff is at the National Archives, where the radio transmissions are there that show exactly the intelligence that he transmits back to OSS headquarters, as well as the mission reports, which are extensive, and then even the German side, because much of this stuff becomes a war crimes case. Make a long story short, Freddie Mayer is rolled up by the Gestapo and tortured relentlessly for days. Doesn't break, but he's able to convince the Gauleiter that instead of making a last stand, if you surrender Innsbruck, make it an open city, I'll let you off on your war crimes. I'll at least protect you. He had no authority to do that at all, but he convinces the governor of the area, the Gauleiter, Hofer, to make it an open city, and he broadcasts it over the radio, and hundreds, thousands of SS troops and other troops that are in and around Innsbruck lay down their arms to the advancing 103rd Division, which is under Anthony McAuliffe at this time. And, we talk about agency. It's how one man changes his own little section of the war and makes a difference. And then kind of full circle, one of the most extraordinary scenes and really about our values, he is given the opportunity. They catch the man that tortures him. It's the second in command of the Gestapo in the area. They put him in a jail cell. This CIC puts him there, and Mayer confronts him. And this man is kind of whimpering in the corner and says, "Don't harm my family." And Mayer just looks at him and says, "Who do you think we are, Nazis?" And he walks away. But that's, it's about forgiveness too. It's extraordinary, just extraordinary individual that would just go back into West Virginia and never talk about it to anybody really. And there's a great documentary that's based on my book. It's called The Real Inglorious Bastards. It's on the History Channel a bunch of times on Fred's story, and they interviewed him and Hans. Some of the others.
If that story is intriguing to you, Dennis and I are planning to do a museum tour a year from August to retrace the route in South Tyrol and in Austria for all of these insights. So you'll get a lot more of those if you want to go. Dennis, just let me ask you a question about very persuasive argument about the importance of this secret arrangement, at least secret to most historians after the war, and how important that was. I mean, that was underway before we knew the
the bomb was even going to work.
Which is one of the reasons why they put stock in it, like, because they did not know how the Japanese would react to nuclear weapons.
Right.
But Soviet participation at the level at which they were organizing it was something that was quantifiable, it was known, and it was going to be needed potentially even if the bombs were dropped and they didn't surrender, because there was a target set of 4 cities. A couple different times it was shuffled into being 5 cities, and Stimson kind of beat that back, having to do with one of them. But there was a strategic target set of 4 cities, and if at the end of that strategic target set, the Japanese had not been stampeded into surrendering, heck, the war would be going on in Manchuria. Our invasion is coming up. I mean, everything is still go. We weren't, nothing was being called off. And, but again, you didn't know how the Japanese ultimately were going to respond, because they're military. And again, Rich may get into this tomorrow, but I'm not sure what he's talking about. But the military, they didn't think there was any call to surrender.
Right.
They didn't think any call that they should be doing that at all. Anyway, you could quantify what the Soviets could do, and you didn't know what the bomb could do.
That's right.
Ultimately,
and it just illustrates, I think, the contingency and indeterminacy of what effect the bomb would have. And of course, we didn't even test it until June, so didn't know if it would work. And then, you wrote also on the decision to drop the bomb, and we talked the other day, and I asked you, it really wasn't a decision to drop, because it was always assumed that that Truman and the leaders were preparing this bomb to use it, and it would have had to been a decision not to use it.
Yep.
And isn't that correct? I mean,
yep, that's exactly
from the documents, right. Yeah. So.
Yep. Yeah. There was a slow up after the. There was a slow up after the second blast, the one at Nagasaki, and I talked with George Elsey about this, who was like the map room guy who actually knew of what was going on, with the bomb, before Hiroshima. And Elsey had mentioned that Truman was kind of. This is not in my book, by the way, okay. But Elsey had related how Truman was kind of caught a little bit by surprise at how quickly the Nagasaki blast, which was the key blast, occurred, and was anxious that Truman and Stimson were both kind of anxious, and actually Marshall too, although that's more insinuated than stated directly by Elsey, that they wanted to give it a little bit more breathing room to see what the Japanese reaction would be. And so there was a temporary holdup of strategic bombing, not the tactical bombing against Kyushu, but of strategic bombing, and which also, interestingly enough, coincided with the lack of air attacks from the carriers, because they were having to pull back for refueling. Had nothing to do with Truman's strategic bombing decision to hold back a little bit, time-wise, give them some time to come to some kind of decision, because they were really all over the map, in Imperial Japanese headquarters. They were ready to go on sending out the third bomb parts. And in fact, after a really tense weekend, when literally nothing was heard from the Japanese, the Truman's order to Marshall was, give them everything you got, and they organized a 1,000 plane B-29 roll. So there was a delay, though. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There was that delay that was ordered by Truman. That was on his words, and then the give them everything you got was Truman's next one after that.
Right. All right, well, let's open it up to the audience here. And Jeremy and Connie, I think, are out there somewhere. I can't see where you are, but...
Our first question will be in the back.
Okay.
Thank you for the shout out to the rail fans. So I just always like, if we're producing, the United States is producing the locomotives, are they, how are they doing the
A lot of that was stock on hand.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of that was stock on hand. Because even though we were getting it to the two principal obviously, we could not produce that equipment at anywhere near that kind of speed where Stalin requests it in October, and it's coming over on shipments that are reaching their peak in May, for example. But a lot of this stuff we had on hand. And the reason why we had it on hand is we thought this was going to be a longer war. You know, like most of the basic war plans were working it through the financial and manpower questions running through 1946. But really, we thought it was going into 47 as well, at least on residual operations. So see, a lot of this stuff we had on hand, it was just a matter of, okay, we're not needing it now. Stalin wants it. Stalin will get it. So that's the way it worked. Yes, sir.
Next question will be in the center.
Not everybody speaks as loud as I do.
Well, we got the volume back, I think.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. It was a great talk. So the Soviets signed a non-aggression pact with Japan in April of 41.
Correct.
And some people speculate that what Stalin was really doing was very strategic and very smart, that the Japanese Imperial Army was sort of oriented toward attacking the Soviets or attacking into Siberia, whereas the Imperial Navy wanted to go after the United States Navy. So with that non-aggression pact, in effect, Japan was being redirected to attack the United States. So that's just an observation. So we start with the aid of Harry Hopkins of delivering massive amounts of aid to the Soviet Union as soon as the Germans invade. And that continues right through to the point that you were talking about.
But it's handled politically as a very different matter. The supplies that were going to help the Soviets, including tanks, the whole works.
Including factories.
Yes, that's right. Everything that's basically going to support the war against the Nazis is very highly publicized. It's some morale issues tied to this as well.
Well,
so you get.
You're right. The point I'm trying to make is that in return for all of this massive amount of aid, the record seems to indicate that there was very little done in return by the Soviets to support any of our efforts against the Japanese. And particularly when our airmen were stranded in the Soviet Union, they were actually imprisoned because Stalin was so careful not to violate his neutrality agreement.
Oh yeah, it was a big deal. It was a big deal.
Could you comment on that and the Soviets' unwillingness to do anything to support the United States in return for the massive amounts of aid they received?
Well, the support would come, after they entered the war. And until they actually entered the war, everything had to be utterly deep six because they were in an extremely vulnerable position in the maritime provinces. And again, I mentioned that right at the beginning. Our vulnerability in the Philippines, interestingly enough, pales to their vulnerability out there because they'd been literally denuding those forces that they formerly had in the Far East to send them to battle the Nazis. And the Japanese likewise drew down some of theirs, but not until much later. And this is all covered in Hell to Pay. They could do. That's one of the reasons why Stalin reacted so violently to Harriman, about some of this stuff starting to leak in the press, or at least that talks were happening. Because, the Japanese, they could snip that rail line if they so wanted to, without hardly without hardly breaking a sweat. But neither the Japanese nor the Soviets wanted to see a war in Manchuria. Last thing on earth either one of them wanted to see. And the Soviets had to keep that real down low until they were ready to go in. In May, they gave the date of August 8th as when they would have all their forces ready to go, and then that was reiterated by the Soviet General Staff around the beginning of June. And so our understanding had been before Potsdam that it was going to be, did I say May 8th? I meant August 8th on their operations. That side of the world, 9th on ours. But the 8th of August had been the effective date that everybody had thought about until Potsdam, when Stalin was a little vague and made it sound in the initial discussions that he had with Truman right before the conference formally started. He kind of had it it was a little bit vague, and he said by mid-month. And it was like, oh, well, by mid-month, that must mean, we'll just kind of be looking at it as Stalin coming in August 15th. But then it ended up being the original date after all. But in any event, no, neither side wanted to see a war there for a long time. And even when the Soviets were building up, it just had to, for them to, in effect, surprise, surprise, declare war. It had to be absolutely secret because their communications line was just too vulnerable. What is it, like the distance between, say, maybe New Orleans and Chicago with twists, turns, tunnels, bridges.
That, I think.
I mean, let's block that sucker, and the Japanese could do it and do it easy, if they so desired. So let's not make them want to do it.
Connie?
We have one question in the middle to your right, gentlemen.
Dovetailing on what the gentleman just said, the Soviets declared war between Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and did that have any impact on their decision to surrender? Did the Soviets push them over the edge, or was it two bombs?
It was certainly a big part of it. I mean, it certainly was a big part of it, because there were still people in the government who were looking to, who still had, a very slender hope that they could get the Soviets to act as some sort of mediator. So while really the key person in all this, it was really the mind of the emperor. He was the key guy in all of this, and really. And I don't know what Frank may or may not, be, giving tomorrow on this, but without the emperor, nothing was going to be happening. It was just going to they were just going to keep dithering, and it was just going to keep going on. And the emperor had, I think, already decided by this particular point. And you might say that his life was made, at the very least, his life was made a whole lot easier by the Soviets coming in, at the very least.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Mueller, Patrick O'Donnell, and Dennis Jean Greco.
Thank you, guys.
So please join our speakers outside in the retail station. You'll also notice that it's a snack time. And one note, you will want to check the travel table where we're offering an early bird discount for next year's conference for all of you here in attendance. And the opening keynoter for our pre-conference symposium on World War II Special Operations and Special Forces will be Patrick O'Donnell. So sign up and be the first to get on the register so that you can come back and hear Patrick next year. Thank you all very much, and see you at 3 o'clock sharp.
All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen.
There you go.
You think they
They were ordinary people, just like you and me. They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
The Allied cross-channel attack for the Battle of Normandy launched the liberation of Nazi-occupied Europe. It was codenamed Operation Overlord. This is World War II in two. I'm Mike Bell at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The Allies considered Nazi Germany the most dangerous of the Axis enemies. American commanders strongly believed, after wearing down Germany, a cross-channel attack would be necessary to liberate the oppressed people of Europe. At the Trident Conference in May 1943, both American and British leaders committed to a cross-channel attack the following year. Anxious for a second Allied front, Soviet leader Joseph Stalin pressed for a commander to be named. And in January 1944, U.S. General Dwight D. Eisenhower assumed supreme command of the headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force. Under Eisenhower were Allied land, air, and naval commands, each under a senior British officer. After being appointed, Eisenhower and his subordinates revised the preliminary plan for an amphibious assault on the Normandy coast, increasing the initial divisions from 3 to 5, and pushed for a 50-mile front. American divisions would land at beaches codenamed Utah and Omaha, the British at Sword and Gold, and the Canadians at Juneau. Codenamed Operation Neptune, the largest seaborne invasion of history was launched on D-Day, June 6, 1944. Paratroopers were dropped before the landings to protect the flanks and support the push from the beaches, while air attacks and fire from Navy ships would target German defenses. The Allied landings benefited from a dedicated air campaign and actions by the French resistance in the lead-up to D-Day. An elaborate deception scheme also convinced the Germans that the Normandy attack was a diversion for a much larger invasion near Calais. Ultimately, the Allied force consisted of over 1,200 warships, including 7 battleships, over 4,000 landing craft and vessels, and 15,000 aircraft, with soldiers, sailors, and airmen from 15 Allied countries. Whether by parachute, glider, or amphibious assault craft, nearly 160,000 troops landed in Normandy on D-Day. In total, there were 10,300 Allied casualties, killed and wounded. The assault troops, though, gained a foothold on the continent that day and gradually expanded. On June 26th, the Americans captured the port of Cherbourg, and the British secured the city of Caen on July 21st. American forces broke out at St. Lo in late July and began the exploitation across France. Overlord set the conditions for the Allies to achieve the 3 objectives Eisenhower set for the war in Europe: destroy the German war machine, liberate the oppressed peoples under Nazi domination, and establish security for the Allied nations in a free world.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers, the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just a place to be.
I'm Kim Geist, Senior Curator and Director of Curatorial Affairs.
I'm Laura Frizzell, Archivist at the National World War II Museum.
This year marks the 80th anniversary of D-Day, and the museum is honored to care for thousands of artifacts and archival materials from that day. Some of the most personal items in our collection are letters. letters written between service members and their families. Some of these letters, sadly, were their last communication home, like this letter, written just days before D-Day. Gordon Osland of the Army Coast Artillery Corps wrote a letter home to his wife, Chickie, telling her to remember the date, June 3rd. In the letter, he wrote, "I don't know exactly how or what to put in this letter, but I'm going to violate some of the rules of censorship, because when you receive this, it will not matter too much. It is almost midnight of June 3rd. I want you to remember that date. I'm going to get my first real test as an officer very shortly, sweet. And I don't know just exactly how I'll react to it, but at the present, I'm very calm and not the least bit nervous. As I said before, when you get this letter, it will be old news, and you will know what the score is. I've been in several air raids, and they were not bad compared to some of the things to come." He continued to describe the men in his outfit and the cities he'd seen. He made sure to express his love for his wife. "I'm just about run out of news, sweet. Just don't forget that I love you and no one else will ever take your place. I'm glad I married you before I came into the service and have since kicked myself for not doing so earlier. It was signed, yours forever, your husband, Gordon."
On June 9th, the Secretary of War sent a telegram to Mrs. Osland expressing, quote, "deep regrets that her husband, 2nd Lieutenant Gordon R. Osland, was killed in action on 6 June in France. Weeks later, on July 28, 1944, a member of Gordon's outfit, Jack, wrote a letter to Chickie. He said, "Gordon was killed the afternoon of D-Day by part of a German shell fragment. He didn't suffer any pain, so they tell me, as he was killed almost instantly. He survived the initial landings, and then it was just one of those things that could have happened to anyone who was on the beach that day. I want you to know, Chickie, how all of us in the outfit feel. Gordon was one of the most popular among us, and we sure do miss him." He also revealed that Gordon and Chickie were expecting a child.
Another letter in the museum's collection is from Captain Richard Belkins, who was a field surgeon. Belkins crossed the English Channel on a hospital ship during the invasion of Normandy, and he wrote his wife, Jean, in a letter dated June 6, 1944, "My sweet wife, this has been a most exciting day, and I've seen the most magnificent, thrilling sight, I believe, of this war. Later on soon, we may see horrible and terrifying things, but at present it is awe-inspiring. Yes, this is D-Day, and no doubt you listen to some of the exciting broadcasts at home when you awaken this morning." Captain Belkins survived the war and spent the remainder of his life as a doctor in Grand Rapids, Michigan, with Jean and their sons.
Another letter found in our collection is from Eugene Don Briere, a paratrooper with the 506 Parachute Infantry Regiment, 101st Airborne Division, who played a critical role in the invasion of Normandy. On June 10th, he wrote a letter home to his parents. "I don't know exactly what to say now that I am able to write you a letter. I have so much to say, but I don't know how to begin. The only thing that is wrong with me is that I need a bath, and I'm getting a little tired of K rations. Everything is going well and according to plan. All the natives are very happy to see us and try to hand us a bottle of wine everywhere we go. Without God's help, I wouldn't be alive right now, because I have had many narrow escapes. Of course, we have lost some, but we have had less casualties than any airborne operation in history. Initially, we have had complete success, but there is a great deal left to be done. The little French I could speak saved my life and many others several times." And he signed this letter, "Much love, Don." Briere was honorably discharged on December 19, 1945. He graduated from Tulane Law School 5 years later and was a civil defense attorney for 51 years.
These personal letters are just a small part of the National World War II Museum's vast collection, but they serve as a lasting human connection to World War II. Through these precious archival materials, we're able to uncover and share news stories of the war 80 years later.
Most Americans remember D-Day for one small corner of it, the disastrous initial landing on Omaha Beach, the Saving Private Ryan moment, you might call it. But while Omaha was a horrible fight, focusing on it can distort the true situation in Normandy on June 6th. This is World War II in 2. The Duke of Wellington once famously said that in war, it's impossible to know what's on the other side of the hill. In other words, you have a good idea of your own resources and you plan accordingly. But you never know with certainty what your enemy has, or where he has it, or what he intends to do with it. And never was that truer than it was of the D-Day landings. For the Germans, D-Day was an ordeal of being outnumbered in men, machines, and supplies. The Allies brought overwhelming military power to bear on a level the Germans couldn't hope to match. Pick any number you'd like. The Allies had 7,000 ships at sea. The Germans, just 31 light torpedo boats. In the air, the Allies deployed over 8,000 aircraft. The Germans, just 160. Manpower? There were 1.5 million U.S. troops in Great Britain. Adding British and Allied troops, let's call it 2.5 million. The Germans barely had 1 million, stretched out over 1,000 miles of coastline. Quality tells a similar tale. A big chunk of this supposedly German manpower wasn't German at all. It consisted of Osttruppen, or Eastern troops, units formed from Soviet POWs or volunteers from the occupied nations. But how much did these troops believe in the cause? The mental state of most Eastern troops was probably bewilderment, wondering what the heck they were doing in France. Beyond that, half the German units in France were so-called static divisions. They had no transport, no trucks, meaning they couldn't maneuver in battle. Their job? To shoot at whatever landed in front of them, and then die in place, which is exactly what happened to nearly all of them. Static divisions were meat against the fully motorized force the Allies were landing. By June 1944, the Germans knew they were fighting what they called a poor man's war. Their commanders knew it. Perhaps somewhere in his fevered brain, Hitler even knew it. Outside of a major storm blowing up at the last second, it's hard to imagine the D-Day landings failing. And that's the view from the other side of the hill.
I am Sarah Kirksey, Senior Director of Educational Travel at the National World War II Museum. I am joined today by my colleague, Darcy Williams, Educational Travel Operations Director, and our two featured historians for our End of the War on the Elbe tour. I have Dr. Alexandra Ritchie and historian and best-selling author Keith Lowe. And we are here today in Torgau, Germany. We are scouting, we're getting ready for our End of the War on the Elbe tour. It's going to be in May of 2025. And I invite you to watch along and listen to us as we talk about the various stops and the history, the content, and what we will be doing to commemorate the 80th anniversary End of the War. Alex, let's start with you. So why did we choose this location? We're on the Elbe, the significance of this place. Why are we here in Torgau?
Well, first of all, the Second World War, World War II, is the most violent, vicious war in human history. And it was a terrible tragedy for all human beings on the planet. It engulfed the planet. And there were glimmers of hope when people started to think that perhaps finally this terrible, terrible, endless violence, it seemed, was going to come to an end. And one of the most important moments, one of the seminal moments of World War II, was the meet-up on the Elbe between the massive Red Army that had come all the way from Moscow and hit the Elbe River, and the American forces, and also the Western Allied forces as well. But the meet-up on the Elbe between the Americans and the Soviets was one of those moments on the 25th of April, 1945, in which people could look at this extraordinary event and say, yes, World War II in Europe at least is coming to an end.
In the dead of night on June 5, 1944, more than 13,000 American paratroopers boarded C-47 aircraft headed for the Normandy coast. It set the stage for the largest airborne operation in history. This is World War II in two. I'm Pete Crane at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The plan for the invasion of Normandy of June 6, 1944 was unprecedented in scale and complexity. 3 airborne divisions, 2 American and 1 British, would drop in the early hours before the Allied soldiers stormed the D-Day beaches. The paratroopers were tasked to seize the exits behind Utah Beach, capture key causeways, and if successful, protect the flanks of the Allied invasion from German counterattacks. This would set up the perfect conditions for a larger Allied breakout across the Cotentin Peninsula. But problems started shortly after the planes crossed the English Channel. A thick layer of clouds and anti-aircraft fire caused chaos among the American air armada. Many planes dropped their men far from their planned landing zones, and most of the paratroopers landed with little idea of where they were. But the Germans were just as confused, and this disrupted their counterattacks. In the dark, little groups of paratroopers from different divisions intermixed, and many small battles erupted across the French countryside. Despite the chaos, the paratroopers and their leaders got organized, took the initiative, and pressed on to their objectives. Within 2 hours of landing, the 82nd Airborne Division captured Saint-Mère-Église, the first French town to be liberated. By 1 p.m., the 101st Airborne Division captured the 4 causeways behind Utah Beach, securing an exit route for the 4th Infantry Division, who landed earlier that morning. In all, 2,499 American paratroopers were killed, wounded, or missing by the end of D-Day. But these losses were significantly lower than expected. By the end of D-Day, the airborne divisions accomplished their missions and secured an honored place in U.S. Army history.
This Purple Heart belongs to Private First Class Booker T. Galbraith. He was born in Hooks, Texas in 1915 and enlisted in the Army in 1940. After years of long-held prejudices, in 1997, the U.S. reconsidered the cases of 7 black servicemen who had served bravely in World War II, but were not awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. One of those men was Vernon Baker of the 92nd Infantry Division. For his assault on German positions in Italy, he was awarded the military's highest honor. Galbraith was one of the brave men who was killed in the attack, and this Purple Heart was sent to Galbraith's family in 1945. Decades later, in Oklahoma, Mark Brandenburg found this long-lost medal in a junk drawer and donated it to the National World War II Museum. It will be on display along with the Medal of Honor of Sergeant Edward Allen Carter Jr. of the 12th Armored Division in the museum's new Fighting for the Right to Fight exhibit. Come see this unique artifact along with dozens of others here at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage.
Welcome back, everyone. For our next session, entitled Who Will Write Our History, it's my pleasure to introduce our two panelists, Dr. Sam Casal, the Charles H. Northam Professor of History at Trinity College. Sam is a member of the museum's advisory committee for the Tobey Family Holocaust Education Program, which supports many of the Holocaust initiatives we do through our education department and through the Institute. He was last here in 2018 when he presented at our symposium regarding the Ringelblum Archive that we're going to hear a lot about. And we're going to hear a lot about that through this interview that will be conducted by my former colleague, Dr. Jennifer Putnam. Jennifer has come back to us after just recently leaving us for a posting at the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. So, it's hard to be bitter when you get poached by one of the best. So Jennifer joined us after she received her PhD from the University of London. She first came as a postdoctoral fellow with our DPAA partnership as our DPAA Research Partner Fellow. Then she was promoted to research historian, and a role that she served in until departing, where she worked with our ASU partnership, worked with our other fellows and our junior historians. And it's great to have her back. So ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sam Casal and Dr. Jennifer Putnam.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much to the World War II Museum for having us. I'm delighted to be back and to be speaking with such a distinguished scholar today. We are talking about the Ringelblum Archive, also known as the Oneg Shabbos Archive, and this was a secret archive that was collected in the Warsaw Ghetto during the war years and buried and kept safe. So we have so many of these documents today that we wouldn't have otherwise. So I was hoping we could go back to the beginning and talk a little bit about Ringelblum and his early life and how he got into history and what was unique about his kind of history.
Well, Emanuel Ringelblum was born at a very particular time in European history. That is, he was born in the Austro-Hungarian Empire in 1900, and it then became part of Poland, so he grew up in interwar Poland. He was Jewish, and Jews in interwar Poland were a large minority, but they were an unwanted minority. That is, many Poles believed that since we finally have our own nation state after a century of subjugation to other countries, we deserve to be the masters of our own house. And there are too many cities where Jews are a majority. There are too many cities where Jews dominate the economic life. And so we would be very happy if the Jews packed up and left. And for Jewish young people, this was a time where the future looked very, very bleak because there were very few opportunities. And so Emanuel Ringelblum chose to become a historian, a scholar, a teacher, but he saw history as a weapon. He saw the historian as a soldier. That is, that you study history not to get an academic job, because that was impossible. You publish historical books not to further your career, because you had no career. But you researched history and you published historical studies to defend the Jews of Poland against charges that they were aliens, that they were interlopers, that they were exploiters, that they didn't belong in Poland. Polish scholars were publishing historical works that tried to say that one of the reasons Poland lost its independence in the 18th century was because its economy was dominated by this alien element, the Jews. And so young Jewish historians like Emanuel Ringelblum tried to prove that the Jews were the people who built the country. They worked as hard as the Poles. They had participated in the defense of Polish independence, and they deserved equal rights. So history was a weapon. Now, because Ringelblum didn't have a steady job, he had 4 different jobs, and it was very hard for him to find the time to do historical research. That said, he had a remarkable record. He published many, many books, many, many articles before the war. In the 1930s, he also became a community organizer. He helped organize lending societies, microcredit, financed by an American organization called the Joint Distribution Committee. As the economic pressure on Polish Jews increased, as there was more anti-Jewish violence, the purpose of these microcredit societies was not just to get Jews back on their feet if their store was wrecked in some riot, but to remind them that they were not alone, that they were not isolated. And another point that I have to mention is that Ringelblum was really politically dedicated. He joined and was active in an extreme left-wing Jewish party called the Left Labor Zionists. Now, I'm not going to get into the ins and outs of the ideology. It's very complicated. Suffice it to say that it was very Marxist, it was Zionist, but it was Zionist in a very different way. It believed in a kind of a binational Jewish-Arab state. And so Ringelblum found another mission to devote his talents to reaching out to poor Jews, to working class Jews, setting up night schools, giving the working class who were working 12, 14 hours a day, reaching out and giving them an education. Now, to make a long story short, on the eve of the war, Emanuel Ringelblum was a respected person, but nobody saw him as a leader. Nobody saw him as a major talent. Nobody saw him as somebody who was going to do what he did. And what he did in World War II underscores what people often say, that in times of war, it often happens that people that you think are the great leaders fail, and people who you don't expect anything from step up and become great. And this was the case of Emanuel Ringelblum. When the war came, he suddenly stepped up, and he did amazing things.
So I want to talk about that. At the outbreak of war, he's abroad, isn't he, with his work with the Joint Distribution Committee?
Yeah, at the outbreak of the war, he was in Switzerland at the World Zionist Congress. It was a very sad Congress because not only had Great Britain announced that it was going to basically stop Jewish immigration to Palestine and end its commitment to the Zionist movement, that was bad enough, and it couldn't have come at a worse time. But while they were meeting in Switzerland, news came that Stalin and Hitler signed a pact. And there's a picture of the delegates at the Congress at the moment that they heard that the Soviet Union and Germany signed a pact. They're sitting by their seats, they're glum, they're in a state of shock, and they know at that moment, at that second, that war is now inevitable. Now, the Polish delegation had a decision to make. Do we try to stay in Switzerland or do we go back to Poland? For Emanuel Ringelblum, there was no hesitation. My place is in Poland. And he returned to Poland by a roundabout way. He got to Warsaw after the war had started. The Germans were bombing the city. And as he was going into Warsaw, the entire Jewish leadership of the city, along with the Polish leadership, was actually leaving Warsaw. They were going east. And Ringelblum said, well, my wife and son live in Warsaw, I have to be there. But he also believed that since everybody was leaving the city, it was in my place to be there and to organize relief, to organize soup kitchens, to organize help for the refugees, to organize help for bombed out people. He made this decision largely on his own. He didn't have to do any of this. And he said, this is where my place is.
And this is a philosophy of his that comes up quite frequently, because later when he is speaking to Rachel Auerbach, who becomes a very important part of the archive, he says something to her when she's trying to go to Lviv, doesn't he?
Right. There's a woman, Rachel Auerbach, who's a Jewish journalist. She and Ringelblum were acquaintances, but not close friends. And she lived through the terrible siege of Warsaw in 1939, where about 50,000 people were killed and about 20% of Warsaw's buildings were destroyed. And when the siege was over, she was packing her bags to go east. As you know, Poland was divided between Germany and the Soviet Union, and her hometown was in the Soviet zone. And just as she was about to leave, she gets a message that Ringelblum wants to see you. And she says, well, what could he want from me? And he sits her down and he says, look, not everybody has a right to leave. We need to stay here to help the desperate people who have been burned out of their homes. We have to organize relief. And I want you to stay. And I want you to set up a soup kitchen. Now, there's a backstory to all this, which is, as you say, the Ringelblum, on the eve of the war, had been an employee of an American relief organization called the Joint Distribution Committee. The United States and Germany were not at war until Pearl Harbor. They were not at war until December 1941. That meant that from September 39 until December 41, a long time into the German occupation, American relief agencies could work legally in Poland. And the Germans were quite happy to get American dollars at a rigged exchange rate. So this status gave Ringelblum and his colleagues a cover to start the secret archive. So the legal work they did was relief, which was enormous, the soup kitchens, schools, refugee centers, daycare centers. But the same people who ran the relief organizations used that money and used the relief activities as camouflage for setting up a secret archive. That is, they diverted some of the joint money to pay the collaborators of the archive to get them jobs, to buy the paper, to buy the ink, in order to get information about what was happening outside of Warsaw. When refugees came into the city, they had to go through a process where they were given tickets for a soup kitchen, tickets for a refugee center, and they had to fill out long forms about their experiences, and they were interviewed. They thought those interviews were just to get the tickets and the chits, but those interviews were really to allow Ringelblum to have a file on what was going on in different towns. And ultimately, the archive collected more than 400 different files on different towns. So Auerbach was assigned to run one of the biggest soup kitchens in the Warsaw Ghetto, feeding 2,000 people a day. And then Ringelblum asked her to write an essay about the soup kitchen, which she did. And then after that, he drew her into the archive's work. And I recently translated Auerbach's memoirs of the Warsaw Ghetto, so they're now available in English, and I think they're a fascinating read.
They really are, if you get the chance to get it. I have it here. Actually, it's called Warsaw Testament,
Yeah.
and it is just a fascinating read and truly devastating. I mean, she gets into individual people that she knew and seeing them in the soup kitchen and seeing kind of the symptoms of malnutrition set in, and the disappearing Yiddish literary scene. But I want to back it up a little bit to starting the archive. So how did this idea come about, and how did Ringelblum start recruiting people to be a part of the archive?
Okay, he begins to keep a diary right away. In 1939, he's already keeping a diary. And then in 1940, with the establishment of the Warsaw Ghetto, that happens in November 1940, where ultimately 500,000 Jews are herded into this closed ghetto. Ringelblum believes that we have to record everything that's going on, not just for history, but for our own psychological well-being and for the future of the Jewish people. That if Jews don't write their own history, if they don't gather their own materials, our enemies will write our history for us. Now, this didn't begin with Emanuel Ringelblum. This tradition of using history as nation building starts in the 19th century. The problem that you have to remember is that Jews in Eastern Europe, there were millions of them, mostly speaking Yiddish, but they didn't have a country of their own. They didn't have any political power. And because they didn't have a state, they didn't have police, they didn't determine their own political fate, they didn't have their own official archives. And since very religious Jews didn't think history was important, why is history important? We know all we have to know about history. We were kicked out of the Holy Land because we sinned. We'll pray and we'll behave and we'll be good, and then God will allow us back in the Holy Land. So we don't need to study history. And there were Jewish historians who basically said that without our own archives, without us writing about ourselves, we are not going to be able to develop a literature, schools, a national consciousness. We will be stuck at a very primitive level of national development. So beginning in the 19th century, there was this push to get Jews to write about their experiences, write about their towns, collect sources. This push was stimulated by the terrible experiences of World War I. Now, because of the Holocaust, we forget what happened to Jews in World War I. But in World War I, the Russian army expelled more than 500,000 Jews from their homes on the suspicion that they were spying for the German army. And then when the Russian Revolution happened and then the Russian Civil War, 100,000 Jews were killed in anti-Jewish rioting on the pretext that Jews were communists, they were supporting the Bolsheviks or whatnot. So this was a time of unprecedented Jewish suffering, and Jews realized, who's going to write this down? 100,000 Jews have been killed in Ukraine, and who's going to gather the testimonies? Who's going to appear before a world court if a world court were to get organized someday? So you have this powerful movement to organize testimony, to get witnesses, to send people to interview people who suffered. And then in 1925, a Yiddish Historical Institute, the YIVO, was formed in Vilna. Ringelblum was a prominent member. This was an interdisciplinary institute, historians, anthropologists, sociologists, all aiming to encourage Jews to know themselves, not in a religious way, but in a secular way. And history played a very big part of that. So when the war started, Ringelblum was simply applying what he already knew. He didn't know that the war would last for 5 years. He didn't know that the Germans were going to murder everybody. The Germans didn't know that themselves in 1939. He was thinking in terms of just as we had to collect our own documentation in World War I, we now have to start doing it in World War II. And that gets me to another point about Ringelblum, which is that if Ringelblum had been a top-rank famous historian, like say Isaac Schipper or Meyer Balaban had been, it wouldn't have occurred to them to bring 60 people together in this project. But Ringelblum believed that the job of a historian is not just to write books with your name on it. The job of a historian is to help other people do history, to organize, to take care of graduate students, to organize seminars, to put together bibliographies, to organize conferences, to go into little towns and tell people to get a camera and photograph the cemetery and talk to old people about what they remember. And because Ringelblum saw history as something that was wider than just research and publishing books, he was the one to organize this archive.
And so they were doing this secretly, right? They had to stay under the radar and make sure this archive wasn't discovered.
It had to be secret. It had to be secret, because if the Germans knew about it, they would have immediately arrested everybody and they would have destroyed the archive. And it's amazing that with 60 people, the secret was never disclosed. Now, they took great lengths to make sure it remained secret. First of all, they had a code name. They called the archive the Einig Shabbos, the joy of the Sabbath. They were very careful in who they recruited, extremely careful. They tried as much as possible to keep a distance from the Jewish Council, from the Judenrat. They made sure that very few people knew where the documents were actually being taken. So there were only 6 people who knew where the documents were at any one time. And the problem with that, of course, is that it would have been all too easy for everybody to get killed and the archive to be lost forever. A week before he was murdered by the Germans, just before his arrest, Ringelblum wrote a final letter to one of his close friends, Adolf Berman. He said, if none of us survive the war, what will happen to the OS? And he had every reason to worry, because by the time the war was over, of the 60 or so people that he had brought into the archive, there were only 3 survivors, and only one, Hirschwasser, knew where the archive had been buried, and he escaped by the very thinnest of margins, once actually jumping from a train, taking him to Treblinka. But as time went on, it became all the more important to protect the archive, because by late 1941, they were getting news about mass killings in Lithuania. Then, in February 1942, somebody appeared in the Warsaw Ghetto who'd escaped from Chelmno, the first death camp to use gas. And they couldn't believe what they were hearing, that the Germans were murdering people in gas vans. And then in August 1942, 5 escapees from Treblinka appeared in the Warsaw Ghetto. And Ringelblum assigned Rachel Auerbach to interview one of these escapees, Abraham Szepicki, who'd been in Treblinka for 12 days. And the record of that interview comes to more than 100 typed pages. And then Ringelblum began to understand something else, that once he understood that none of them might survive, this might be the only record there would be from the Jewish point of view. We know today that Ringelblum's teacher, Isaac Schipper, who was murdered in Majdanek, said just before he was killed to another inmate who survived, he said this: "What do we know about murdered peoples? All we know about murdered peoples is usually what their killers choose to say about them. The killers might write about them as they please, or the killers might choose to ignore them completely." And the Jews knew how the Germans would write about them as this accursed inferior race and so on. So Ringelblum said, okay, now that this is happening, we have to make sure that we bury those time capsules full of documents so that even if we don't survive the war, even if we don't live to see the liberation, someday those time capsules will surface and the world will remember us on the basis of our documents and not on the basis of German documents. Now, I chose for the title of my book on Ringelblum, Who Will Write Our History? And I think that's the right title to choose. Would the Germans write the history, or would the Jews write the history? Now think about this. Suppose the archive had never been found, and it was, as I just said, it was all too easy. It was found only by the thinnest of margins. But suppose the archive had never been found. There were 500,000 Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto. There may be 15 to 20 scholarly books today about the life of those 500,000 Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto: culture, folklore, religion, self-help, resistance, so on. None of those books could have appeared without the archive. Had the archive not been found, historians would have depended on German documents. They would have depended on survivor testimony, but that's very different from real-time testimony. The victims of the Warsaw Ghetto would have been just that, victims, a mass of 500,000 people murdered by the Germans without names, without a record, without identity. We wouldn't have known about the house committees, we wouldn't have known about the schools, we wouldn't have known about the libraries, we wouldn't have had the thousands of pages of the underground press, none of this. And so, in a sense, this archive became one of the most successful examples of cultural and spiritual resistance in history. Certainly, probably the single most successful example of cultural resistance in World War II. People saying, we're going to die, and we know we're going to die, but we're going to leave a record so that the Germans will not decide how we're remembered. We're going to leave a record so that people will at least remember our names. On August 3rd, 1942, the 10th day of the Great Deportation from the Warsaw Ghetto, every day the Germans were deporting 7,000 Jews to Treblinka, helped by the Jewish police, who thought that by handing over 5 or 7 people a day per policeman, they were saving their own skin. But on August 3rd, Ringelblum ordered that all the documents they had so far just get buried. And there was a group of 3 people, a school teacher, Israel Lichtenstein, and 2 17-year-old kids, David Graeber and Nochem Gzivach. And they were taking all these papers and all the photographs, all the stuff that they had collected for 2 years, and they were stuffing it into tin boxes. 100,000 Jews had already been taken to Treblinka. These people didn't know if they'd be alive the next day. The Germans were only 50 yards away. They could hear them shouting, and they were preparing to bury these boxes under the basement of a school building on Novolipki 68. And as they filled each box, these guys, the teacher and the 2 teenage boys, wrote their last wills and testaments. And those last wills and testaments all survived. They were all found when that first cache of the archive was found in 1946. And the teacher, Israel Lichtenstein, writes, I've given my whole life to the archive. I don't want to be praised, but I want to be remembered. I want my wife to be remembered. Her name is Gela Sexton. She's an artist. She designed sets for the children's theater in the ghetto. I want our little daughter Marguerite to be remembered. She's 20 months old, but she equals 4-year-olds in intelligence. I believe that our suffering will be a redeeming sacrifice for the Jewish people. The Jewish people will survive. Now, Liechtenstein did not survive. His daughter and wife didn't survive. But what do those last wills and testaments tell us? On the one hand, they knew they were part of a collective. They were part of a Jewish nation in Europe. But on the other hand, it was so important for them that you remembered their names, that you remembered who they were. You remembered that his name was Israel Liechtenstein, his wife's name was Gela Sexton. They had a little girl named Marguerite. What Marguerite might have become, those boys wrote similar testaments. And this underscores one of the great features of the archive, which is the intertwining of the individual and the collective. On the one hand, we're part of a collective that's doomed to death, but on the other hand, we're still people, and we don't want to be forgotten.
And kind of jumping off of that, I think what's really important as well is to think about the archive's connection to the ghetto as a whole, because it's not only documenting this society, but it has some influence in it as well. And so I want to ask you, these documents that they created in these interviews that they did with people who had survived and escaped from Treblinka and Chełmno, how did they disseminate that information, and did it have any bearing on the later Warsaw Ghetto Uprising?
Yeah, well, it was important to disseminate the information. The problem was that even when the information was coming out, people didn't want to believe it. But in the course of 1942, Emanuel Ringelblum and the other leaders of the archive were able, using the good offices of the Polish Socialist Party and the Jewish Bund, which was close to the Polish Socialists, they were able to send 4 detailed reports via couriers to London, to the Polish government in exile. And the last report was sent in November 1942. That last report incorporated a lot of Krzepicki's eyewitness testimony of Treblinka, including a map of Treblinka. So you had a report with a map of Treblinka reaching London at a time when 10,000 people a day were being gassed in real time in that death camp. So all those reports reached London, and they were all sent to the American government and to the British government. Now, the courier who took the last report, Jan Karski, you've probably heard of him, but something very interesting happened when he was in Washington, D.C. This was in March 1943. Before Karski left Poland, he went to the Warsaw Ghetto, which by this time was greatly diminished. There are only 60,000 Jews left there. And he also went to the Belzec death camp. He didn't get inside the death camp, but he got to the perimeter. And then he went to London and then to Washington. In March 1943, he's having dinner in D.C. with Jan Cechanowski, the Polish ambassador to the United States, and Justice Felix Frankfurter of the Supreme Court. And he's telling Justice Frankfurter that the Nazis are committing terrible atrocities in Poland, and that they've murdered millions of Polish Jews, and that there are death factories in Poland, Treblinka, Belzec, Sobibor, where Jews are being gassed and then burned. And Justice Frankfurter looked at Karski and said, "I don't believe you." Now, Cechanowski, the Polish ambassador, was very upset. He said, you know, this man has risked his life. This man is an honorable man. I do not accept that you imply that he's a liar. And Justice Frankfurter replied, I'm not saying he's a liar. I'm saying I don't believe him. Now think about that. There's a subtle difference here. That is that in 1943, a Supreme Court justice could not wrap his head around the fact that in Europe in 1942, a cultured, advanced state was killing millions of people in industrial death factories. He didn't want to believe it. And in fact, if you look at the record of our own public's reaction to the Holocaust, even though all the facts were there in the press by 1942, it was only when American and British troops came upon the camps, and not really the death camps, but it was only when they came upon the camps that the reality really sunk in, and the American people really began to understand what was going on. But Ringelblum felt that this, of course, disseminating the information was a vitally important responsibility. Now, it's obvious that, in a sense, the agendas of the archive evolved over time. The first agenda was to collect stuff. They collected essays. They collected the menus from the fancy restaurants in the ghetto. There were fancy restaurants where policemen and collaborators and businessmen could spend their cash, because if you had cash in the Warsaw Ghetto, you weren't going to buy a treasury bond, or you weren't going to put it in a bank. You had to spend it. So there were restaurants, there were theater posters. Ringelblum wanted people to know what life was like, but he still thought most of the Jews would survive. Then in 1941, the archive decided that they would study Jewish life under German occupation, 80 different topics: women, corruption, children, education, Polish-Jewish relations, and this was scheduled to be a book of 1,600 pages, and each topic had a team leader, bullet points, interviews. Again, they thought they were going to survive the war, and this knowledge would help the Jews figure who they were when the war was over. In 1942, they realized that the Germans intended to kill them all, and then the agenda item changed to document the mass murder and to alert the world. Now, a lot of the material was not found, and a lot of the material was lost. Water seepage in the tin cans. They took thousands of photographs, only 70 survived. Yet the material that survived, the Jewish Historical Institute in Warsaw has just published it all in 36 fat volumes. So it's an enormous amount of stuff. And it has enabled Holocaust researchers and historians to publish all kinds of very important studies. And it really vindicates Ringelblum's efforts to make sure that this be safe and that this come to us.
Well, and I think to kind of underscore the point of how much material they collected, this is, I mean, that's 36 volumes with one cache missing. They buried 3 caches,
right,
and only 2 were discovered after the war.
Yeah, that's an interesting story. They buried the first cache in August 1942, as I said. And again, nobody knew if they'd be alive the next day. The 60 people of the archive, every day somebody was taken away. The 60 became 50, 40, 30. Ringelblum himself, you could sense, was on the verge of a nervous breakdown that summer. He was torn between his loyalty to his wife and kid, i.e., I'm a dad, let's go into hiding, let's save our own skin, and his sense of obligation to his co-workers in the archive. Now, there was a pause in the deportation in September 1942. So 60,000 Jews were still alive. Over 300,000 had been sent to Treblinka. And only, quote unquote, only 100,000 Jews had died of typhus or starvation in the Warsaw Ghetto. During that pause, the work of the archive continued, and they buried a second cache in February 1943 in milk cans, 2 big milk cans. The milk cans protected the documents much better. Now, according to Hirschwasser, that one survivor who knew where the archive had been concealed, a week before the outbreak of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, they buried a third cache under the brushmaker's shop. That was the scene of heavy fighting during the Battle of the Warsaw Ghetto. Well, in December 1950, Polish construction workers came across the 2 aluminum milk cans. When they found the first cache in 1946, Wasser said, keep looking, we buried a lot more, but they couldn't find any more. Then Poland became a Stalinist dictatorship. Hirschwasser and Rachel Auerbach left for Israel, and they thought most of the archive had still been lost. And then in December 1950, Polish construction workers who were building new apartment buildings on the ruins of the former ghetto come across these 2 milk cans. And their eyes light up. Well, okay, maybe there's gold here, dollars, jewels, and they see papers. It's stuffed with papers. They're going to junk it. But then the foreman comes back from his lunch break and says, no, you can't throw this away. We have to give this to the Jewish Historical Institute. So that's how that survived. Now, Wasser said there was a third cache buried a week before the ghetto uprising. After the war, he looks for that cache, but he couldn't find anything beyond a half-burned diary. Over time, that site became the site of the Chinese embassy in Poland. About 20 years ago, the Chinese allowed some Israeli searchers to dig on the site of their embassy, but they couldn't find anything. And then in 2015, 2016, Professor Richard Freund appeared with all these high-tech gadgets, and he was going to ask the Chinese to let him renew the search. But by that time, of course, our relations with China were not that good. The Chinese were suspicious of all the high-tech gadgets, and unfortunately, my friend Richard Freund passed away. So is there a third cache buried under the Chinese embassy in Warsaw? Some people say there is. I'm not sure about that, but anyway, there it is.
Well, I want to say thank you so much. I'm going to turn it over for questions.
Thank you, Sam and Jennifer. We're going to go with the first question all the way in the back to your right, please.
That was a wonderful presentation, thank you. There's been a great debate historically about the relations between Polish Gentiles and Jews during the Second World War in the Warsaw Ghetto, the role of Zagota, the Blue Police, all those things. What's your perception of that issue stemming out of your research and knowledge from that period? And then a second question is, there's been a great renaissance of interest in Poland today, in Poland's Jewish history. Do you find that it's a history without Jews? Do you find some irony in how Poland has embraced this part of its history, even though it's totally disappeared?
Okay, I mean, either of those questions would require a 1-hour lecture. I've actually written a lot about that. I also spent 6 years part of the team that put together the new Museum of Polish Jewish History in Warsaw. Now, the issue of Polish-Jewish relations in the Second World War is an extremely complicated issue. Now, I use the term complicated not as a cop-out, but just to show you that there are layers upon layers upon layers of complexity. For example, in Belgium or in the Netherlands, the people who would hand Jews over to the Nazis were usually Nazi collaborators. In Poland, people who would hand Jews over were very often heroic Polish resistance fighters who would hand a Jew over today and risk his life fighting the Germans tomorrow. So in other words, the black and white distinctions don't apply in Poland. Now, let me preface anything I say by beginning and saying that the Poles suffered terribly in World War II. They were occupied by the Soviets. The Soviets deported almost 500,000 Polish citizens. They did all they could to murder the Polish intelligentsia, including the 17,000 officers. The Germans, of course, were also determined to destroy the Polish intelligentsia. A quarter of Poland's Catholic priests were killed. During the Polish uprising of 1944, 200,000 Poles were murdered. So let me get that on the table. That is, it is not correct to say that the Poles were collaborators, that they worked hand in glove with the Germans and so on. But that said, the problem was that Polish-Jewish relations on the eve of World War II were not good. They were not good. Many Poles, even decent people who would have defined themselves as democratic and humane, said our country has too many Jews. The Jews are 10% of the population. Some cities are 80% Jewish. And we have to encourage these people to get out. Now, when the Germans began to persecute the Jews, putting them into ghettos, and then, of course, killing them, many Poles found themselves in a very, I don't even have the word for it, a very complicated situation, where on the one hand, people said, well, as a decent Christian, I'm appalled by the methods that the Germans are using. We would never do this. On the other hand, if a town is 80% Jewish, and then the Jews are suddenly gone, all of a sudden houses, businesses open up. And if you don't take advantage of that, your neighbor is going to take advantage of that. So as a matter of course, the elimination of the Jews benefited many Poles. Now, there were Polish nationalists who said, well, we don't like the methods, but thank God Hitler is solving our problem for us. We never could have done this. Now, to make matters more complicated, the woman who organized the first Polish committee to help Jews, and this committee was organized in September 1942, Szczucka Kosak, she said that as a Catholic, we have a religious obligation to help Jews who are being murdered. We have to do all we can to save them. She was a rabid anti-Semite. She said that all the Jews we save, I hope to the bottom of my heart that they leave after the war because they're aliens and parasites and we don't want them here. But as a Catholic, I cannot stand by while innocent people are being killed. So that's another level of complication. So now there are two extreme stories. On the one hand, you have this extreme story that the Germans surrounded the Warsaw Ghetto with big walls because millions of Poles were risking their lives to get into the Warsaw Ghetto to help Jews, right? And that the whole Polish people was ready to help the Jews. No, that's wrong. On the other hand, Jews will say, including, my parents are Holocaust survivors. Most Holocaust survivors from Poland did not like Poles. Holocaust survivors would say the Poles were happy to see us get killed. That's not exactly true either. But that said, if you look at the recent scholarship, Jan Gross, Neighbors, 2000, Jan Grabowski, Basha Engelking, what you see an unmistakable trend. The trend is that whereas for many, many years, many Poles said, well, we didn't like the Jews so much, but unlike the Ukrainians or the Lithuanians, we didn't get our hands dirty. We didn't actually kill Jews. Jan Gross showed in Neighbors in 2000 that, yes, there was a mass killing in Jedwabne by Polish neighbors without German supervision. And lately, other scholars have shown that up to 200,000 Jews tried to escape death during Operation Reinhardt by jumping from trains, by going into hiding, by going into forests. Only a tiny number survived the war. The vast majority were killed, not because the Germans found them, because the Germans didn't have the manpower. They were killed because of denunciations by Poles or because of direct killing by their Polish neighbors. So it's a very complicated story. Poles who were caught helping Jews were murdered by the Germans. There's the death penalty. We know that 750 Poles were executed for helping Jews, perhaps more. Someone who risked his life to help my mother survive the war was recognized as a righteous Gentile. So I hope that I didn't satisfy you with my answer, because I hope that my answer conveyed the devilish complexity of this whole issue. Yeah.
I'm going to go all the way in the back with Connie in the center aisle.
Thank you very much for a very powerful and important presentation. A couple of simple questions. You've mentioned the different caches and the archives being moved. What's the volume of the archives? Like, if you were to put the archive in a modern archive box, how many boxes would that represent? Second quick question is, all the documents are in Yiddish, or some in Polish? And lastly, where are the documents now?
Okay, 50% of the documents are in Polish, 45% are in Yiddish, 5% are in other languages. The originals of the documents are in the Warsaw Jewish Historical Institute, but there are copies at the Holocaust Museum in Washington and at Yad Vashem. And the first question? What?
Oh, how big is it? So how big is the archive? How many boxes does it take up today?
Well, as I said, that in terms of meters and square footage, I can't answer that, but it's 36 volumes. There are about 35,000 usable documents that can be read. There are many other thousands that were rendered illegible by water seepage or perhaps are still buried.
To your left in the front, please.
Thank you for this important presentation. I have a comment and a question at the same time. Thank you for the non-satisfying response, by the way. That's very nice of you to put in words that way. I've read a long time ago a book by Julius Margolin, who was a Polish Zionist who immigrated before the war to Israel. And he came back to Poland in vacation, unfortunately, in late August 1939. So he was trapped and then deported by the Soviets, so the other side of the border you mentioned earlier. And something impressed me a lot. He wrote in his book that despite the very bad Polish-Jewish relationship before the war, the Soviets made him more a Polish citizen within 3 weeks than the 20 years of kind of authoritarian dictatorship Polish government. Do you think it's kind of true? What can you comment on that about the about the complexity of the Polish-Jewish relationship?
Making it mushy, so I can't.
Oh, sorry. Maybe the microphone is too
So he was
close.
just saying, like, this person was taken over to the Soviet side and he was in prison.
Yeah.
And he felt like he became more Polish by being over there. So can you comment on kind of the complexity of the Polish-Soviet-Jewish relationship?
Yeah, Margolin wrote the memoir in Russian. I read it. The Chekhov publishing house published a shortened version, and then there was a longer version. Yeah, I mean, to add to the complexity, of course, many Polish Jews love Poland, but that's a subject of another hour's lecture. Now, after the war, about 1,500 Jews were murdered in Poland after the war. In Kielce on July 4th, 1946, 42 Jews were killed in a pogrom. Jews were hauled off trains and murdered. There was a civil war between the nationalist underground and the new communist government. One of the mantras was that the Jews are all communists. If we, make sure the Jews don't stay in Poland, then the communists won't have a social base. And so while some Polish Jews after the war felt, okay, we can rebuild a life here, in 1946 there was a mass stampede out of Poland. My parents left Poland in September 46. I was born 2 weeks later in Germany. So whatever love affair there remained with Poland was put to a great test by what happened in 45, 46. And I would say that Polish-Jewish relations got even worse after World War II. And they have remained complicated. The last Polish government, the PIS government, promoted what it called in Polish, polityka historyczna, a historical policy basically saying, Poles, stop apologizing, we're great people, heroism in Warsaw, Monte Cassino, the Battle of Britain, the Warsaw Uprising, and we're sick of Jews trying to tear us down. We did what we could, and get off the floor and stand tall. So that previous government began to emphasize all the Poles who helped Jews. This became the great narrative. It swept under the rug what happened after World War II. The government that we have now is a different government. We'll see what happens. Now, as I said, I worked in the Poland Museum for some time. The previous government forced the director to quit because the director had an exhibit about 1968, which was a vicious anti-Semitic campaign where most remaining Jews had to leave Poland. So in other words, the jury is still out. But one last thing I'd like to say, which is that by some irony, in Europe today, Jews feel much safer in Poland, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Lithuania than they do in France, Ireland, Germany, or England because of the ripples coming out of the Middle East.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jennifer Putnam and Dr. Sam Casal. Thank you, and they will be outside at the book signing station. Please be back for our final session of the day at 4:25 on our latest special exhibition, Fighting for the Right to Fight. 4:25. Thank you.
I was going to ask if you would sign these for me.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. What's the date today?
What is today? Thank you. Is today the 22nd?
Yes. No, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. 22nd of November.
11/22. Do you have your...
Okay.
Oh, my thingies.
That's when Kennedy was killed. November 22nd, yeah.
Son's birthday is tomorrow.
I want the full-hour lecture.
Today is Monday.
Excuse me?
I want the full-hour lecture.
Oh, yeah, okay. I've given it, yeah.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other. And in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
The Allies thought they'd be winning the war in Europe by the end of 1944. But Adolf Hitler and the German army had other ideas. This is World War II in 2. I'm Dr. Rob Citino, the Samuel Zemurray Stone Senior Historian here at the National World War II Museum. By December, the Allies had crept up to the German border in tough fighting. They were exhausted, and this was the very moment that the Wehrmacht, the German army, chose to launch its last great offensive. On December 16, 1944, 3 full German armies, spearheaded by hundreds of tanks, struck a handful of U.S. divisions strung out along 100 miles of the Ardennes forest. The German plan called for the tanks, the Panzers, to smash through the weak U.S. line, pass through the dense Ardennes, cross the Meuse River, and reach Antwerp, the main Allied supply base in Europe. Now, the Germans knew their weakness by this point. They were being overwhelmed in the air, and they planned to launch this offensive in bad weather so that Allied air forces would be grounded. Bad weather would act as a kind of equalizer for them, they thought. The German attack, known as Operation Wacht am Rhein, the Watch on the Rhine, came as a complete surprise to the Allied command. By now, a certain overconfidence had crept into the Allied camp. After the massive defeats the Germans had sustained in the past 6 months, it seemed impossible to anyone from Eisenhower on down that the Germans could launch a large-scale offensive. And as a result, the opening was a great success. German spearheads penetrated the American lines in many places and moved forward rapidly, taking thousands of U.S. prisoners. But there was also tough resistance in places. We might say the U.S. Army's finest hour at Saint-Vite, on the Elsenborn Ridge, and especially at the town of Bastogne, in the center of the Ardennes road network. The Germans had to pass through the forest, and there's very few roads. Holding Bastogne was critical for the Americans. Now, the U.S. commander at Bastogne, General McAuliffe, he's been immortalized. His troops were surrounded. The Germans demanded his surrender. They sent an envoy with a note demanding the U.S. surrender. And McAuliffe responded in classic American English, nuts. Now, in essence, the Germans managed to punch a hole in the center of the U.S. position, but U.S. forces on both flanks held the shoulders, as we say. The net result was a sharp bulge formed in the U.S. lines, and, of course, immortalizing the battle forever, not as Wacht am Rhein or the Battle of the Ardennes, but the Battle of the Bulge.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
The National World War II Museum's new exhibit, Fighting for the Right to Fight, explores African American experiences in wartime. And we have several artifacts on display from one of the icons of World War II, the Tuskegee Airmen. These combat pilots trained in Tuskegee, Alabama, and went overseas to fly and fight in the Mediterranean Theater of Operations. Claiborne Buddy Lockett was born in Los Angeles, California in 1918. He enlisted before Pearl Harbor and trained to be a fighter pilot, earning his wings in 1943. Lockett went overseas with the 332nd Fighter Group, which can be seen in this distinctive patch for the group, and he eventually was assigned to the 301st Fighter Squadron. He flew patrols, armed reconnaissance, and bomber escort, where he wore this AN-H-15 flying helmet. Lockett is unique in that he also flew for the Royal Air Force in North Africa. You can see this pair of Royal Air Force gloves here. He logged time in the Spitfire, Hurricane, and captured German Ju-87 and Ju-88 aircraft. He returned to the US in November 1944 after he suffered an accident that left him with a severely injured hip. These artifacts, along with dozens of others, will be featured in the new exhibit, Fighting for the Right to Fight, African American Experiences in World War II, at the National World War II Museum here in New Orleans. In the summer of 1935, the Boeing Airplane Company unveiled a new, massive four-engine bomber. One Seattle journalist dubbed the plane, which was bristling with machine gun emplacements, a flying fortress. This is the story of the B-17 Flying Fortress. This is World War II in two. I'm Corey Graff at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. As the world edged closer to a Second World War, Boeing began building B-17s by the thousands. Each plane carried a crew of 10 men armed with a dozen machine guns and hauled a payload of high explosive bombs. The B-17s were used all over the world, but the plane is perhaps most famous for its large-scale bombing raids over Europe. Flying from bases in England and Italy, American B-17s and other bombers traversed thousands of miles over occupied territory to strike refineries, factories, and key infrastructure in cities like Berlin, Cologne, and Munich. The air war over Europe was brutal and deadly. Despite being heavily armed, the B-17s worked best flying in large groups and when escorted by friendly fighters like the P-51 Mustang. Together, they formed huge formations capable of fighting their way to their targets, unleashing tons of bombs, and then making the long journey home. The B-17 was not the biggest or fastest bomber in the Army Air Force's inventory, but it was one of the toughest. Crews praised it for its ability to keep flying after being mangled by enemy fire. Resilience, often described as flying back on a wing and a prayer, gave crews the courage to brave the war-torn skies over Europe for 25 or more combat missions. Today, B-17s are a rare sight. Of the over 12,000 built, only about 40 complete airframes remain. The National World War II Museum displays a Boeing-built B-17E model that was delivered to the Army in March of 1942. It was nicknamed My Gal Sal and was lost when it crash-landed in Greenland just a few months after entering service. My Gal Sal stands as a tribute to the designers, builders, and brave crews of one of America's most iconic and revered combat aircraft, the B-17 Flying Fortress.
Fortress. What is it, and why are we there?
Built as a sort of medieval fortress. It's on this huge, great big sort of promontory, a rock overlooking the river. So there's this sort of bend in the river, and it's an obvious defensive point. So back sort of 800-900 years ago, they built a small fortress on the top of it and a little tunnel going up to deliver goods to the top. Dug the second deepest well in Europe, and so it from there it grew and became this huge, great big fortress. And during the Second World War, it was used as a prisoner of war camp. And not just for any old prisoners of war, we're talking the top level, so generals were housed here. And some of the stories about how these generals were treated is really quite amazing. You see them sort of going out for day trips and going to the theatre. I mean, it's almost like a holiday camp for generals. But they didn't, some of them didn't want to stay there for obvious reasons, and there is a very famous story of escape of the French general, Henri Giraud, who literally tied bed sheets together and scaled down the side of this cliff and then escaped, made his way all the way back to France and into North Africa and joined the Allies again. Mm-hmm. So when you see the sheer face that he went down, I'd tell you, if you're scared of heights, you'll have new respect for this man. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing to see it. And it's also just a simply beautiful sight. But then, as you said, there's a small museum which documents some of the prisoners who were held there. Started off as a prisoner of war camp, obviously for Poles, because that was the first group of prisoners, and then the French, and then this amazing escape story. So it's worth taking a look at some of the film footage to see the actual way in which they were treated, and also their liberation by the Americans. The Americans liberate the POW camp, and there's some wonderful footage of the actual moment of liberation as well.
But just a couple of miles down the road, though, is Perna, and we talk about Giraud. It's this famous escape. It's got a great story and an ending. However, down the road is Perna, and this is another place of just showing the Nazi brutality. Mm-hmm. Alex, why don't you talk about the Action T4 and the place we visit there?
Well, Sonnenstein, again, is this beautiful castle, sort of complex of palaces, 17th, 18th century, gorgeous places. So when you go up to them, you think, oh, isn't this lovely? But again, learning about the actual history is a real shock, because Sonnenstein was one of the places that was chosen to be a euthanasia killing center. And this was named the T4, or after the Tiergarten 4 Straße in Berlin, which was the center of the euthanasia program. But the program really started with the idea of eugenics, and that you could improve the race, and that if you therefore had to kill people who didn't fit into your Volksgemeinschaft, into your perfect racial Aryan idea. This was very much Hitler's concept, a sort of racial, biological mishmash of ideas. And this euthanasia killing went on so that tens of thousands of people were actually murdered in these sorts of centers. There was another one called Bad Hartheim and many, 4 others. But Sonnenstein was one of the largest. It was also one of the places that gassing was used. The fake shower heads were used in order to kill a dozen or so victims at a time. And the thing about this is that the euthanasia killing centers are terrible in their own right. But a lot of the doctors and specialists and so on who were involved in the T4 program also then were used in their so-called expertise or specializations of these methods of killing and deception for the patients, and all of these kinds of things were then brought into the extermination camps. So the Chelmno and Sobibor and Majdanek and Treblinka, and of course Auschwitz-Birkenau, all of these specialized doctors, one way or another, came to work on the creation of these mass murder sites, which of course formed so much a part of the Holocaust and the worst crimes committed in the 20th century. But the step that the Nazis took, when you say that, oh, a child has Down syndrome, so therefore they should be killed because they're useless eaters, they're worthless, it's going to cost the state so much to take care of them, so let's just kill them, that's kinder for everybody. And once you start taking those sorts of moral steps, then the road to the Holocaust comes much more quickly.
For 4 years, the Soviet Red Army fought against Nazi Germany. After difficult fighting and millions dead, the Soviets were victorious on the Eastern Front. But victory over Germany in 1945 would not have happened without the enormous support from an unprecedented program, later forgotten and obscured by Cold War rhetoric. This is the story of American lend-lease to the Soviet Union, and this is World War II in two.
There he is.
I'm Mike Bell at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. Before America's entry into the war, President Franklin Roosevelt asserted that the country's industrial might would become an arsenal of democracy. American production would meet not only U.S. military needs, but under Lend-Lease, America would supply equipment and materiel to Britain and all countries facing Axis aggression. After Nazi Germany invaded 1941, Lend-Lease was extended to the Soviet Union too. In all, about 23% of the total program went to the USSR. Between 1942 and 45, massive shipments included 400,000 trucks and jeeps, 14,000 aircraft, 13,000 tanks, and 72,000 radio sets. America also sent a staggering 4.5 million tons of food and nearly 3 million tons of petroleum products, as well as millions of rifles, blankets, uniforms, and boots. These critical supplies arrived at key moments. In late 1943, Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin already judged that Lend-Lease had been decisive. Without it, Stalin said, we would have lost the war. Besides equipment and weapons, there were explosives and ammunition for Soviet guns and aluminum, steel, and raw materials for Soviet factories. American supplied machinery and raw materials fed Soviet production. To boost output, the U.S. sent 38,000 lathes. To meet the demand for tires, the United States sent a tire factory. For clothing, over 100,000 tons of American cotton. American aid to the Soviet rail system was nearly 1,200 locomotives, 11,000 rail cars, and more than 600,000 tons of trash. Ultimately, Lend-Lease was decisive. At Yalta, Stalin praised Lend-Lease as one of FDR's most remarkable and vital achievements in keeping the Allies in the field against Hitler. After the war, Nikita Khrushchev agreed, noting, if the United States had not helped us, we would not have won the war. Considering the contribution of American equipment, trucks, and radios to the Soviet offensives of 1944 and 45, he asserted, our losses would have been colossal because we would have had no maneuverability. Khrushchev offered, we shouldn't boast that we vanquished the Germans all by ourselves.
The most surprising part, which ultimately led to my capstone project, was how the Second World War exacerbated the racial indifference in the United States. You know, once white Americans came home, they had phenomenal opportunities to return home to. They were able to start great careers, go to college for free, have all these great benefits. You were treated like a hero. But for African American soldiers who came home, or Mexican American soldiers, Asian American, while those opportunities were there, they weren't really offered. It was more of a, hey, they're there, but you're not entitled to them. So I think the most surprising part was how that has all evolved to where we're at today. I believe that's a very large foundation, or an extension of the foundation of racial disparity in the United States. And to me, that was the most surprising part. Just do it. If your heart's in it, just do it. That you shouldn't, worry about, oh, is this gonna help my career? I think as a person, it's allowed me to build soft skills and hard skills that I can use anywhere, and not just in research, not just in World War II or military speaking terms, anything like that. It's more of a, it allows me to see who we are as people totally different. And by doing so, if your heart's in it and you really want to learn about it, just do it, because it's not about the combat, it's not about the war itself, but it's about the lives that were totally affected, which I feel like every single person today has a connection to that.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. For our final session of the day, discussing our latest special exhibition, Fighting for the Right to Fight, African American Experiences in World War II, it is my pleasure to introduce a dear friend of the museums, of my own and of many of yours, Dr. John Morrow. John had to skip out last year at the conference, and we missed him, but we're delighted that he's back with us. He is a presidential counselor to the museum and a past convener of that important body, former chair of the conference planning committee. For his paying gig, he was a longtime professor at the University of Georgia, retired recently, and so now he's professor emeritus, author or co-author of 8 publications, and an all-around good guy. John has also been involved in this exhibition in its first iteration, which he will talk about, and now he's been a special advisor in this new iteration that you all will have the opportunity to see tonight at the open house. John, it's great to have you back. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him back.
Those are the kindest words anyone has said to me today, Jeremy. I was being harassed in the back by Con Crane and using me, innocent that I am, to threaten Kravoski over there. And I'm thinking, these Army guys, these former colonels all stick together and gang up on a civilian historian, but it is a pleasure and an honor to be back. I had to miss one of the sessions I was scheduled to appear upon when I made the mistake of going to the Pritzker celebration. I was awarded a Pritzker Award for Lifetime Achievement in Military Writing in 2019. Thank you. I'm very proud of that, and somehow I managed, although I retired in 2022, to be awarded the Society for Military History's Samuel Eliot Morrison Prize this past year. I signaled that to thank you again, and I took that as the end of my writing career. So I'm living happily now. My wife says, you need to do something to occupy yourself. And I look at her and say, I think I'll harass you. This is now the time for it. But I missed one of the earlier ones because I went up there to Chicago and caught a disease, strep throat, which, you can catch COVID, but strep throat. And so I had to call the museum and speak to Jeremy and say, I can't come because I can't talk. Now I can talk again. So let's get going today. It's a pleasure and an honor for me to be able to introduce our panel of experts, one person short, for the museum's new exhibit, Fighting for the Right to Fight, African American Experiences in World War II. Now I have to change this a little. This afternoon we have a panel of one historian who served as exhibit advisor, and that's obviously me, Dr. John Morrow, Franklin Professor Emeritus of the History of War and Society at the University of Georgia in Athens, and 2 curators, or historians, who transform their knowledge and thoughts and advice of the advisors into a riveting exhibit. So they are really the key. We outside historians feel privileged to serve with them because, and it's been my experience having done several of these, I am always amazed at how they transform our thoughts into the reality of an exhibit. Corey Graff, sitting to my left, the museum's internal curator and I'm going to blow his cover immediately, a graduate of the University of Oregon, which for those of you who watch football, and that better be everyone, Oregon is the #1 team in the country right now. Because we at the University of Georgia admit that our quarterback took 3 weeks off, probably driving his Lamborghini that he got on NIL. A stupid invention. He's back now. He has returned. His head is in the game. Now we're trying to figure out how we get to the championship game without playing anyone. We'll see how that works out. Oregon may well be the champion. He is a curator, more importantly for our purposes, of 28 years' experience, starting with the Museum of Flight in Seattle, where he helped lead the development of, and this is really critical for me, of their World War I gallery. Then, because it was aviation, I was invited out there to speak. And so I realized when I looked at his vita, and we had met before in an earlier life, because I'd written a number of books on World War I aviation. And so it's a pleasure to be back with him here. He's come here by way of the Museum of Flight, and then the Flying Heritage and Combat Armor Museum, and now, of course, here. And he has written 10 books primarily on World War II aviation. So it is best to keep us separate, because with my knowledge of World War I aviation, his knowledge of World War II aviation, we could talk for years on that subject, and we won't. Now, Dr. Kowalski-Salter, further to my left, who is a product of 2 Florida institutions, the University of Florida and Florida State, former football powers, is a retired U.S. Army colonel with 25 years of active service, duty including a tour at the Pentagon. He is further a published military historian, museum curator, and military museum executive. He has taught military history and strategy at such prestigious institutions, the United States Military Academy at West Point and the Command and General Staff College at Leavenworth. He served as executive director of the 1st Division Museum, which is at Cantigny, named after the battle in World War I, and president of the Pritzker Military Museum and Library, which is in the process of moving from Chicago, or probably has moved to Kenosha, Wisconsin. In fact, I know Dr. Salter from an earlier exhibit. He was the curator of the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Cultures exhibit on World War I in Washington as we returned home fighting, for which I served as the lead outside historian, advisor. So I have past history of both of these gentlemen. I had planned at this point to sit down because I would have introduced the 3rd person, who is another historical advisor, but she's not here, and I cannot do her. So I will say something about what it's like to do one of these exhibits, and then really turn it over to the experts. The first exhibit I did was years ago in the late 80s at the Smithsonian National Museum of Aviation in Washington when they did their World War I exhibit for the first time. For years it had just been 4 small biplane fighters and some pictures. Well, we reformulated it and did it as both an aviation, but an aviation industry development before and during World War I. Then I was privileged to serve in the first iteration of the current exhibit that's premiering there, which was over 10 years ago, much smaller committee, fewer funds, but we did, and I give the museum credit for expert curator, and we had outside advisors. And when I saw the museum's creation, I was shocked. These are collaborative ventures. You have people putting their heads together from diverse experiences and with a knowledge of history. And you might be a historical advisor and you will have talked with them and they will have shown you what they're doing in a small setup. But the first time you go see that, you're shocked. And you think, oh my God, they realized this. They were able to do that in a way I could never have envisaged. So the first one we did, the most fascinating part of it was the curator set out to get the 7 medals of honor that African Americans had been awarded in the Second World War. I got a call one day from him. He said, I've got 6. I'm having trouble getting the 7th. And I thought, okay, keep me posted. I can't do anything. About a week later, I've got the 7th. The 7th medal had been in the Museum of Logistics Supplies, Fort Belvoir, Virginia. And when he had first called, the curator there said, well, you can't have it. It's on display up here. Well, we know it's on display up there. That's why we're calling you to try to get the damn thing, all right? You know? And so at that point, our curator, brilliant, did an end run. He found out that the man's daughter had risen to the rank of a colonel in logistics in the Army. She had followed her father. So he called the daughter and said to the daughter, we would love to be able to display his medal with the other 6, but your museum won't give it up. The commander of logistics then called his museum curator and said, that medal had better be down there within a week. Surprise. And when I went in, that's the first thing I saw was these 7 medals of honor. And I thought, my God, how they were able to do that. That's the kind of miracles. When you're on the inside, that's miraculous to you, how that kind of thing happens as a historian. You've done a lot of research abroad and discovered new documents all over Europe and so on. But it's a different thing when you see something you've thought about in your head and conceptualized in your head actually appear before you and in a beautifully done exhibit. Well, that exhibit did well here and traveled around successfully. And then, and I don't know any of the inside of this, I'm absolutely innocent. But I was informed a while back that the museum had received $1.5 million to do a new exhibit. I didn't ask any questions. I didn't want to know how they got it. I figured some company gave the money up willingly. Nobody was hurt in the process. And so we reconvened again, but this time was a much larger group of outside historical advisors, and then a larger group within the museum, including Corey, who is curator, and Gravoski, who is the external curator brought in. And I'm thinking, what a change. The other thing that had changed was that I was flat on my back because I had spine surgery a few months ago. I am now the bionic man. This is twice in 10 years. My father's World War II generation, his bent him over. He refused to have the surgery because every one of his buddies who did it ended up in a wheelchair immediately. And he looked at me and he said, "Not for me." I said, "Well, what are you going to do?" He said, "I'm going to walk around with a damn cane, and I'll end up in a wheelchair." And he did at age 87. And I thought, hey, man, you staved that off for about 25 years. Well, I'm a miracle of modern medicine. I will not do any flips or turns for you, but I'm up here standing erect because of that, and I'm back at the museum, and I'm thankful to be back here. My wife was a little concerned. She's always concerned when I come down to the museum, which I've been doing for 20 years. She says, "Are you coming back?" I said, "Of course, my dear. I love you more than anything else. But the museum is a distant second." All right? So I will go back after this, but it's a real pleasure to be back. Now let me turn it over to the fellows who do the hard work in this business, to our curators, our two curators here, Corey and Kravosky. This is going to be exciting even for me. Thank you.
Well, let me take over first. I'm Corey Graff, one of the curators here at the National World War II Museum. Both Dr. Salter and I decided we would actually not present from the podium. We'd present from our seats. We want to be close to our computers and free water. We can't be far away from our free water either. So it's my job to tell you a little bit about how this came about. Fighting for the right to fight dates back in museum terms for quite a while. To 2015, there was a much smaller version of the exhibit here in the Louisiana Pavilion. It was about 1,700 square feet, almost entirely dealt with military men, African Americans, during World War II, and was divided up by branch. So there was a section on the Marines and Navy and Army Air Forces and so on. It was extremely popular. It had a run here and then went to 12 different venues across the United States and was the exhibit that everyone asked for and everyone wanted. So it wasn't absolutely surprising that we were going to do a bigger and better. Dr. Morrow was talking about being the bionic man. You know, we're going to make it better, faster, stronger, that sort of thing. So it was this group's job to develop that new exhibit, which had its bones in the old exhibit. Certainly, you're still going to be talking about African Americans in World War II. But the new venue, almost 3 times as big, of 4,000 square feet, give or take, allowed you to do a lot of different things, and it allowed you to explore a lot of themes in more detail than you were seeing in the original version of the exhibit. And one of the things that I'll say about it, just in a general sense, I'll let Dr. Salter talk a lot about the content, but the whole idea of if you've got 1.2 African American men and women in uniform, and many of them overseas during World War II, and this new expanded footprint and this new expanded story was going to make it so that we were going to be able to pull in more discussions of civilians, more discussions of the home front, more discussion of women, both in uniform and in industry during the war. And when you step back and you think about those 1.2 in uniform, and no one's even really sure how many people we're talking about in industry, a lot of the government sources will quote that about 1 million people moved from their homes to the industries, which are primarily on the West Coast and up in the Rust Belt and on the East Coast as well. It's an amazing Swiss Army knife of things to talk about. So one of the primary jobs of a curator is to boil that down We all know that a flighty curator who can talk about X or Y for way too long, and you want to sort of slink away. And we want to be able to tell this story, this massive story, in a coherent way. Now, there are certain things that separate a museum exhibit from what you're going to see when you crack open a book. A couple of those are what we'd call AV or media, films, etc. I'll talk about those. And in addition, it's artifacts. It's being able to actually put that thing in front of someone's nose and have them marvel. And we try to pick things that obviously tell a broader story as we go through. So Fighting for the Right to Fight has about 100 artifacts, give or take. And many of them were difficult for us. And what I mean by that, the World War II Museum's doctrine, obviously, is to focus on World War II era material. And this exhibit was going to be expansive. It was going to talk about African American society in America well before World War II and go up through the civil rights movement, etc. So one of the first things that we were doing is diving into the auction houses and calling in favors and making connections and locating material that goes back to 1899 type ballot box and up through 1963 civil rights pennant. Those are things that you'll see in the exhibit. And as you might imagine, when the collecting doctrine is stuff from, the early 30s up to 1945 or 1946 or 47 or wherever you want to draw the line, it's a little outside of our comfort zone. So I'm quite proud of that. Now, the other thing that happened from the old exhibit to the new exhibit is we had located areas in which we wanted to bolster, if you will. Material that demonstrated sort of racism and the disposition of American society before World War II was quite small in the early exhibit, but critical to our story. Things like Port Chicago, we'd tried and struggled to locate materials from Port Chicago, which is the naval explosion at the armament facility in the Bay Area in California. Material about Tuskegee Airmen. We didn't have a lot within our collection. We had some, but not very much. One thing I should say is African American collections are quite rare. We're all used to this celebration of these white soldiers that came home, and Tom Brokaw is calling them the greatest generation and so on. There's a lot of sons and daughters of these people that revere them and keep these uniforms and photo albums. And what you see with African Americans, which is a big part of our story, is sort of that disappointment of putting their rear on the line, giving almost everything and sometimes everything for their country, and coming back to an America that didn't appreciate them the way that they wanted, which means that stuff gets tossed. So it's quite rare to find material to African Americans. In a general sense, the museum holds 270,000 items that are cataloged and probably many, many additional ones. And I'm just going to throw out a number because I don't really know, but there may be 36 collections that have to do with African Americans in World War II. So it was very important to leverage those in a very serious manner because they were so rare. And the other thing you have to do is formulate partnerships. You have to talk to families, find those people that had dad or granddad or grandma in the service. And we were very, very successful with that. When you go see the exhibit, you'll see the hood from a Ku Klux Klansman from the 1920s. And we were able to talk with the University of West Florida about what it would take
to exhibit that piece of hateful material in a different context and in a different way. Port Chicago material, we were able to talk to a museum in Viejo, California, and secure Freddie Meeks' collection. Freddie Meeks was not there the day of the explosion in July of 1944 that killed 320 sailors, many of them African American. But he was one of the 50 that protested, that didn't go back to work because of the unsafe conditions. And he, like the other 49, were sentenced to prison sentences. His was 18 months. And then he was court-martialed. And it took up until the 1990s for him to be pardoned. So the idea of having his jumper and his hymnal in the exhibit goes well beyond just a jumper and a hymnal. It goes to tell you this type of story about how African Americans were treated during and after the war. Also, there's a fragment within the exhibit. It's actually the butt end of a 5-inch shell from like a destroyer that was thrown 13 miles to downtown Viejo and picked up off the street and donated to a museum. When it came to Tuskegee Airmen, we were able to secure a collection of material from Claiborne Buddy Lockett, who was a flyer from the Los Angeles area. He joined the 332nd Fighter Group, flew in Italy, and interestingly enough was loaned to the Royal Air Force and flew in North Africa and Italy with the British as well. So his logbook has things like the Spitfire, the Hurricane, captured airplanes like Ju-87 and Ju-88. Some of his material, if you're a skillful observer, is Royal Air Force material. His gauntlet gloves are in the collection. Many U.S. aviators preferred Royal Air Force flying material, especially boots, gloves, receivers, things like that, because they just viewed them as better. The gauntlet gloves go up to about here, which really helps you in case of a fire. We were also able to talk to Janice Martin, whose mother, Indiana Hunt, married name Indiana Hunt Martin, was with the 6888 in Europe during the war, and she had a great comment. She said, "I teased my mother for years about carrying around this suitcase full of junk. And now here it all is in the museum. Her blouse, her combat boots, a box that was made by a POW, and some other material is within the exhibit and really brings that story to life. The largest artifact in the exhibit is I know this by heart, a 285-pound balloon winch, barrage balloon winch, of the type that was used on D-Day by the 320th Barrage Balloon Battalion. The first African Americans to come to shore, they had balloons in the air by about 11:20 on June 6th. So there's some really amazing material in there. And then second to that artifact collection is a wonderful collection of ways for people to access material in a digital sense. And what I mean by that is you experience when someone goes into an exhibit and you secretly trail them around, they call them skimmers, swimmers, and divers. You'll have those people that will roll through and they'll just pull out the intros and other things like that. There's your moderates who will do some swimming, and then there's your divers who are going to read every comma and period in an exhibit. They're the ones you go with, and when you want to go home, they're like on panel number 2, and you're like, staring at the ceiling. And interestingly enough, when you take your friends and family, if you're a curator, when you take your friends and family, they feel like it's very respectful to read everything. I mean, it's what you've invested all your time and energy into. And you've been working on this exhibit for 9 months. You know every comma and every period, and you're like, come on, let's go. So we tried to design our AV for that purpose. And what I mean by that is your skimmers can read your introductions, and also we've created 3 5-minute bespoke movies, if you will, within the exhibit. And if you watch those movies, you invest your 15 minutes, 5 minutes apiece, you're going to get a lot of the basic beats. On the other end of the spectrum is the divers who want everything. And as I talked about in this discussion, when you're talking about millions of people, there's many, many units, many, many notable people, many, many amazing locations. So we came up with this idea, and there's 2 of them within the exhibit called Victory in Every Theater, which shows that these African Americans, these Americans, went all over the world during World War II. So via pins in a world map, you can look at the CBI, or you can look at the home front, or you can look at the Pacific, and so on, Europe, Mediterranean, etc. And you can see a lot of the famous places, a lot of the famous units, a lot of the famous people. Not necessarily all famous people as well. One of the things that we wanted to do is leverage our best collections, photo collections, and donated collections, and tell the story of some people you've never heard of, Ed Brown or Ethel Simpson, who experienced the war. We have a lot of their material, and this was a perfect opportunity to put that material into an interactive. Those pins could go on forever. There's certainly suggestions about, like, you missed this person, you'd like to put this person in, etc. The other difficulty we had is when you're trying to put a pin on where the USS Mason is during World War II. Of course, it's out roaming the Pacific, or talking about the messmen on the San Francisco. It was everywhere in the Pacific during the war, so you have to pick a place that's somewhat logical, but they're all over the place. Or you have someone like Ed Brown, who starts in the Persian Gulf and ends up in the CBI with the same engineering unit. So there's certain things that you have to do to make it concrete. And finally is the story file, which you've probably experienced here before. It's sort of a revolutionary and very interesting technology in which you can have a virtual conversation with a veteran. I think we've captured 18, 19, 20 something so far. And the African Americans, Theodore Britton, George Hardy, and Romay Davis are on display in 2 stations within this exhibit. And you can press a button and ask them where they were at Pearl Harbor, and they'll tell you where they were. Now, peeking behind the curtain, these necessitate the veteran to come to Los Angeles to a special studio and be subjected to approximately 3 days of questions in which they answer everything from what their favorite color is to where they were during Pearl Harbor, from what they did during the war, etc. So it's a very, very revolutionary and interesting thing to talk about. Now, Fighting for the Right to Fight will be on display at the National World War II Museum until July of 2025. And this is where it gets exciting for us. It's actually going to travel on the road. As you go through and you look at the exhibit, I want you to imagine everything in that room folding down into 2 tractor trailers going across the country. This was also one of the reasons that the exhibit is so large comparatively compared to the last one. Is one of the things that we wanted to do is get as many eyes on this exhibit as possible. And that means New York and Chicago and LA and San Francisco and these bigger venues that have more visitorship. So all in all, it was an amazing experience. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Salter, who's going to talk a little bit about developing the content.
Okay, well, John. Okay, so hard, hard acts to follow, John Morrow and Corey. So the first thing I want to do is thank the National World War II Museum for inviting me to be the guest curator and subject matter expert for the reimagination of this exhibition. And as Corey mentioned, you come in and you're the guest curator, you work with a team of people, so it was certainly a collaborative event. So there were 5 core members, myself, Corey, Pete Crane, Aaron Clancy, and Nina Lockman was our project manager. And of course, Stephen was in several of the meetings. And then from the Institute, Mike Bell and several of his people would also come into some of the meetings and look at the content and talk to us about what it is that we plan to focus on. And John mentioned scholarly advisors. I've had the pleasure of curating 4 national level exhibitions, this being the 4th one. And I have never done an exhibition at this level without scholarly advisors. So John Morrow, Adrian Lewis, Tracy Parker, who cannot be here tonight, Marcus Clark, and Marcus Cox, and Greg Cook. Those individuals, your job as a curator is you put something forward, but you need to listen to everyone and try to make sure that we are capturing just about everything we can. And as Corey said, you have this big duffel bag, but how do you scale it down into something that makes sense to the visitors when they come and see the exhibition? So in every meeting, I took copious notes and listened to those individuals. But the first thing I did was once I was invited to be on board and we got the contract started, is like anyone else, I started making a sketch. Not quite a napkin, it's not that romantic. I put a sketch on a piece of paper and I would take it around with me. And I still have 3 or 4 of those sketches. And then I began to put it into a PowerPoint. So when I came to the first meeting, after being told that we want to reimagine the first exhibition, it was our most popular traveling exhibition. That puts pressure on you right away. We want to make it, as Corey said, bigger, better, stronger. It's 3 times the size. And my first question was, well, do I have the flexibility to think outside of the box and give you a lot of ideas? And the answer was absolutely. So with that, I think we'll go to the first slide. And so again, this is not the intent for you to read the slides. What I want to do is I tried to develop this for the in-house audience and the folks at home to whet your appetite. And I'm going to do the skimmer. I have about 12 slides. I'm going to go through those really quick, but only 5 of those slides are the slides that people who are skimmers. This is the introduction slide. I will read and footnote and paraphrase from those slides, and then the 4 section slides. But we're not going to start with this slide. We're going to go to my napkin drawing. So this is the only slide I presented to my next slide. Oh, I got the advancer. So this is what I presented to my client. I said, okay, well, if this is about fighting for the right to fight and African Americans fighting for a double victory during World War II, and as Corey said, this was the meat and potatoes of your exhibition, I feel that in order for us to have visitors understand why were African Americans fighting for the right to fight and for a double victory as late as 1941, for a double victory. Victory abroad, they were willing to fight for, but victory at home. So one of the ideas I put forward, and I think we'll see that came to fruition, is we expanded this section to have people understand what life was like for African Americans before the war. You have to really put yourself in the African American shoe and understand what life was about. And we talked about advances and setbacks, their military prowess, their ups and downs. And then we can flow into World War II. And these are just some of the ideas of images. So also as the curator, is your mission to put forward the images that you would like to use, to make a artifact list. So Corey, he talked about the artifacts. And so I put together what we call wish lists. And I also want to thank the World War II Museum for going outside of their box, because museums have a collection plan, and their collection plan is World War II. We went outside of that box. And also after World War II, and you fight for this double victory, but only one victory is won overseas, then you go to the post-war and you talk about the civil rights movement. And one of the things we talked about is, okay, let's put more stories on the home front, progress, setback, personalities. You'll see those when you go over. And then every single theater of war. I wanted to make sure that we talked about African Americans being out there as early as 1942. And with that team of individuals, we got tons of ideas of how to put this story together. And so that was my napkin sketch. And I think we did a pretty good job. So this is the skimmer slide. So I'm going to read and footnote what this actually says. And I can barely see on my, I can't see any of you. So with the lights. So basically, what we have here is African Americans have participated in every war in U.S. history, frequently earning distinctions as individuals and as units. During World War II, more than 1.2 million African American men and women served in all branches of the U.S. military in every theater of war. They served in the Army, the Navy, the Air Corps, the Marines, the Coast Guard, the Merchant Marines. Women served as WACs. African American women served as WACs, spars, and waves. The only service they didn't serve in was the Marines, and Marines are very proud of never having an acronym. They were just women Marines. So they served in every theater of operation. I think we captured that. They also fought political and social battles on the home front, petitioning for their right to work in the defense industry and the wartime industrial population. World War II had special meanings for African Americans because they were fighting for democracy overseas and freedom overseas, and they were also fighting for civil rights at home. From the Tuskegee Airmen fighting segregation while also fighting in the air, Black Rosetta Riveters who entered the workforce as men went overseas, African Americans paved the way for social and political justice. That is one of the 5 of the skimmer slides. So when you go over to the exhibition this evening, or if you have been or you go tomorrow, and those of you who may come visit, this is the slide that pretty much sets the stage. So the next 4 slides are just build slides to whet your appetite. As a curator as well, one of the things that you want to do is educate, inspire. At least that's the way I was brought up in the museum arena. Number 1, you want an exhibition to educate people as best as it can. As Corey said, it's not a book on the wall, but you want them to be inspired by that little piece of what they read, and then maybe go pick up a book, or go pick up an article, or go to the archives. Now they are inspired to learn more about that one piece of subject matter. And so let's go to the second of 5 of the skimmer slides. So there are 3 chapters in the exhibition, as you saw from our sketch. Chapter 2 has an A and a B. And we also come up with ideas as we're talking about having even the color of the sections being different. Should there be a design in the exhibition, something that connotes that double V, so people can see that actually when they go through the exhibition? So you're going to see a color change, and they go from dark to light. So when you get to chapter 1, we already talked about chapter 1. And chapter 1 is the pre-war section. Okay, so the lights have ruined my plan to read this, so I'm going to tell you exactly what this says. So basically it talks about setbacks and progresses. So it says, African Americans have participated in every war in American history, thus leading to victory in the Civil War and gaining 3 amendments. The 13th Amendment in 1865, which freed those who were in bondage. The 14th Amendment in 1868, which gave them citizenship. And the 15th Amendment in 1870, which gave African American men the right to vote. They also created family units. They also created businesses. They also participated in uplifting cultural events such as the Harlem Renaissance. They also served on the Western frontier and did a host of things that made them American citizens. But at the same time, there were forces that were pulling African Americans back. So you have the Supreme Court cases of 1883 before Plessy versus Ferguson. You have the Compromise of 1876, which pulls troops out of the South and leads to President Rutherford B. Hayes going into the presidency. So when you read this, you see progresses and setbacks. And so just the bill slide, I'm not going to read this to you, but I want to give those folks who won't have an idea to go visit the exhibition. So we do talk about the legacy of military service, so folks understand that World War II was not the African American first rodeo in wars. They had been prior to the American Revolution, the War of 1812. Well, that's the American Revolution, that's prior to the War of 1812, the American Civil War, the Western frontier. Those progresses that led to them being American citizens. But at the same time, this is what African Americans were dealing with. This is a flag that the NAACP made in the 1920s, and it hung over in the 1930s, a downtown New York City building, and that's what the flag said. It was to create the environment and to know that African Americans, when someone was lynched the day before, this is a National Archives slide which shows in every continental state, with the exception of 5, between 1890 and 1921, more than 3,400 African Americans were lynched, and it has the number. This is an artifact case. I put on the wish list. The first exhibition had a membership card. On the wish list, I had KKK regalia. And when Corey sent me the email and said, we found one at the University of West Florida, because you also want people to be impacted when they read the story. A museum is a safe place. It's an institution where you should be able to go and learn about what people experience. And then Tulsa, Oklahoma was just one of many stories where we could have talked about African Americans and their towns and cities being destroyed. And so skimming along to chapter 2, what this pretty much says is that African American women went into the workforce, African American men were also going into the workforce, and it also talks about the fact that African Americans were at the grassroots level. And so as you build this slide and you go over to the exhibition, you're going to see the story of the Rosita Riveters. They were in the first exhibition and Executive Order 8802, but we expanded that story. These are artifacts that you will see that Corey talked about some of those. And in this same section 2, explaining what double victory really was. Before you go into the war, this is what double victory means. And then it also talks about serving at home. So not all American soldiers went overseas. So we expanded that story as well. Okay. And then chapter 2, overseas, We talk about it is impossible to create a dual personality, and we'll talk about that during Q&A. I don't believe the 6888 was in the first exhibition. We made sure they were, and the nurses, and the Merchant Marines. And this is my favorite story in African American history at this point. We may talk about that during Q&A, and coming home. And so I'll wrap it up there so we can get to some more Q&A. But bottom line is that the African American experience contributed to victory during World War II. We wanted to make sure we highlighted that and also talk about those veterans who come home and serve, participate in the civil rights movement.
Very good.
You probably should open it up to the family because
Questions?
Yes, so if you have questions, please raise your hand. We'll bring the microphones to you. We're going to start in the center aisle, about halfway back, gentlemen.
Right, thank you. Hello, my name is Kel Carter. I am Director of Exhibitions at the Buffalo Soldiers Museum. And I had a question, well, it's kind of something that I've been experiencing even with exhibitions we do ourselves, that when we do anything covering subject matter like this, one of the things we hear from young people is, okay, how is this relevant to us today? And so because of that, we had to try to shift to try to cover that. My question is, with this exhibition, I know it stops at the civil rights movement. Given that the legacy of World War II still impacts us today, are y'all going to include that in kind of a future update of the exhibition, or like we'll kind of basically make ties to it or something like that? That's my only question.
Okay, so what's the question, that it doesn't end in the civil rights movement? Do we continue forward? Yes, okay. And you're at the Buffalo Soldier Museum in Houston, Texas? Is that okay? Great. Well, I've been there a couple of times, spoken in the past there, I think twice. Well, you know, of course, when you're kind of the last speaker, and I chose to be last, my time got wrapped up pretty quickly. And so the last slide covers that. So this exhibition does not end with the civil rights movement. And we also make sure that we say in the exhibition, number one, a lot of people put bookends on the civil rights movement, 1954 to 1968. We made a conscious effort, and a lot of us know that the civil rights movement just doesn't spark with Brown versus the Board of Education, Emmett Till, and Martin Luther King coming on the scene. So we say the modern day civil rights movement because, in my opinion, the seed was actually planted deep by the World War I veterans, and that is interpreted in this exhibition. This exhibition goes up to present day in the fact that we actually say there is still work to be done. I believe that's in the video, the video piece, because everything cannot be put in the text. So you're exactly right. This exhibition does not end in 1963 or 1968 with the death of Martin Luther King. We're still saying that there is progress, but there is still work to be done. So I think when you go through the exhibition, you'll see that.
I would also note, to add to that, I happened to be going through the museum this morning, and who should be in the African American exhibit but curator Corey Graff taking a group of high school students through the exhibit. And both black and white students, and I'm laughing and thinking to myself, passing on the knowledge. And being older than either of these two young gentlemen, having been in that exhibit, and I got to one of the photos, and it has the 6888 Postal Battalion of women marching through France, a city in France, and the date is May 27th, 1945. And I thought, hey, I was born May 27th, 1944. And so that situated me. I thought, I'm 1 year old, and here these ladies are marching. I also date D-Day. I was responsible for D-Day too, because I was born a few weeks before that. But the main thing is that if you're as old as I am, I had an uncle who was a lieutenant in the Army in Italy, fighting in Italy. I had another uncle who was an Army major who didn't deploy but was at Fort Belvoir the entire war. But the greatest shock to me, among other members of the family, was a fellow who was my cousin on my mother's side, whom I knew as a New York City bureaucrat who seemed a mild-mannered character. And then his mother and father showed me this little photograph that he had sent them in World War II, and it shows him in gear marching along this sandy beach, and it says, going from Iwo Jima to ? And he had never said anything, but he had been a Montford Point Marine. And that's when you realize these things came out incidentally. The only person who ever gave me anything to give to my son, who was in Special Forces in Iraq, was my wife's father, my father-in-law, who had been a decorated regimental surgeon in Italy in World War II. And he gave our son his medals and his gear. So that was very nice.
Another question all the way to your right, towards the front.
Since we had the section you showed about the barrage balloons at D-Day, I would assume that you would be able to comment on Waverly Woodson Jr., who was such a key component there and certainly perhaps didn't get all the recognition at that time that he honestly deserved. So if you could speak to that, it'd be great.
Yes, absolutely. So Waverly Woodson was a medic in the 320th Barrage Balloon Battalion. So for those of you, I know in this room a lot of people know, but you know, that picture, the reason that's very important to me is I knew of that picture about 10 or 15 years before I knew who was on the other end of those balloons. That is one of the most popular World War II images. And on the other side of those balloons is the 320th Barrage Balloon Battalion, about 600 plus soldiers, and they also have medics. Waverly Woodson was a medic who went ashore, the 29th Division and the 1st Division, as you know, Omaha and Utah Beach. Waverly Woodson, I won't go through the whole story, but a traumatic experience like all soldiers getting to the beach, was wounded as a medic. He is credited with treating over 200 soldiers while he was wounded. Then he finally collapses more than a day afterwards. And, you know, like most African Americans, and we won't go into a detail here, but we know about their experiences coming home. And he's one of the many that says, you know, decades later, no one asked. And there is evidence that he was put in for a possible Medal of Honor, just written on a paper. It never completely got up to the higher echelons. Just recently, he was looked at and they actually awarded him the Distinguished Service Cross. But of course, some folks are still pushing for the fact that perhaps he should be a Medal of Honor recipient. And so that's the truncated story of Waverly Woodson. And he's in the film, and I think he's also in the interactive. He's not on the panels in the exhibition.
Next question is going to be to your left with Connie, please.
Question for Corey, and then a question for Dr. Morrow and Dr. Salter. Corey, for those of us who are not curators, I would imagine you must have a heart attack packing up everything into 2 trucks and waving goodbye. Can you tell us about the nuts and bolts of how that occurs, and how do you make sure everything's taken care of, and insurance for this, et cetera? And then for Dr. Morrow and Dr. Salter, can you give us maybe your favorite Medal of Honor story among the 7 recipients?
Well, there's a wonderful thing about a large institution like this that I've got to put a caveat on my answer, and that is that there's not only the curatorial, but there's the exhibits department, who is responsible for that magic, for that trip, that magic trick of getting everything to fit. Now, In addition to that, the collections department has a lot to say about how these items we traveled to, particularly, not necessarily the hardware, not the die bond and the metal structures and the Sintra and even the TVs, but all of these materials that are, in essence, irreplaceable, and how they travel as well. So usually what you do in a very general sense is you have art handlers do this traveling. So the items will be packed up mostly by our exhibits department. You get sort of sucked in as a curator because it's your big project and you're working on it. And certainly I was down there working on the install, even though the exhibits folks are supposed to do it. And on the way out, I'll probably be somewhat involved as well. So it's a little bit, because of its value and because of its, the time-sensitive nature of having it in Memphis on a certain day, or it screws up the whole schedule, you usually have it traveled and insured via, like a large, expensive piece of art. It's a very large piece of art.
I have a hard time choosing. It has to be, for me, I'll pick between Vernon Baker and Edward Carter. I'll pick Baker alphabetically, although Carter has even a more fascinating story. Vernon Baker was in the 92nd Division. That's the division my father-in-law served in, and my uncle. And he was a lieutenant. He's not, the interesting thing about these World War II men is that they're not large or big. I get really annoyed when I see war movies and they depict these men, even today, as large, bulky, and so on and so forth, sort of like Arnold Schwarzenegger. And you're thinking, they don't look like that. In fact, I was talking to an older colonel one day, and I said, that bugs me. He said, yeah, most of the guys I know who are really good look more like Pee Wee Herman than Arnold Schwarzenegger. And so it stuck with me vividly that when Bill Clinton awarded Vernon Baker his Medal of Honor in 1997, he towers over Baker. And my uncle, who was infantry officer, was like 5'7" or 5'8", normal size for that time. And Baker had already been wounded, literally in a gunfight, and this sounds like the Wild West, but in a gunfight with a German officer who had a Schmeisser, and he had his Tommy gun, and they shot each other. Turned out Baker was the more accurate shot, killed the German officer, but he got knocked down and wounded, and he comes back a little later on. And this is when his unit is trying to take the peak at Somnicollia in Italy, and his captain, his white captain, was really very reluctant. He's got a company of men to take his men up the hill. And he said, well, I'll stay down at the foot with the company. And Baker says, well, I'll take 5 men and scout the hill. So he takes 5 men with him. They go up the hill. In successive gunfights with the Germans who appear out of the hill, he kills about 7 or 8 of them because he's faster and he's more accurate. He rolls grenades into some of these other little dugouts that the Germans have, and he and his 5 men, he loses about 2 of them, take the summit of the hill. And then he says to one of the men, go back down and tell the captain to bring the company up. At which point the captain brings the company up, and Baker is awarded a Distinguished Service Cross, and no African Americans were awarded Medals of Honor until after the war in '97. He was actually asked to speak at a number of engagements post-war. One of the more humiliating experiences of his was that he wore the ribbon for the Distinguished Service Cross on his uniform, and one day in Germany, and he's still in the Army, this white colonel comes by, says, "Boy, where did you get that ribbon?" And before Baker can say anything, he said, "Take that thing off and don't you ever wear it again." Well, yeah, well, Colonel, he remembered that. He's actually in the collection of people talking here at the museum. And later, when he receives his Medal of Honor, he just says, regretfully, "I wish the other fellows could have lived long enough to receive theirs." But it's really quite a poignant comment, but he had managed to survive that long. But Kravatsky can take Carter if he wants, but these are men whose bravery is equal to any man, anywhere, anytime. And they should have received those medals.
I know we're over time, but I'm going to go ahead and there's not a favorite. And actually, as John was talking, I was just thinking of truncating two, Reuben Rivers and John Fox, because these are men who knew as they were doing their deed that they were not going to survive the war, at least one for sure. John Fox, and Reuben Rivers had been wounded so critically that I'm sure he knew he was going to die. But Reuben Rivers was in the 761st Tank Battalion, which got into Europe in late October, went into action of 44, went into action in November of 44. And it was actually last Saturday was the anniversary. We just happened to realize that. And so he was wounded in an action when their tanks was spearheading an attack. And his commander actually asked him to pull back. He refused medical attention. He continued on for the next day or so, and he was killed in action while still fighting in his tank. That's the very truncated version. You can read more about it in the exhibition. And then John Fox absolutely knew that he was going to perish in his act. He was in the 92nd Division in one of the field artillery units, and his unit was in a town. They had went down into kind of a valley area, and they were just surrounded by hundreds of Germans. And, you know, Ford observers, and there are some in this room I know, you know where a target is, you know where an individual is, and when an individual says, "Hey," had a voice like John, he said, "Fire it." And they hesitated because they knew that he was firing on his own position. And so those two. And we can talk about Watson and Thomas and all the others, but just like any Medal of Honor recipient or any American soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine who goes to war and are willing to give their lives, it's something to behold. But for this exhibition, what we interpret is these 7 individuals were not awarded their Medals of Honor until 1997. Until 1997. And not really a part of this exhibition. The last Medal of Honor that was awarded to an African American in war was during the Spanish-American War in 1898. And then the next time an African American was awarded the Medal of Honor were 2 African Americans in the Korean War, Thomas and Cornelius Charlton, who I had the honor to collect his Medal of Honor for the Smithsonian from his brother in Hawaii several years ago. And so that speaks to separate but equal. And I'm writing a piece for another organization right now, and I'll just kind of give you a heads up. Separate but equal was so powerful that it impacted the way we awarded our highest military medal. Because think about it. 1898 is 2 years after Plessy versus Ferguson. 1952 is 2 years from Brown versus the Board of Education. So on both ends, Plessy versus Ferguson was just setting in. Brown versus the Board of Education and the Civil Rights Movement was just arising. So the 2 Medal of Honors from World War I, people were saying, well, no, there were 2 African Americans awarded the Medal of Honor in World War I. Well, those 2 individuals were not awarded their Medals of Honor until 1992 and 2015. And then, of course, the World War II in 1997. So those are the stories we tell, too. How can we make sure that we reach back and look? I do have a personal story about Baker, but I can tell that to people later on. That happened to me on a research trip about 7 years ago. So I'll end there in the interest of time.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for a wonderful discussion about a wonderful exhibition. Thanks to all of those. Before you all leave, I've got some important information so you don't have to run around asking, well, where was I supposed to go, Jeremy? Before you all leave, take everything with you. We will be cleaning up the ballroom. We will have our 3 speakers outside in the retail area for signing. We have our museum open house and reception right now. The reception will be in the Louisiana Memorial Pavilion. It's beginning at 5:36. 5:30. We'll run through 7:30. All of the campus is open except for the stage door canteen. This includes the Kushner Restoration Pavilion, so you all can go in and take a look at our PT 305 and the new deck. For those of you going to the Frog Father's dinner and the screening, that's in stage door canteen. Doors will open at 6:15. Dinner will be served at 6:30. And for everyone, tomorrow breakfast at 6:30 a.m. and the first session is at 9. Thank you for a wonderful day. All right, guys, we're going to